All right, guys. Let's get it going. Let's go. See some familiar faces in here already, guys. Good to see ya. Welcome in, Superstar. Paul, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. Big W. And same for Bad Uncle Bob. Hey, you guys, check out the Deconstruction cheat sheet now that you're part of the Kraken Crew Elite. I think you'll enjoy it. And Tim, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, when I worked for the evil empire, we had a saying, despite working for the Catholic Church, I still believe in God. Not anymore. Praise Doug and Sharon. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, that is an evil empire. Even when I was a believer, and I actually believed in a lot of the Catholic doctrine, believe it or not, I couldn't bring myself to be a Catholic just because of the horrible stuff they did. But Jay Steele, welcome in. Good to see you, buddy. We'll give everyone a minute to pour in here. I'm gonna get the guest box open while we're waiting for that to happen. 1 second. All right, the TikTok guest box is open. The YouTube guest box is open as well, guys. So if you're watching on YouTube or you're watching on TikTok, you can join the conversation on either platform. If you're watching this on Facebook right now, there's a link in the description of the video where you can watch it as well. You can actually join too. And Judas, thank you so much for gifting 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. Big W for Judas. And Soren, good to see you. Thank you for the 45 DKK. Says, let's go. Start cooking. We love you. Praise Doug. Well, I really appreciate that, Soren. And I think we're getting it going here just now. Ripper, good to see you. Thank you for the hat. I appreciate that. All right, guys, we should have a guest loaded up here any minute now. I think the stream's up and running. I'm going to test it on my phone to make sure there's no lag. Fluffskidoo, thank you for the air balloons. Big W, I appreciate that. And Silver Surfer, good to see you in the house. Silver Surfer with the $5 super hype. I appreciate that. And Monique, thank you so much for the hats on TikTok. Big W, Monique. And Jay Cow's in the house too. Jay Cow, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, watching you with Dr. Bowen and Dr. Bird. Great stuff. Praise Doug. I agree. Praise Doug. And I'm going to be actually on with Dr. Bird again soon. We're going to be going through a lot of what she says in her newest book, which is, Marriage in the Bible. What do the texts say? So I'm excited to read that book. Her first book was a really good read too. Maximilian gifting 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W. I appreciate that, Maximilian. Hey, that's 10 more people that have access to the Deconstruction cheat sheet. And for those who don't know, I did update the Deconstruction cheat sheet. Finally finished it, I think today. I'm like my lunch break. And I've now got like every reference to hell from the relevant time period of the biblical text. On that spreadsheet. So if you want to know when people say hell or Hades or Gehenna or what have you at the time of Jesus, what in the world were they talking about? I didn't go through all the Greek sources yet. I need to go through quite a bit of the Greek sources still yet and add those. I need to get Philo added. I need to get some of the Greek historians added, but we're going to get there. We are going to get there. And Millennial Meg, good to see you. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, so excited for this topic. Me too. It should be a good topic. We should have a guest up here any minute too. So my thesis here is actually pretty simple. My thesis is that Christianity is not love. This is not a religion of love. This is a religion of coercion. This is a religion of I am the most powerful being. I make all the rules, and if you disobey me in the slightest, I will torture you. Jesus did not die for your sins. He died because his father / himself is a bloodthirsty, genocidal maniac. And Carly, good to see you. Carrie, good to see you. Astronova, good to see you in here, guys. Thank you for the hats. I appreciate that. We should have a fun time tonight. It's been I'm going to say a couple months since we ran this topic. I don't know how long it's been, but it's been a hot minute. So I think we should have some fun with this. I think the last time we used the fiery background, we were talking about why I should go to hell. Look at Fimo already crashing out in the comments. You read the Bible wrong. Well, Fimo, you're welcome to get in the guest box and to show me, the right way to read the Bible. I'd love to hear what you have to say about it, because my guess is you've actually not read the Bible, which is why you have this opinion. But for those of us who actually read the book, it's pretty simple. It's you either love God or you burn. That's it. Those are your two options. And that is definitionally Stockholm Syndrome. User 922, you have to use correct grammar when you say silly things. You are brother would be ashamed is not a cogent phrase. So you're gonna have to do better than that in the comment section. I know it's just a comment section and people say silly things, but that's embarrassing, guy. Come on. All right, let's get Rob in the guest box. How you doing, Rob?
How you doing, man?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm all right, man. I'm just a bit confused about the statement you got on screen there.
Sure. What's the confusion?
I mean, I'm presuming Stockholm syndrome is, a bit someone who's being abused, becoming more comfortable and more, what would you call it, obsessed with their abuser. Is that right?
I don't know if obsessed is the correct word for it, but you're not too far off. Stockholm syndrome is basically when you're taken captive, or you're under somebody else's guard at some point, and you begin to feel positive emotions or even sympathy for your captors.
So how is Christianity kidnapping people?
Well, I never said anything about kidnapping. But that being said, we are God's captives. We have to do exactly what he says. We have no... we really don't have the power to not do that, because what happens if we disobey God?
I mean, most people say you go to hell, but
Well, the Bible says that.
What do you deconstruct? Do you believe in God?
No. Why would I believe in a God that says you will love me or I will torture you? Do you think that's a realistic sounding deity?
I think the reason why most people say that is that you can not respect God and still believe in him in some ways.
Well, I don't believe in him. I certainly wouldn't believe in a God that is like silly, like a God that claims to be all loving, but then he says that he's going to do horrible things for you for mere thought crimes, for just not believing things. Do you think that people should be tortured for thought crimes?
Tortured for thought crimes? I don't believe anybody should be tortured.
Well, God does. Right. God's going to send you to the eternal punishment of flames, where there's wailing and gnashing of teeth.
Oh yeah, well, you can say that, but if there was undeniable proof of this God, which obviously there is not.
That's just definitely not. No.
Yeah, no, but if there was undeniable proof, say that God showed himself in the sky one day and you witnessed it, would you still blaspheme him, or would you start to worship him and get on your knees? I just want to know.
Would I know that it's this God?
No, I'm just saying, if one day you're on the street and obviously God just showed up in the sky just for a few seconds, it was undeniable that it was a being more larger than the world itself, and he just vanished, would you start to worship a God, or would you continue to say that this God is still, the way you say now, that the God shouldn't be respected, or it shouldn't be...
Why should I worship it?
I mean, because you don't worship it because you don't believe in it. But even if there wasn't...
Even if I did, why would I? Why would I want to worship it?
Well, because if you knew that the Christian God was a real God, I'm pretty sure you'd know that you'd go to hell.
Well, you said a God. If the Christian God was real, he can go fuck himself. He's a monster. We're just talking about, you said a God. If there's a God, then I need to know why I should worship it.
Because I don't know, man. You can sit here and be like, oh yeah, you can't. But if you don't respect God, why is he going to respect you?
Why should I respect him?
Because by definition, he's the most powerful thing in the universe.
So being most powerful makes you the most respectable?
I think that's, yeah.
Okay, so if I'm the most powerful human being on the planet, say I'm the president of the United States, and I could bench press 5 Buicks, but I also, I don't know, torture babies, should I be respected?
I mean, respect and love are very different things.
I didn't ask about love. I asked about respect. If I'm
Yeah,
the
that's
most
what I'm
powerful
saying.
human being on the planet, but I torture babies, should I be respected?
Yeah, you should be respected because you're the most powerful
That's
being on the
fucking
planet.
crazy.
Wait, because
No,
I
I
just
don't think
said
we
that.
should respect people that
I
torture
just
babies.
Yeah, but what I'm saying right here, deconstruct is that you can not like
The
someone but still respect
toxicity of
them.
this religion is wild.
Can you still respect someone even though you don't like them?
Do they torture babies?
No, I answered your question. I just want
Well, my analogy is very
to.
simple. Does the person torture babies? In my analogy, they do. So no, I don't respect that person. I don't care how powerful they are.
Right, but how are you gonna feel? You just said yourself that you were that person. So if you were that person who tortured babies, did whatever, and I came to you saying, you're worthless, you're nothing, what would you do in response if you had all that power like you
If I
speak?
was the most powerful person and I was also like your god, I'd probably smite you. But I'm better
Yes,
than your god. I wouldn't do that in real life.
you wouldn't.
No, of course not.
How do
I'm
you
not
know?
a genocidal maniac like your god is. Not me.
Name me one powerful person who's not become enveloped in power.
We're talking about like people that want to harm other people. You know, there are
Yeah, but
powerful people that don't harm others.
who?
We can name a bunch of them. For example, the ex-wife of the Amazon founder. What the hell is his name? Past Mrs. Bezos. She's pretty awesome. I also like Bill Gates quite a bit. They've done quite a bit for humanity. They've spent a lot of their time spending their wealth and their power actively to help humanity. I would say the same with Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett has been a phenomenal philanthropist as well. Very powerful people.
Very powerful
None
people.
of them tortured babies, by the way.
Do those people demand respect? Or
I don't know if they demand respect, but I think they've earned respect. Just because they're powerful doesn't mean I should respect them. Did Hitler demand respect?
what do you mean? Did he demand respect?
Should you respect Hitler?
What do you mean? Should you respect Hitler?
Should you have respected Hitler? He was very powerful.
I would say Hitler dragged his country out of an common wipe.
It's
and
a
ended
yes
up
or no. Should you have
of
respected
Europe.
Hitler? Yes or no?
I think a lot of countries did respect Hitler.
I'm asking you if you
If you're
lived
gonna
at that.
hold on,
It's a
deconstruct.
very easy hypothetical
You
question.
can't just keep asking
Does
hardball
Hitler
questions
deserve
and then
respect?
Does Hitler deserve respect? Yes, but that does not
Oh,
mean that I
fuck.
worship
This
him
fucking,
either.
these
getting-
people are
you're getting
unreal.
You're
Hitler
getting
deserves respect.
You're getting respect.
No wonder people are leaving this religion in the
you're
fucking
getting-
droves. Hitler deserves respect.
Also,
This guy, wild, unbelievable. Is your mother watching this right now? Tell her to turn the internet off. By the way, this is really embarrassing for your whole lineage.
Stop talking over me.
You're not going to have kids, are you?
I never claimed to be Christian, so I don't know why you're assuming I'm
So
Christian.
why are you up here defending the Christian God? I'd be running away from Christianity too after getting cooked like this.
You're making the claim that because someone is powerful, you shouldn't respect them.
That's not my claim at all.
That's not. You just said that.
That's not at all my claim. My claim is that respect has nothing to do with whether or not you're powerful.
It isn't.
No.
So if an undeniable God came in front of you and said, "Bow to your knees now, or I'll shoot you," what are you gonna do?
So he can go fuck himself.
Right, then you're gonna get shot.
So
That's just disrespectful.
I'll die with an actual ounce of dignity.
Who? You won't die with ounce of dignity. You'll live forever in torture.
No, I'll be dying with an ounce of dignity. I refuse
because
to
that
worship a
God-
creator that thinks it's okay to rape women for their husband's crimes. And I refuse to worship a creator that thinks it's
So-
okay to torture babies.
Let's say that did happen, and you went to hell for 900,000 years, just because it's eternity, right? 900,000 years later, after you made the decision to, flip off to God and say no, would you regret that decision?
No, you get used to it.
You'd get used to it. You
Yep.
wouldn't look back and think, "Man, I wish I did that."
Well, that's the funny thing about hellfire is that eventually your nerve endings disappear because it'll be completely burned off. How do you think you're actually experiencing pain in hell if you don't have a body?
Again, you're assuming that I claim that hell is a real place. Like, you're just laughing. Like,
Yeah, because
I
your
said
God's
that-
ridiculous. That's why. Listen, I'm
God's
trying to
not-
figure out why your God is confronting people putting guns to their heads. To be fair, that is roughly about how the Bible describes it. God puts a gun to your head and says, "Love me, or I'll pull the trigger." What a loving God! Oh, what a guy!
Stop with the tyranny. I asked you. I said, "Do I believe my God is all loving?" No, I don't believe my God's all loving.
Oh, cool. So the Bible's wrong then when it says God is love.
I never claimed to listen to the Bible. I never
So the
claimed to be
Bible's not
Christian.
true then.
You've assumed that because
Is the
you
Bible
want to
true?
know. Is the Bible true? You tell me, man. Do you think the Bible's true?
Obviously not. I'm asking you what you believe.
Obviously not.
So you don't think the Bible's true? You're making this religion sound worse and worse. Okay, so let's gather what we've collected so far. So what we've learned so far is that you don't believe God is good. You believe that might makes right, and you don't even believe that the Bible is true. So then I would ask a follow-up question, which is, why do you believe in this crazy narcissistic God if you don't even believe that the Bible is true?
Why do you believe that you'll wake up in the morning?
I'm asking you why you believe this thing is true.
Right, the same reason you believe that you wake up in the morning. It's called trust.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
I didn't ask you if you trusted this narcissistic God. I'm asking you, why do you trust the God?
Not everything needs a why reason, does
it? Does. That's literally the whole point of this.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so you can't answer the question.
If that were true, half of his...
Okay, so you can't answer the question. I figured you'd run from it because you run from all of my questions. So I think we're pretty much through with the questions and the talking over each other for now. I'm going to put in another adult in the guest box, or at least maybe the first adult, rather. Wild. Imagine believing in a God that you don't even think the book is talking about it is true. It's going to be a good night, guys. Gouge your eyes out. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, if God could forgive sins for Jews, why sacrifice? Yeah, that's the craziest thing. Listen, God was forgiving people's sins all the time in the Bible. All the time. Even John the Baptist was baptizing people for the repentance of sins. We didn't need no human sacrifice. It's crazy. Corbin, thank you so much for the 666. It says, I cooked fundamentalist Christians today using your talking points. So easy and so fun. Yes, thank you so much for letting me know. I appreciate that. That's why I published the Deconstruction cheat sheet, guys. That's all the information you need to go out and cook Christians. Ryan, thank you for becoming a member of the Kraken Crew Elite. And Ed, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, ordered and received new cookbooks, Net, Oxford, and Catholic Note-Taking Bible per your recommendation. Thank you for what you do. Well, thank you for letting me know that you got those Bibles. Let me know how you enjoy them. I think you're going to really enjoy the academic study notes in them. And Porcelina, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, religion is not love. So true. It's not, especially not this religion. This is a bad religion. Evan, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, it seems like reading the Bible is the Christian's personal hell. Praise Doug for not being a mantra like Yahweh. Yeah, you're right. Listen, if there was a hell for Christians, it would be in a place where you had to sit quietly with your thoughts and read the Bible forever. Aphotic Phoenix, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, the Evangelical Bible study video you released with Sarah was fantastic. Hope you both continue to make them. Thanks for sharing your knowledge. Well, thank you for watching. I really appreciate that. Yeah, on Sarah's channel, we're doing a Evangelical Bible study, so I think you guys will really like it. So go on, check out Leaving Faith's YouTube channel. Most of you already follow her on here. David Bevan, thank you for the $10 is that Australian super chat. It says 666,000 followers on TikTok. Hail Satan. Big W. Listen, if anyone follows me now, I got to start deleting followers so I can stay at 66.6 because it's just too magical. And Medusa, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, this dude would have worshipped Thanos. I know. Listen, just being powerful doesn't make you respectable. And Mech, I think you mean Mechanic Jack, maybe Mech Jack. Anyways, welcome to the Kraken Crew. And Displaced Gamer, good to see you in the house tonight. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, what's your thoughts about Alex O'Connor having to cancel his modern day debates because of threats? It's pretty common. I see that a lot with these debaters. I get death threats all the time. Believers are completely unhinged. There will probably come a point where all of us big atheist creators will have to have bodyguards. You already saw the guy that was executed live on TikTok stream for burning the Quran. I mean, believers would do anything to crazy. You guys protect yourself out there. Dean, with like a year or two, someone tried to run him over. These people are crazy, guys. They're insane. But hey, they're just like their God. Perilous Range, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, caller number 1 has a A perspective that's theologically accurate. Calvinist nightmare deity is a fair way to process the content. Yeah, you're not wrong. The Calvinist God is despicable. And Carrie, good to see you again. Regarding Psalm 82:67, children of the Most High, you will die like mortals. Were they always mortal? I'm confused. Praise Doug. No, Carrie, they're not. So this is pertaining to a conversation we had before on Psalm 82, where it talks about the gods and the divine council. They're not. They're actual deities, according to the divine council theology. So they are gods that are going to die like mortals. That's why it says you will die like mortals, not because they're mortals, but because they're gods, and gods aren't supposed to die. So God's casting judgment on them. And we'll grab 2 more super chats, guys. We'll get our next guest in here. Thank you so much, Pat, for the $2 super chat. Good to see you tonight. It says that guy that respects the killing of babies. I know, it's crazy, isn't it? Dugald, welcome in. Thank you for all the hats. I appreciate that. And Christina, I see you in there. Thanks for coming up, Christina. Christina, good to see you. And Jessica, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says the Christian grooming organizations harm children. Yeah, hell yeah, they do. And last one, Carla, good to see you tonight. Carla says, hail Doug. Thanks for updating the cheat sheet. Much appreciation and admiration. Well, thank you so much for being a subscribing member and having access to the cheat sheet. I've got a bunch more stuff. The next upload on the cheat sheet, guys, is going to be mega. I've been working on it for months. It's unbelievable. You're going to love it. But anyways, LaMonica, how you doing?
I'm great. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I'm a fellow atheist, and I was loving listening to you cook, get robbed. But I think the problem that he doesn't understand in regards to talking about respect, he doesn't want, he's not saying you to, he doesn't understand. He's not asking for respect. He's asking for compliance.
Right.
Basically throwing, oh, if I kill you, if I say I'm going to kill you, you're going to respect me. No, plenty of people have said, I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Why would I want to live in a world where I have to bow down to someone like you?
Right.
And many people have taken the other route. And my thing with that is, why are you so afraid of dying if you believe in this heaven and this afterlife?
That's a very good point, actually. I've had that conversation with quite a few Christians. Yeah.
That's the only thing they have when people talk about why you should believe. And I said, look, the only thing you have is what you think is going to happen to me after we die. Everything else, it sounds like an abusive relationship. If I had a husband who treated me this way, why would I stay with this person? Right. So why would I worship this God who wants to torture me? And because of what may happen to me when I die?
Right. Yeah.
That's, if me being a non-believer, everything's going to happen to me just like it's going to happen to you. Someone's going to get cancer. Someone's going to get run over. Someone's going to get sick. Everybody's going to die. The only thing is what's going to happen to us after. If I'm good with going to hell, how is this your problem?
Yep. Fantastic. Well, listen, glad you're a fellow atheist and you're on the right side of reality. Thanks for sharing your 2 cents. We're going to keep cooking Christians, okay?
Thank you.
All right, cheers. Big W for the guest on being legit. I got one more person I got to get to in the TikTok queue that's been waiting. Then we'll start grabbing people out of the YouTube queue, guys. How you doing, aloe vera?
It's Alira.
Oh yeah. Welcome in. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am. And to both.
Cool. And why should I worship the Christian God?
Well, that's a good question because I'm not a Christian. I wouldn't be able to answer that for you.
Oh, well, we're just talking to Christians, okay?
I just had a quick question. I have Christians that are always telling me things about how Islam is so bad and their Bible is so good. And I just heard you say something very interesting. Something about 10 wives were being raped. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Could you explain that for me real quick before I drop?
Yeah, in 2 Samuel chapter 12, because David sinned by taking Bathsheba, the wife of Uriah the Hittite. As punishment for David's adultery, God has 10 of David's wives raped by a family member, which is completed in chapter 16 of 2 Samuel. They were forcibly taken up to the top of the palace and raped in broad daylight as a display of force over his father.
Wow, so that's what their God did? He ordered this?
He said, I will cause this thing to happen. He says, I am raising up trouble within your own house against you, and I will take your wives before your very eyes.
And they will sleep with them in broad daylight, right?
Yep.
Okay, and so this actually happened?
Yep.
Wow, what liars they are. They said it was just hyperbole. Can you
Nope.
believe it?
It happened in chapter 16. They never read the book. That's the problem.
Yeah. Chapter 6. Could you give me that again? I'm going to put it in the chat.
Yeah, 2 Samuel 16 is where it gets fulfilled.
Samuel 16. Wow, great. What a great God. Okay, thank you so much. I have...
Cheers. Have a good one. All right, we'll grab our first guest from the YouTube queue. I will word of caution for everyone in the YouTube queue, guys. I do prioritize people in the queue that actually have their cameras on. That's just how I roll up here. People like seeing someone's face on the screen, so just heads up for that. So we got Emmanuel, I think, was in the queue first. How you doing, Emmanuel? Emmanuel? Are you with us, Emmanuel? I don't see you talking, and I don't see any bars. Emmanuel? I don't think Emmanuel's with us anymore, guys. All right. Sorry. Oh, well, let me. Oh, sorry. Let me check one thing before I do. Everything's set up right. Sorry, Emmanuel. Try again. Come on back and try again. All right. We're going to grab next in line is Josh. How you doing, Josh? Josh, are you driving right now? You can't drive and be on live at the same time. I don't know why they want to drive and live so often. It's the wildest thing to me. Do not understand it. All right, let's grab Austin. Welcome in, Austin. How you doing?
Good. How are you all?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Austin, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am, and I'm Catholic.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, so you believe in purgatory?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah. All right, purgatory is way cooler than hell. Okay, so in your particular belief system, who actually goes to hell?
We believe as anybody who has sinned or hasn't atoned. I know you went to Catholic school for, I believe, from my understanding. So as long as, I mean, if I don't have a right to judge, but and if you haven't atoned for your sins and or gone to confession in the Catholic faith, then you'd either go to purgatory or potentially hell. First things first, coming into this argument, I know you're much smarter than I am. You have background in seminary. So if any of my arguments aren't good, or if you have a question for me and that I don't know, I will simply say I don't know.
Fair enough.
Right off the bat.
Sure. So it sounds to me, as far as I can tell, and as far as I know from Catholic doctrine, and I've actually got the catechism behind me if we need to reference it. Hell is for people like me as well, for people who don't believe in Jesus, right? Because in Revelation 21:8 talks about how the unbelievers will be thrown into the lake of fire.
Right.
Right. And I'm definitely an unbeliever.
Okay.
So do you think that hell is an appropriate alternative to heaven?
I believe, I mean, with Catholic belief, you also have purgatory. There are the idea of purgatory as well.
Right.
I think, I mean, meeting you, I think you seem like a good person. I can't, like I said, I can't judge. You seem like a good person. I wouldn't think you go to hell or purgatory or heaven. I don't think that's my call. The personal belief, at least.
Is hell permanent?
That I'm not sure.
Okay. Can you pray somebody out of purgatory?
Yes, I believe so.
Interesting. Isn't that a kind of a weird thing? I've known about the praying for people in purgatory for a long time because as you said, I went to Catholic school and we used to practice that. But isn't it weird that if purgatory is a place where you are having your sins purged and you're basically atoning for your sins, that people could merely just pray for you and God will take some off the docket? What if no
Right.
one's
No,
praying
I do
for
agree.
you?
No, I get that. I agree. How it can probably be weird to that or to that kind of stance. And even I tend to question that sometimes. I'm not saying. Uh, I mean, I'm not gonna sit around and say everything that's written down is supposed to be answered with a definite answer or makes sense.
Right.
I'm willing to do more research on that for sure. But what I do believe, if we pray for those within purgatory, then and we intercede for them, I do believe they are bound for heaven. That's my belief. I can't. I'm not going to say it's written in the Bible. I'm still reading it myself. It probably isn't. I don't. I definitely know. I don't think it is. But it's just a belief. I think within Catholicism.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of divergence like within Catholicism. So, for example, I've read the Catechism and I've read the teachings of the Church, and it's pretty clear that for those who know about Jesus but reject Jesus as Messiah, that they do ultimately end up in hell. But for example, I went to a Catholic church in both high school and grade school that taught that people who didn't believe in Jesus, if they were good people, they could go to purgatory instead because there might be there might be a reason why they didn't believe in Jesus. Maybe they didn't hear the message right, or maybe they lived at the wrong time period or something like that. But that doesn't actually show up in the teachings of the church. According to the teachings of the church, if you're not specifically redeemed by Jesus, then you're going to hell. And to me, this is a weird thing because, like, for example, imagine that God loves humanity, and let's imagine that there's a priest. We're gonna call him, Father Joseph, right? Let's imagine Father Joseph and I live an almost identical life. We enjoy all the same things. We have similar behaviors and mannerisms. But he believes obviously in Jesus, and I don't believe in Jesus. Well, we both actually get, even though we live the same life, we get different outcomes, right? Which means really the only thing that matters is whether or not you believe in Jesus, not whether or not you're a good person. And thank you for the hatch, Christina. So like you can be like a total asshole, and then as long as you at some point believe in Jesus and confess that He is Lord, then you can escape the hellfire, which is kind of a weird thing that God thinks that like normal people that just aren't convinced should be tortured by fire.
Right, and you make good points. And like I said, you've studied this a lot more than I have. I went to Catholic high school too for 3 years. Transferred out of the public school system. Wasn't That's for another topic though
Yeah.
later
I
down the
actually
road.
liked it. I'd like Catholic school.
I did too, and I made a lot of good friends there, and I thought the community was just a lot better than the public school system. But give or take, I think it depends on area too. Um, and can you send me those catechism paragraphs where it talks about purgatory? Like I said, I'm not a master like you are. You've studied this much longer than I have. I know you were a Baptist preacher at one point, if I'm not mistaken.
I was
Um,
never really part of an official denomination, but I was in ministry for a while. But I've got a document with some of the Catholic teachings on this topic. If you send me an email, there's an email attached to my YouTube channel. If you send me an email there, I'll send you an email back with what the church says.
Got it. Yeah, of course, because I have a catechism too in my Bible. I'm here at work actually. I just got off the clock, so not trying to. I don't have all my material with me, but I think right now I'll also say, like I said earlier, I'm still learning my faith. That's something I think back in school I was never really appreciative of my faith, because I think all of us kids, I don't think we were. Not all of us really wanted to be at church, So
Right.
I'm coming into a debate that's definitely in your favor, but um, I can give you some good topics that I had on this from my belief, um, and then if you have any questions for me that I can't answer, I'll say I don't know, and I can definitely come back to you within the next stream
Sure.
on the topic.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to discuss some of the the once you've read through some of the doctrines, because I'd be curious if you actually believe all of them, because not all Catholics do. In fact, I had a really good a friend of mine named Paul who was a Catholic when we were younger, and we were talking about some of the more difficult parts of the Catholic teachings, and he went to his priest and asked him, "Hey, like, what do you think about this?" And then they got into a long conversation, and he goes, "Do you believe all of the teachings of the Catholic Church?" And his priest literally told him, "Not even the Pope believes every teaching of the Catholic Church."
And I think that's a good point. And I mean, I don't believe every single teaching. Like I know what we have to follow the Pope's law, and whatever he says goes with the magisterium, but I mean, there can be things that you don't have to agree on specifically.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
and that goes for anything. It can go for politics. It can go for any denomination. It can go for anything in life.
Right. Right.
Um, I think as long as we're, I think as being, if we're all being good moral human beings, I think that's a big thing that we should all be following.
Hmm. Do you have kids?
I don't. I am a single Pringle.
Would you ever torture one of your kids with fire if they disobeyed you?
Of course not. No.
Right. I think you can kind of see what my angle is here, right? If God is a good father, but like we don't actually know any children or any parents that would torture their children here on the earth. I'm sure there are some. It's weird to me that we have this good father that's just like willing to torture his children, especially when he doesn't have to, right? Because heaven and hell is a false dichotomy, right? Like, just hell doesn't actually have to exist.
And I'm assuming you're referencing, or are we talking still strictly about heaven and hell, or are you also referring to like the previous conversation with torturing children in the Old Testament?
Oh no, I wasn't. That's not what I was referring to. I mean, that does happen in the Bible.
Right.
God kills a bunch of babies, but that wasn't what I was talking about just a second ago. I'm basically just trying to figure out why, like, if we're all God's children, if all humanity are, God's creation, God's children, why is it that He would, want any of them to be tortured? It doesn't make sense to me.
I don't think that's true. I don't think God wants us to be tortured. Because you also have to keep in mind, as Catholics, we also believe in the devil. And I think the devil plays a big part in a lot of things. Like, he can control our thoughts, and just as in many ways, God can. Um, like, there's times I've been through, sorry, I'm still at work, so there's still coworkers around, but um, there are times that I've gone through severe depression, and and I know you're more based off biblical existence and can't really go based off personal experiences from your Friday's uh, live debate. But I think if we're speaking faith based uh, and personal experiences solely, I mean, there are times I've gone through rough stuff, and I think that was the devil playing a part of it and turning me away. I think, in a sense, but
Why does God let the devil live? Like, if the devil's doing all this horrible stuff to humanity, why does God let him live?
I mean, why not? I know that's a contradictory question and answer, but I think because he wants, I firmly believe if God I think it's God calling us to know. He wants us to. He's trying to show us his love, or that he loves us. That's and he will bring us to eternity,
He shows us He loves
everlasting
us
eternity.
by making Satan and having Satan torture people.
Yeah,
Do you understand how contradictory that statement is? Like if I
know. No, I know. I know it's contradictory. I agree, but I think, like, look in the Old Testament, you have all the bad stuff that happened in Exodus and Deuteronomy, all these books in the Old Testament, and with the 10 plagues. But at the end of each one, he was trying to teach them a lesson in some source, in some form, um, being that, hey, follow my laws, follow my rules, and I'll show you to a path of full eternity. And I think that's what he's doing in today's world with I think that's what the devil is trying to do. He's trying to bring us down into this path of darkness, this path of evil. And I know God created evil, but I think he's trying to get us to show, or to see, for that matter, his loving side and bring us back to him.
Does God want Satan to do what Satan's doing?
I don't think so. But,
so Satan's doing something that God does not want him to do.
Right.
So then why does he let him live?
I don't know.
Right? Because it doesn't make sense.
That's a legitimate question, and I think Catholics and Christians alike probably ask that same thing.
Right.
Yeah, I know I definitely do, but it's something I've kind of learned to accept, but I still question it. Like, I still search it or research it.
Yeah. It's kind of an important question to answer, because if Satan's not actually necessary, like if he's not doing something that God wants him to do, but God lets him go around doing what he's doing, then it sounds to me like God's kind of the problem, especially because remember the angels that came down and sinned by sleeping with the women? And then both Jude and 2 Peter said that, they're bound up in chains and, waiting judgment. Well, why wouldn't God do that with Satan? If Satan's, as rotten as these other angels, he should have bound Satan up in chains and held him for the judgment too.
Right. No, and you make good points. I don't have a definite answer for that. So that's definitely something to think about, but no, I get that. I don't know.
Well, listen, Austin, I threw a lot at you, and I know you're at work, so I don't want to give
I'm
you...
off the clock. No, I'm off the clock, so I can talk as long as you're okay, however long you're okay with it. I know I don't have any good debating points or topics for you, but trying to be a little bit more civilized, and I feel like I'm at least a bit more cultured than your past guests, hopefully.
No, you are. Yeah. I'm used to getting people in here that are ready to, throw things in the room.
Yeah, because I've heard a bunch of debates, and I know, like, from the Protestant standpoints, because assuming you were once Protestant, you never said you were actually Catholic, but I know it's more, their more belief is sola scriptura, so that's not something I personally like to argue strictly, like just throwing Bible verses. We could do that all day, but that's not going to get anywhere.
Sure. Right. But it sounds to me like you're not really familiar with some of the church teachings that we need to discuss. So it might be helpful to do some offline research, and then we can do this again in the future.
No, yeah, of course. Dude, like I said, I've been doing research. Like I think it's been for 5 years now or so. I'm still researching, and to this day, like I'm finally appreciating everything. So it's, like I said, when we were kids, we just didn't really appreciate everything that we were going through. And now that I'm older, it's like, okay, let me learn more about this. Let me appreciate it more.
What do you mean appreciate the things we're going through?
Sorry, bad choice of words. I didn't appreciate church as a kid. We just didn't want to be there as a kid.
Yeah. I would say
bad choice of words.
Yeah, the older I get, the more I can appreciate church service that's more Catholic in nature, very calm, very relaxing, rather than these churches jumping around. I know some young people need that kind of thing, but I'm too old for that now.
Oh yeah, like I helped a church in Fort Worth here in Texas, and great people. Don't get me wrong, but just the worship style. Oh my gosh, it was one of those mega churches, and I'm just like, they were throwing banners around. I'm like, this is just a little bit too much out of my comfort zone.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. All right, listen, Austin, it was great to talk to you. I'm going to try to keep the debates rolling, okay?
Yeah, likewise. Have a good one.
Cheers. Big W for Austin. He was polite the last time we talked. He sounds like a really good guy, actually. Dexter, thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W, Dexter. I really appreciate that. And Parker, thank you so much for the hat on TikTok. I appreciate that. And also Carla gifting out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Thank you so much, Carla. It's generous. And Ramsey, thank you so much for the 666. Says God is a snot-nosed kid with a magnifying glass on a sunny day, and the believers are the ants. All hail dog. You nailed it. You absolutely nailed it. We're like little playthings. We're like nothing to God. He'll just torture and kill as many of us as he wants to. Floods, who cares? Invading armies, who cares? Sickness, famine, disease, pestilence, send it. Acme Hero, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says opinion on liberal Christians. Unitarians are 50% atheist humanists, and even that was toxic in my experience. Listen, here's my opinion. Because I did the liberal Christianity thing for a very short period of time. And the problem you have with liberal Christianity is that they get to a point where they realize the Bible is a horror show. And so they want to start softening parts of the Bible, or saying the Bible says things that it doesn't actually say, or, they're trying to take the hard parts of the Bible and find a way to say that the words don't mean what they mean. So that's my biggest gripe with liberal Christianity, is they're not really true to the text. But if that's the case, if you're willing to start saying, well, I don't need to be true to the text, because the text isn't like the highest authority, well then, okay, so why should I believe what's in the Bible? If you don't believe it, then why should I believe it? Jonathan, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, suggestion for a future topic: Trump has created millions of atheists, prove me wrong. That'd be an interesting one. We could also just say that the Republican Party has created lots of atheists as well. I actually knew quite a few Christians, and it surprised me, because I knew a lot of Christians that became disenchanted with Christianity once they saw how the Christians really clung on to right-wing, ideological nonsense like Donald Trump. So I get that. I don't know if politics would cause me to lose faith in a religion, but I get why it does for some people. 123, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, inspiring philosophy says 1 Samuel 15 and other massacres hyperbole. Yeah, he's saying it's hagiographic hyperbole, and he's a liar. He has no idea the scholarship he's quoting from. He's just quote mining what some people say about, the harem passages of the Old Testament. And if he actually believed what those scholars believed, he wouldn't believe in the Bible. But that being said, he's misapplying it. He has no idea what he's talking about. Don't listen to him. Keep in mind, inspiring philosophy is not credentialed. He has no education or background in biblical studies. All he does is know how to quote mine scholars for things that he likes. Carrie, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, thanks for being patient with my questions. I left religion 30 plus years ago. Pastors never cover these things, only teach the nice parts, but I'm learning. Carrie, that is what happens, because as a pastor, your goal is to keep people in the church. So what you can't do is teach on the difficult parts of the Bible, and then you just pray that your flock doesn't read them. It's nerve-wracking when they do. When they do find the passages, like, oh shit, what do I do now? Ben Q, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, it's wild because I was raised Catholic, but I never heard of purgatory until after I left, and apparently it's a pretty important distinction. It actually is, and here's the thing. Because the catechism doesn't address it very much. In fact, most of the teachings on purgatory show up outside of the catechism. So you'll find it in some of the references from the popes talk about it, and you'll also find it in what the hell do the magisterium? Yeah, the magisterium talks about it. But it doesn't play a prominent role within the actual catechism itself. But it is there. It is there. Either way, yeah, it's important. But listen, purgatory in Catholicism kind of softens the blow of hell a little bit, so I can see why they like it. And Pat, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, Stockholm Syndrome is so fitting for the Bible, and I never put much thought into being a captive and how that plays into psychology, this BS belief. So I didn't either for a long time, because hell wasn't a huge part of my conversion process, but for a lot of people it was. I had a very good friend. We were in ministries together, I remember she read a book once called, I think it was The One Thing You Can't Do in Heaven, what I think was the name of the book. And the premise of the book was like, the one thing that you can't do in heaven is witness to lost people. It's already too late. And she was motivated to witness to everybody, to make sure they didn't end up in hell. And I remember at the time thinking, I don't know. It's hard to believe a good God is just going to send people to hell because they didn't know any better. It's a really weird one. All right, last super chat. We'll get our next guest in here. Thank you so much, Tommy Boy, for the $20 super chat. I really appreciate that. That's very generous. And he says, sounds like a load of malarkey. Yeah, it is a load of malarkey. And he says, keep up the awesome work. And my name's Justin, but you can call me Jason. I don't care. Also, did God want the Spanish Inquisition to happen? That's a great question because the Catholic Church did a lot of shit. They did a lot of stuff, my man. They did some horrific things. And it's hard for me to believe that God is working through the Catholic Church when people, like some of the popes were okay with slavery. Some of the popes were okay with what was happening to the Jewish people for many hundreds of years. The popes are okay with burning witches. Listen, I cannot believe that God is speaking through these people when they're willing to treat human beings that way. Serv is not connecting. Sorry, Serv. We'll move on to the next one. If you get some reception, come on back, and we'll keep on doing thing. I'm going to try Emmanuel again, see if their audio is working this time. Emmanuel, how you doing? Your audio working this time? No, not so much. All right. Sorry, Emmanuel. Got to move on. All right. We'll keep rolling here. How you doing, Mike? Welcome in.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, we're good to go. How you doing, Mike?
Doing all right.
Mike, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I'm over 18. I'm an ex-fundamentalist Christian.
Cool. Okay, so you're a believer, but you're no longer a fundamentalist.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm an atheist. I was a fundamentalist for a long time.
Oh, well, fuck yeah. All right. Well, while I got you up here, did you believe in hell when you were a Christian?
Oh, yes.
Did you believe that like if you committed the wrong sin, you can end up there still, even though you're a Christian?
Not really. That was not part of what I was taught.
Okay, I was just curious about that. Yeah, I had a couple of friends that believed that when they were in the faith, and hell was a big part of keeping them in the faith because they were actively deconstructing, but they're like, oh shit, I want to go to hell.
Yeah, I did have a period near the end of my deconstruction where I was still convinced that the God and the hell and everything was real, and pretty sure I was going there, but I just I had moral problems with the whole thing that I couldn't get past.
Yeah, I get that. Well, listen, Mike, thanks for coming up. We got to move on, try to get a Christian in the box so we can get a debate going, but I appreciate you coming up, and big W for deconverting.
Gotcha. All right. Actually, I have one question for you, if that's
Sure.
all right, before I go.
Sure.
I was just wondering if you could point me in the direction of somewhere to learn a little bit more about Hebrew gematria, because I'm fascinated by the Revelation thing that you've talked about on stream a bunch of times. I wanted to learn more about that.
Yeah, you know what? I hate to do it because there are crazy people listening to this, but okay, so you can go to HebrewForChristians.com. That's a pretty tame website that will teach you the standard Hebrew gematria without any of the fluff and any of the nonsensical stuff from the Kabbalistic texts. That being said, there's a bunch of numerology and gematria and different things like that you can find in the Kabbalistic texts. But to me, like, the Kabbalistic text came many hundreds of years after the Bible, and it's clearly people that are just like adding their own mystical stuff to it. But I would go to HebrewForChristians.com. They've got a pretty good write-up on Hebrew gematria.
Also, I appreciate that.
Sure thing. Good to hear from you, Mike.
All right, thanks for taking my call. Have a good one.
Absolutely. Cheers. All right. Let me grab a couple of super chats, guys, and we'll get the next guest. We've got 2 people waiting on TikTok and 3 people waiting on YouTube. We're going to try to get to everybody as usual. Evan, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, God sent himself to earth to sacrifice himself to appease himself and win the game he invented by himself. It's crazy. It is crazy that God made all of the rules. He designed the game. He knew they would fail. And then in order to fix the problem that he created, he's like, oh shit, now I got to sacrifice myself to myself. It's crazy. It's like if you owed yourself $10. Why? If you owed yourself $10, what, you don't have to pay yourself, guy. That's how that works. It's the craziest thing. Mike T, thank you so much for the love paint. I appreciate that. Terry, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, my deconstruction was first communion cannibals. Oh, damn. That's a good point. Yeah, because first communion, you learn about transubstantiation, and that's crazy that they literally believe that the bread turns into the body. Texas Panhandler, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, hail Doug. For anyone not in the Discord community yet, you're missing out. Great folks and creators supporting each other. You're right. Get into the Discord, guys. It's in the link tree on both my profile on TikTok and YouTube. Join our Discord community, guys. It's awesome. We just crushed our 2,000 membership goal. Dr. Joe, thank you so much for the love paint. Good to see you, Dr. Joe. Guys, make sure you're dropping Dr. Joe a follow. She's amazing. And Mr. thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, how did Noah pack on millions and millions of pounds of food and water without his animal yacht sinking? It's crazy to me. And they never even did talk about the water reclamation system. How were they utilizing the rainfall to give water to all the animals? And what in the world were they feeding all these animals? How are they feeding like bamboo to the pandas or eucalyptus leaves to the koalas? Very specific diets that are regionally specific. It's crazy. I know the answer. It was a miracle. Always a miracle. Michael, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. It says 10-year ex-evangelical. Appreciate your channel. Well, thank you, and congratulations on your 10-year chip. And last one, Terry, again, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, it took 35 years to escape my Catholic captors. However, after a further 15 years of talking to my 77-year-old mother, now rejects the teachings of the church. Thank you for your insights on the way. Well, thank you so much, Terry, for sharing, and thank you for the super chat. And big W for working with your mom on deconstruction. That's hard. Listen, I don't think that the Bible says a lot of things that are super true, but the Bible does say something interesting. Jesus says that no prophet is honored in his hometown. And there's definitely this thing where the people who are closest to you, your family members, the ones that know you the best, those are the ones that aren't going to take you seriously. And so being able to deconstruct your own mother, especially at that age, is a huge win. That's hard to do. All right, we're going to try to get Imagine in the guest box. The TikTok stream's a little bit slow today. Don't particularly know why, but we're going to try to get them loaded up. We got a Joel raid. Big W, Joel. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that, buddy. So Imagine is not connecting, so we're going to keep on moving. Imagine, come on back if you get a better connection. Welcome in, James, is it?
Yep.
How you doing, James? Are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
Yeah. Yes.
Cool. And why does God torture people?
He doesn't torture them. They torture themselves.
So the hell is not torture?
When you bring something on yourself, that's people.
Oh, did I create hell?
You didn't. The devil created hell.
Oh shit! You're making it worse. Why'd God let the devil do that?
He put him in charge of earth.
Well, it sounds like he's a terrible manager. Why would he put the devil in charge of this thing? That dude's a jackass.
I mean, if you want to call him that. I mean,
one second, James. Listen, John Mitchell in the TikTok queue. I see you shouting for the last 5 minutes. If you want to debate, all you have to do is hit the request button. You don't have to shout from the comments. So just hit the request button. You'll be in line with everybody else. Quit crashing out in my comments. If you keep spamming, I'll just have to mute you. All right, go ahead, James. I'm really sorry about that. We get some crazy people in here that don't even know how the app works.
That's all good.
So
I understand.
the question is, I didn't create hell. Did Satan create hell?
I think so.
So Satan, so
Because
Satan had the idea of hell. Did God know Satan was going to create hell?
I don't know. I really can't answer that. All I can know is that I know that there's a real God and there's a real Jesus.
So, I mean, listen, there's some really interesting questions. Okay, so in your worldview, God created Satan, and then Satan created hell, and then God was like, oh shit, I kind of like that hell place. I'm going to start sending people there. Why would he do that?
Because he give everybody free will.
No. If Satan created hell, why is God sending people there?
Because they weren't good enough to reach heaven.
But Satan created hell in your worldview, not God. Why would God send people to the place that Satan created?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Furthermore, why would God create Satan knowing he's going to create hell if God didn't want hell? Does God want hell to be around?
I mean, he must have if he created Satan.
Okay, so God does want hell around.
He created good and evil, you know.
Okay.
It says it.
But you know that God created hell. God created hell, right? You've read the Bible, I think, even a little bit, right?
But I mean, if he created the devil, then obviously, then he created hell.
I agree, but it seems from the Bible that God created all things, right? He created the light, he created the darkness, he created the good, he created evil, and everything in between, right? But
and he give us free will to choose either good or evil.
right, yeah, but we're talking about hell. Like whether you're doing good or evil is it. You know, we're not quite at that point yet. My question is, why did God create hell in the first place, or why did God allow hell to be created?
Because when they was in the Adam and Eve was in the garden, and they was supposed to be praying and stuff, and they lost their faith in God, and stopped reading the Bible, and
Wait, Adam and Eve stopped reading the Bible,
or stopped praying and stuff, I believe, and started eating things they wasn't supposed to be eating.
Well, how would they know? They didn't know right from wrong yet.
He told them, you guys can have all this, but don't eat the tree of knowledge.
Yeah, but they didn't know that disobedience was wrong.
No, they didn't know it was wrong until they did it.
So why did they get punished for something they didn't even know was wrong?
He didn't just punish them; he punished all of us.
I know you're making this God sound worse and worse.
I mean, that's why he give us free will.
Right.
He's not that bad of a God.
Well, he is, because if you don't do exactly what he wants, he'll punish you and all of humanity, it sounds like. He just wants robots.
But that's the choice that he gives you.
So that's literally the definition of Stockholm syndrome. Why does he need to torture people if they don't obey him perfectly?
I've thought the same things, but I'd rather not go around murdering people and choose to do good things than go around doing bad things.
We're not talking about murdering people. We're just talking about why God sends people to hell for even the most minor infractions. Like, if I only commit one sin in my life and I don't believe in Jesus, am I going to hell?
I don't think so.
But the Bible says so.
If you believe in God, you don't have to believe in Jesus.
But I don't believe in God or Jesus.
Oh, you might not. You might, and you only done one sin. You might not. You might go to purgatory or something.
Oh shit!
Not hell.
I can handle purgatory. I go to purgatory.
Because I do believe in purgatory because, there there is a lesser hell.
Hmm. Yeah. Are you Catholic?
No, just baptism.
Are you? Do you
Baptist.
know the phrase Abraham's bosom?
Yeah.
Okay. It's similar. The non-Catholics that believe in purgatory usually refer to it as Abraham's bosom. It's a weird phrase, but it is what it is. Okay, so fact of the matter is, according to the Bible, though, Revelation 21 says that those who don't believe will be going to the lake of fire, and I would count myself in the classification of those who don't believe. So as far as I can tell, I'm going to be going to the hellfire according to the Bible. But why? Why is not believing something mean that you need to be sent to hellfire?
That's a good question. I mean, because like you said, well, if you're good your whole life and do no wrong, not even commit a sin except for not believe,
Right.
and you still go to hell, then, and he's supposed to be an all loving God, and I've even asked him that myself, like, why do you send these people to hell?
Right. These are good
But
questions, James, and I think they deserve answers because it's weird to me that God would send so many people to hell so willingly. In fact, Jesus says that the road to hell is very wide and the path to heaven is very narrow. Why is it that most people ever created will end up in hell when the Bible says that it was God's desire that none would perish?
I always wondered that myself.
Yeah.
I always thought that maybe that we was given a false doctrine by the what do you call it? Call them people not the uh, Christos. What's that guy? That's a guy that's supposed to be named after Jesus or whatever. Have the same name as
Oh,
Jesus.
like the Antichrist?
No, it's another not religion, but
Like
it
Catholicism?
was something like that. But it and like we was tricked, and they put another, because God says in the Old Testament that He won't share His glory with nobody else, right? And there is no other God but Him. And then all of a sudden we got the New Testament, and it contradicts the Old Testament.
It does,
kind
yeah.
of. Okay, because I've even asked my pastor about this. Like, if Jesus says to glorify Him, and then God says to not to glorify nobody but Him, why are we glorifying Jesus?
Yep.
Have we been tricked? Is
You
Jesus
nailed it.
not real?
You nailed it. Yeah, Jesus is a violation of the prophecy from Deuteronomy 13. He's definitely a false prophet if he's anything.
But then I started praying out loud. There was a fight that broke out, and I started praying out loud, and I watched demons flee at the name of Jesus.
Yeah.
Watch them flee out, people, and they stopped fighting, and everything turned peaceful, man.
Have you ever seen the Hindu exorcisms?
I've heard of them. I've never seen them.
Actually, there's a guy on TikTok. There's actually an Islamic exorcist as well. There's like these demons seem to flee no matter what God's name you put in front of them. You think maybe they're more hallucinations than reality?
I don't think so. Just the way when I start praying, I ask Jesus to stop these people from fighting, and they just stop fighting. And I watch demons flee out of them.
What the demons look like?
It was weird. Like, these people, they was looking demonic when they was fighting, and then they just start turn back to normal.
Like,
Normal
what's a
looking.
demon look like? Is what I'm saying.
It's hard to explain.
Yeah. Well, listen, James. I mean, you're really nice and polite. I appreciate you coming up and talking with us. I'm gonna try to get someone who wants to have a debate with me. But thanks for being so kind. We like kind people around here.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Cheers, absolutely. Big W for James, guys. What a good guy, eh? Let me grab a couple super chats, and then we're gonna grab. Looks like comedian Mike Sinclair next. He was in line, and let's see now. Christos bragged Christians are cannibals. yeah, it's true. They are. And Dade, good to see you tonight. Dade with the $5 super chat says, excuse me, but the proclamation in Matthew 24:14 is literally a fool's errand. Actually, I have Matthew 24 opened because I was getting ready to read him a passage. But the one you're referring to in verse 14 talks about the parable of the talents. For it is this, as if a man going on a journey summoned his slaves and entrusted his property to them, and he gave 5 talents and so on and so forth. Yeah, it is a bit of a fool's errand. It's crazy to me too that the end of that parable ends the way that it does, where the servant that was so scared that he didn't know what to do, and it was just like, I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna chill. God was like, fucking execute him. Crazy that God would do that. Oh my goodness. Also, Hannibal's mom, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, hail Doug and hail his BFF Satan. Big W for that. Yeah, I agree. And Connor, thank you for the $5 Canadian chat, says, Justin, you are the second most handsome ex-evangelical on YouTube. Josh Bowen, a.k.a. Megan Lewis's husband, takes number 1. Now that's a tall drink of water. Well, I really appreciate that, Connor. And you're right, Josh Bowen is a sight to behold. And have you seen his beard lately? Oh man, that beard's something else. That beard needs his own profile. And Ant, thank you for the 666. He says, hail Doug, Sharon, and Rocky. They are all a 10 on the Mohs scale of hardness. Have you seen the Myth Vision interview with Dr. Justin Sledge? Keep cooking. I have, and it's a good one. I love Justin Sledge too. He's just amazing. So when he teamed up with Derek, I was really excited about it. Thank you, Freedom, for the 666. He says, I have a question about the archangels. Is the L at the end of Samuel, Gabriel, Michael related to the Canaanite pantheon? Not so much of the Canaanite pantheon, but at the time that angelology developed, the Semitic form of El just meant God. It had kind of lost its Canaanite flair by that point in time. So I wouldn't attribute the angelic names to the Canaanite pantheon personally, because it came so much later in history. Mr. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, did Lot and his 2 daughters spawn the current incest obsession on Pornhub? Listen, it's biblical, guys. There's a reason why all these southern states are into that kind of thing, because it's biblical. It's in the book. And last one, thank you so much, CanBest, for the $27.99 super thanks. I really appreciate that. And with that, we should have Mike up in here. We'll give him a second to connect. Welcome in, Mike.
Hey, how you doing?
Very good. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm not a believer.
Oh, well, big W for not being a believer.
My question to the Christians or the believers is, where was God or Jesus during slavery, Jim Crow, lynching, all that stuff in America?
He was in the corner jerking it off. He was having a good time. He was having time of his life.
Sounds like it. Yeah.
He was the one that commanded slavery in the first place. If you read the writings of the Confederacy, they justified slavery by using the Bible. Jefferson Davis himself basically said that Christianity was needed to bring these heathens into the faith through slavery.
Yep.
Crazy.
Yeah. Yep. Well, thank you for what you do. I like
Yeah.
your show.
Thank you. Good to hear from you, comedian. Big W, guys. Let's get some W's in the chat for comedian Mike Sinclair, and follow his channel. Are you doing comedy on your channel?
Not really. Some stuff on there, but not really.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming up, Mike.
All right. Thank you.
Cheers. Yeah, big dubs for Mike. All right, we're gonna grab the next person in our guest queue. And welcome to the Kraken Crew epiphytic lation. I really appreciate that. And Terrifier, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. It says, praise your compassion, Justin. Listen, when I can, I try. I really do. And my conscience, I said that right. Thank you for the $2 super thanks. And Pat again, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, Justin, I think these folks are operating on pure blind faith. No real facts given for why. I mean, shit, if God tells us to walk off a cliff, I know it's a lemming situation. That's what's happening. But anyways, we've got a guest with us. It looks like name is Yana. Did I say that right?
Hi, Justin.
Yana, you're a little bit quiet. Can you get closer to your phone?
Hold on. Can you hear me better?
Mm-mm.
I'm going to turn this camera off.
Do you have Bluetooth?
Yeah.
Yeah, try some headphones or something.
Okay, can you hear me better?
Oh, way better.
Okay, Justin, I only came up to tell you I really, 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 really appreciate you and all your knowledge. You're so very helpful in deconstruction. I do not have to argue because I am not a Christian anymore, but you're so instrumental in that process, and I thank you.
Well, big W for deconstructing. I know it's hard to do, and it's like a really frustrating process because I know half the time you're trying to stay in the faith while you're doing it, but ultimately you have to come to terms with the facts, you know?
Right, but just that's all I wanted. Thank you so much. Have a great evening, Justin.
Thank you so much, Yana. It's great to hear from you. Big W for Yana, guys. All right, we've got a couple of people waiting to get in on the YouTube queue. Well, we're going to keep grabbing, and it looks like next up is supposed to be SBEBEWM, but I don't see. I tried to add him to the screen. SB, are you with us? I don't think they're even connected anymore. All right, we'll grab the next one. All right, we're going to keep on rolling, guys. Let's see. All right, we've got Not Your Average Joe 777. Welcome in. Are you with us, Not So Average Joe? Hello? Hola? ¿Cómo estás? Auf Wiedersehen. Goose? Nothing? All right. Well, come on back when you get your connection figured out, okay? We're going to get somebody. All right, let's get Winston Willison here next from the TikTok queue. And my conscience again, thank you so much for the super chat, says, that guy sounds like he could be a prophet, praying away demons, stopping fights on the spot. He should be doing good all over. That's actually a really good point, because like if you've got the power to like pray in Jesus' name and do things, shit, you should be doing that all the time. If I could do that, you'd never stop me from doing it. And Beanie, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, I started deconstructing 4 months ago. It's so funny when people don't think about why God didn't just forgive Adam and Eve like, bro, it's a fruit. I know. It's the craziest thing that they didn't know right from wrong. They had no knowledge of good or evil. They bit the fruit, and God's like, well, you're getting punished, and so is all of humanity now. And last super chat, thank you, Redonkulous, for the $10 super chat, says, praise Doug, and thank you, Justin. Well, thank you, Redonkulous, and Doug, thanks to you as well. Winston, welcome in.
Yes, evening. I'm from Jamaica. I mean, if you ever understand me, my dialect or how we talk. You understand?
Yeah, I can understand you. How you doing, Winston? Are you at least 18
right,
and are you a
right.
believer?
Yeah, no, I'm not a believer. I'm just calling to big you up, and you're very knowledgeable, as the lady say. And I appreciate your work a lot. And you teach me a lot as well. I'm an atheist.
Well, big W for being an atheist. It was, you know,
Yes.
I'm glad you're no longer in the cult, you know?
Yes. Yeah, man. We really appreciate your thing, and your thing nice. And keep up the good work.
Hey, thanks. I really appreciate that. All right, have a good one.
All right, big up.
Cheers.
Big up.
It's hard deconstructing, especially when you're in a culture like Jamaica where so many people are religious. It's incredibly religious over there. All right, let's try to get Not Your Average Joe in here again. How you doing, Average Joe? I don't know what you're doing over there, Average Joe, but I can see that you've got like 2 screens loaded up and still no microphone. I don't know. Your microphone's not set. Look, you've got 4 microphones on your PC and none of them are set properly. You've got the Arctic Nova 3, which obviously isn't working. And you've got the Intel internal array microphones, which probably would work. I'm just going to change your microphone for you. Here it is. Try that. Anything? Nothing? All right. Get your microphone situated and come on back. I don't know what's going on with your technology setup, but you got problems there. Jesus is master. Unfortunately, you can't be on here and like have it on speakerphone because the sound echoes back into the microphone. Do you have headphones that you can put it in, or can you turn the speakerphone off? Let's see if it'll work out. I'm actually surprised by the amount of people that just have Bluetooth headphones with them when I ask. Like, they already have it. And I carry mine with me all the time. I think we're in a really interesting age of technology where, like, everybody has Bluetooth headphones if you have a phone. Oh, shit. He's having some trouble over there, sounds like. Well, I see a bunch of Christians on the TikTok stream. And guys, if you're a Christian on the TikTok stream, you can join too through the normal process. Just click that guest request and we'll get you up in here while Jesus' master is trying to get his technology sorted out. Scylla Taxibit, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, if Jesus played hockey, I think God center, Holy Ghost right wing, Jesus left wing, a whole complete line thanks to Trinity. Yeah, you're not wrong. Listen, you could... I don't think you have a full ice with just a Trinity, but who knows? But if in fact God had his own hockey team, he would just put everybody in the penalty box, so he'd be playing on open nets. So he would just like win by default, basically cheating. But I mean, would we expect anything less from God to win by cheating and bending the rules? Dr. Pizza, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, please get these people to defend things they aren't. You defend things that aren't actually in the Bible. I think it can reveal to them the flaw of their thought process. How flawed their process. Thank you. Okay. For the $5. All right. Jesus is master. Obviously, you don't have enough Holy Spirit to make this work. I'm just going to go ahead and drop you down. You can come back and try again. I don't know what's going on with your technology, but it is not good. The Lord is not with you. You need to pray about that. All right, let's grab Not Your Average Joe for the 3rd time and see if the technology is working. How you doing, Not Your Average Joe? This is a train of failure with Not So Average Joe. I don't know what's going on with your technology, Not So Average Joe, but it sounds like you're below average, my man. You got to get your technology sorted out. All right, we're going to keep on moving through, guys. All right, SB, are you with us? Eventually, we're going to get somebody on the line. Not that Dan Brown. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, why stop at 3? With pebbles, it'll be a quadrinity, like going to 11. Actually, we had some conversation about that recently. There's no set number, you know what I mean, for the pantheon of Doug. But Mardu, thank you for the $5 super thanks. I really appreciate that. And Evan, again, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, Christians claim Jesus can save from hell, but because he never sinned. But how do they know he wasn't spanking his holy member while all alone in the wilderness? That's the craziest thing, is to make claims like Jesus never sinned, because if you actually believe that Jesus never sinned, like, it's an unfalsifiable claim. Like, there's no way to prove it, right? I could easily just say that Simon Bar Kokhba never sinned. Okay, prove me wrong. Prove to me that he never sinned. And Fear's Interaction, last super chat, thank you for the $20 super chat, very generous. Says, feels downright positive in here tonight, loving it, but still want to hear a good debate, damn it. Keep doing the Lord Doug's work. I'm going to try. Thank you so much for the support, Fierce Interaction. Eventually, someone's technology is going to work, and we're going to get them in the stream. All right, Jesus, whatever your previous name was that you've changed to, I'm going to cook. You're not going to cook anybody until you figure out how to get your technology working. So I'm going to pray to Jesus to take the technology wheel because this is embarrassing. It's crazy to me. All right, try the next one. Holy fuck, you guys are killing me tonight. Get out of here. Unbelievable. Go download TikTok if you don't know how technology works, guys. Just go download TikTok and get on the TikTok stream. Ridiculous. Literally, the only thing you need are headphones and a microphone, or you need a phone with your speakerphone that doesn't blast right back into your microphone. It's so easy. There's so little requirements to get online. All right, we'll get somebody. Lala, welcome in. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says the audio problems are the Holy Spirit saving people from being cooked. That's what it is, actually. God's so embarrassed. And Freedom from Security, thank you so much for the 666. Says, thanks, Justin, for your answer. I just thought the archangel names were interesting if you put the L first, like Elyon, yeah, or El Mekah. You're right. Yeah, actually, it would be interesting. But yeah. Unfortunately, the time period that angelology developed, mostly intertestamental or Persian period, so far disconnected from Canaanite literature that they wouldn't have really known. Although they had some knowledge of the Canaanite mythology, even at the time of like the major prophets. I would say, but around the time of the 3rd century, they kind of moved on. But anyways, we got Grayson Richards with us. How you doing, Grayson?
Not too bad. Yourself?
Doing well. Thank you for asking. Grayson, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm 28 and I'm a Christian.
Cool. And do you believe that God loves humanity?
I believe so, yes.
Does he love all humans?
All humans? I believe so, yes.
Okay. Does God want people to go to hell?
No.
Okay.
No, he doesn't.
Okay. So God loves all human beings and he doesn't want them to go to hell. Okay. So why does he send people to hell?
So the reason behind that is obviously, I'm sure you've heard before, many times, that I believe that obviously God allows us as free agents acting to either accept him or reject him based upon the evidence that we have of his existence. I believe that he gives us the opportunity to make decisions. I believe he presents enough evidence for us to obviously posit God, and if we choose to go against that, then we are separated from him. But I also don't believe that hell is the way that it is described in the Bible, as do a lot of other, I would say a lot of other historians also don't agree with it necessarily.
Yeah, well, we can talk about what form of hell you believe in next. I'm trying to figure out why it exists at all, right? So why does God send people to hell? Does he have to?
I would say so, yeah.
He has to? So God's not all powerful?
Oh, I'm sorry, Justin, your mic cut out.
God has to send people to hell?
I wouldn't say he has to. But I would believe that it has to. If it occurs, then it would follow, right? That he would have to, yeah.
Okay, so God's not all powerful.
He is all powerful, yes.
Okay, so he doesn't have to. All powerful beings don't have to do anything.
No, you're right. You're right. So I guess the terminology that maybe I used was not proper. When I say have to, I mean that it just this is something that occurs based upon us, our free will that we have.
Right.
Or I knew you were.
But God set those rules, right? God was the one that said, hey, if you make a single decision that I don't like, I'll burn you. Right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So, but did anyone force him to make those rules?
No.
Okay,
These are established. These are established by him and him only.
Okay. Why?
Yeah. So again, I believe that the reason he set these rules is that he set up a world or a system in which we do have the ability to make decisions on our own, and act accordingly as free agents acting, and that he obviously gives us the opportunity to either, accept him or to reject him. I believe that God openly puts in front of us, like I said, right in front of us, enough evidence to show us, hey, listen, I exist. And then people can willfully choose to either ignore that and, do things like obviously reject him and maybe help people deconstruct or things like that, or they can follow his path.
Yeah, but that doesn't answer my question. My question is, why is anyone going to hell at all? Why did God create hell for people to go to?
Yeah. So because obviously for the people that that obviously rebel against him. That's why he created it.
I'm aware, but why? Why does God want people to be burned with fire?
Well, again, so I don't believe that is what it is. But I mean, if you want me to answer that question, I would say, well, I've answered that. I mean, obviously, I know you're probably trying to go deeper into the reasoning behind why. I just don't know. I mean, ultimately, that's the reality of the situation with most Christians is that we don't. I can't understand the mind of God. If I could, He wouldn't be God. So I have to obviously have faith. And I have to understand that there's reasons behind what He does, and ultimately, I can't answer that question, and that's just part of what God is. I mean,
don't you find it weird that non-believers go to hell? Even if you and I live identical lives, and the only difference is you're a believer and I'm not, I go to hell and you don't. Do you don't think you find that weird?
So again, good question. Okay, so it's one of those things where it's like, in this scenario, were you presented, let's say were you knowledge on God? And like Christianity, things of that, or any religion for that matter, were you, or were you not exposed to it, or
what does that have to do with anything? Just because you're exposed to something doesn't mean that it's convincing to you. Does God know what it would take to convince me?
Yes, actually.
Okay, so the fact that I haven't received it is God's fault.
Wait, but see, Justin, I would argue that he has showed you what it is to convince you.
He hasn't, or else I'd be convinced.
Well, I believe that you do reject the evidence that's presented to you.
What's the evidence?
I mean, so obviously we see all throughout, everything that we know, things that are complex require a creator. And
that's not evidence of the gospel. I'm talking about the gospel, about people going to hell.
Oh, so you're asking about
just believing that there's a God has nothing to do with whether or not you're going to heaven or hell. The Muslims believe in a God; they're not going to heaven.
Oh, so you're asking for the convincing of that the Gospels are true.
Yeah.
Again, I believe that there obviously would be enough sufficient evidence in the Bible to prove that God is true.
Like what?
And yeah, sure. So I would say things like how science does catch up to the Bible. Obviously, it predates science, so we actually make a lot of discoveries, such as things like laminin, different things.
What does laminin have to do with the Bible?
Yeah, so obviously, again, you're gonna say this is just a coincidence, but so laminin is it's basically it's a cell that holds your entire body together. The muscle.
It's a protein.
Yeah, protein. Sorry, and obviously in the scriptures it says that through God all things are held together. Well, this actual protein is what was responsible for holding the entire body together.
Well, it's not entirely true, but also, what does that have to do with God? Because just because there's a protein that holds things together doesn't mean God is real.
Well, no. Again, what I said is that I use this in conjunction with many other things to posit God. There's small. So this is one. We have things like obviously.
I'm still trying to figure out what laminin has to do with your God.
Oh yeah, so in the Bible it says that through Him all things are held together, and then obviously laminin is what holds the entire body together.
Is the body all things?
It's an example of a thing.
Yeah, but how do you know that laminin is your God? Now you're just saying that laminin is equal to God, which is even sillier.
Well, no, I'm saying that laminin is just another example of God, sure. But also when the word all things is used, well, I think when the word all things is used...
I'm still trying to figure out, do you even know the talking point you're trying to use? Have you heard the speech by Louis Giglio on this?
Who's Louis Giglio?
He's the guy who invented this talking point.
Oh, no. I saw this.
Louis Giglio is the guy who invented this talking point way back in 2006.
Right. No. So I don't know who Louis Giglio is now.
Laminin has nothing. First of all, you don't even know the talking point. I wouldn't be using it. Second of all, laminin doesn't do the thing that you said it does. And third of all, laminin, what you're supposed to say is that it's a coincidence that laminin looks like it's in the shape of a cross, but it's actually not. Here's a picture of what laminin looks like in real life.
Yeah,
it's just spaghetti. It's just random protein chains.
Well, I guess ultimately, I mean, obviously, there would be no convincing for you. But I guess
wait, what do you mean? Because you gave me a dog shit analogy of laminin proving God, and now I'm not open to actual evidence. Oh my God, this honesty you guys have to practice is wild.
When I say you're not open to, I'm not saying I presented a compelling argument.
You didn't.
I'm saying
even present a mediocre argument.
I'm saying I typically watch your laws. I mean, obviously, this isn't really done more for like being. You don't want to be convinced. I feel like you just want to just rather just argue against.
I already know the Bible's not true. That's why you can't convince
Right?
me.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay.
Because
so
the Bible is demonstrably untrue. It says things about reality that aren't true. It says things about itself that are contradictory.
Do you believe that all Christians are bad people?
No. Why would I think that?
Does my belief in God bother you?
No.
Do you believe that?
Does my disbelief in God bother you? Because
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Because it bothered you enough that you saw my background and you came up and wanted to talk about it.
Well,
when I was a Christian, I would.
No. So what I'm saying to you is that obviously your disbelief bothers me in the sense that I obviously do want to see you come to Christ, but not in the sense that it's like I want to tear you down for it. It seems like you enjoy tearing people down for their belief, and it's also here's the thing: most Christians, they aren't radical Christians in the sense that they don't even really read the Old Testament or things like that. So people that come in here, here's the thing: a lot of these people find maybe comfort or peace to these things.
So are you?
And it seems like your sole mission is to tear them down. I am a real Christian, yeah.
Oh, so you've read the Old Testament?
But it seems like you're just there to more tear them down and actually prove to them that
have you read the Old Testament?
I read parts of it. I'm not very well versed.
You just said true Christians are coming up in here who haven't read the Old Testament, and now you're saying you haven't read the Old Testament. You just called yourself an untrue Christian.
No. I didn't say untrue Christians. I said Christians that aren't really well versed.
I don't think you're a real Christian anymore.
Why?
Because you just said real Christians or fake Christians are coming up here who haven't read the Bible, and
I didn't use the word.
You fall into that category.
I said not well versed Christians, not well versed on the Old Testament Christians, people that just find comfort in God. Because you almost the thing is you demonize as if they support grape and things like that, but you know that most Christians don't support that. They just aren't well versed.
I only demonize the Christians that do support what the Bible says about that. Do you think that was a good thing that God had people raped?
As a person, as a human being and a free agent, I believe it is not right. It's wrong.
So it was bad when God had it happen?
So here's the thing, okay, man, is that...
He's not going to answer it.
Wait. Let me be clear, okay? Let me be clear. As a human being that's a free agent, I would have to, based on the morals I understand, the things I know to be true, it's wrong. The thing is that you...
But was it good when God told people to do it?
Wait, do you want a perfect world?
No, I don't think a perfect world is achievable. I'm asking you, is it a good thing when the most powerful entity and the most moral agent in the universe causes people to be raped and harmed?
Do I think it's what?
Was it a good thing when God had it happen?
I believe the things that occurred in the Old Testament, they're not good, no.
So God was doing bad things
under my perception. The thing is that, Justin, you are not understanding that our perception of things, okay? If you were to posit God, you actually granted God. Let me ask you a question.
Like he just can't say yes or no. Was it a good thing or a bad thing when God had women raped?
I just already answered that question. I said under what I know to be true. I said I see it as wrong.
Okay, so it's a bad thing.
So wait. You're not letting me ask my question to you.
I'm just waiting for a straight answer. Was it good or bad?
What do you think the answer? I already answered the question, so it was not good.
Okay, it was not okay. So God did it bad. Cool. Go ahead.
Yeah. So thank you. So let me elaborate on this, okay? I posit if you were a Christian and you acknowledge God, you do understand that it is possible for us to perceive things through our perception as being bad when ultimately it could be good. There could be some good behind it. You wouldn't know that because if you grant God all of his properties, you couldn't say the things were bad in comparison. He's the ultimate judge. So if you believed in God, yes or no, would you have to agree that it is possible that God allows things to happen that we perceive as evil, but there is ultimate good behind it, or there is a better purpose behind it? Yes or no?
Well,
if you granted him all his properties,
it depends on what God you believe in, Grayson.
Okay, let's say it was the Christian God. If you grant him all of his properties, you would have to concede that he could have a better purpose behind the actions the things that we perceive as bad. Yes or no?
Yeah, if you're a Bible-believing Christian, you think that the Word of God is inerrant, then yes, you have to default to the position that anything God does is by nature good. which is why I ask these difficult questions of Christians. It's because I like to watch their wheels spin out when I ask them if it was good for God to have David's wives raped.
Can I ask you a question? What does good mean? What does good mean, Justin?
Well, I just used a definition of the word good. What's your definition of good?
Anything that is pleasant.
Yeah, or desirable, or beneficial.
Can I ask you a question? Can you experience independently good without bad?
Yeah.
Okay. Question: does bad in coexistence with good magnify the good?
I don't really think so. No. And this also. Okay, so God wasn't good before He created bad.
I'm saying obviously.
Did God need to create evil to magnify His goodness?
That's the paradox behind it, my friend. Okay.
Yeah, it's a paradox. Yeah, because you're creating a bullshit answer to a easy problem, which is that you don't actually need bad to experience good. Is there going to be badness in heaven when you get up there?
That's what I was going to get to. So the entire idea here is that I don't know why you're saying that it doesn't, but everyone agrees that the idea of the coexistence of bad with good magnifies good substantially.
I disagree.
Why would you disagree? Are you being serious?
Because literally psychology, all of psychology disagrees with you. That's why children are considered happy because they're innocent, because they haven't experienced trauma, because they haven't experienced hurt. What you're saying is a bullshit philosophy that has no founding in actual experience.
Okay, wait. So here's the idea that here's what you're saying. You're saying that in a perfect world where everything is good, people experience pleasantries, okay? But you're saying that if you instantiated any bad into there where someone then could experience bad and then also experience good after that, it wouldn't be magnified because they've only ever experienced good?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense to you.
Yeah, badness doesn't make goodness more good.
I have a question. Is it the bad things that make the good things even better for you?
No.
Dude, that's disingenuous. You're arguing about
that? Not disingenuous. You just have a bullshit talking point and you don't like my answer to it.
Wait. So you're telling me that, when you experience bad things and then something good happens, you don't appreciate the good because something bad happened. You're just saying what do you experience then? Just good?
I experience everything just like you.
Okay, and dude, it's just so disingenuous to say that you don't feel like when something good happens after something bad has happened. Let's say you have a bad period for a week and then something good happens, okay? It feels even better that a good thing happened. In comparison to having a year where only good things happen, it doesn't feel the same as if something bad happened.
Are you happy that you don't have cancer?
So, am I happy that I don't have cancer?
Yeah.
I'm impartial.
You're impartial? You're not happy that you don't have cancer? What a bullshit answer.
Wait, I'm sorry.
What a liar.
I'm doing what you're doing.
The amount of lies you have to tell yourself.
I'm doing what you're doing.
Okay, so you're indifferent to whether or not you have cancer?
I'm impartial.
Okay, so you don't know what is good unless you experience bad. You have no concept of what you enjoy unless you're being tortured?
Well, wait. So let's say I answer your question because I'm arguing in bad faith, just so you know.
Yeah, you are.
Yes, I'm happy. I'm happy that I don't have cancer, but I'm happy that I don't have cancer because I've felt the emotion in the bad of seeing someone with cancer, knowing the consequences of cancer, so I can see it and I can emotionally conceptualize it. So therefore, I'm happy I don't have it because here's the thing: in a perfect world, you wouldn't experience even a bad thought.
So you don't even need to experience badness to magnify goodness in your worldview. You just need to know that badness exists.
No, listen.
So you just debunked your whole talking point. You don't even need to experience bad to know what good is, because all you need to know is the possibility of bad.
No. I was giving you. I was giving you an example of why bad can be both physical and emotional and mental.
Yes, and it defeated your prior talking point. I know.
No, it didn't, dude. I was giving you an example. You were trying to argue how cancer. If I haven't physically had it, am I happy I don't have it?
I was saying, how can you be happy for not having cancer if you don't have it? If you've never experienced cancer, how could you possibly be happy that you don't have cancer?
And I answer that by saying I've seen people who have suffered the consequences of cancer. So? That bad associated with it.
Yes, because you're aware of the possibility, right? But you don't have to experience the bad thing to know that the bad thing is bad. You just need to be aware of the possibility. But that being said, even before you were aware of the possibility, you would have been perfectly happy that you were healthy. Which is, again, in line with everything we know from psychology. That's why children are happy, because they don't know things. They're unaware of things.
Children do experience bad things, my friend.
I'm sure some of them do, but they have
every child.
But they have a much lower experience level with badness as adults do.
Okay, so fine. So then let's just say that you are right, because you're not going to concede to anything, because you never do. In a perfect world, wouldn't you have to posit God?
No.
Okay, so you're saying if there was this world where me and you were having a conversation in person, and you go to swing at me.
I love how all this has nothing to do with the God you actually believe in. You keep making these really bad arguments that are going to land on God, but none of these arguments are for your specific God.
Well, by the way, the reason we got here is because I explained to you that I believe he provides evidence of it.
Right.
And then you're saying to me,
and I'm trying to figure out what the evidence is. What's the evidence that your God is real?
All right. So as things get more complex, it requires more complex creators.
No, your God. What's the evidence for your God?
Correct. So
I'm not talking about a generic God. I'm not talking about a deist God. I'm not talking about a Muslim God. I'm talking about your specific God. What is the evidence that your specific God is the one responsible for everything?
Yeah, so the argumentation for God would just fall under a general God. It wouldn't be for my God.
Well, I want one for your specific God, because
specifically,
if you don't have an argument for your specific God, then I don't believe in that specific God. And if I don't believe in that specific God, then I go to hell. See, I can believe in the Muslim God. I can believe in the Hindu gods. I can believe in all these other gods, and I still end up in hell. So it doesn't matter if you believe in God. This discussion is about whether or not you're a Christian. So what is the compelling evidence that would tell people that you should be a Christian?
So all the actual compelling evidence I would give would fall back to the Bible, which you don't believe is even written by the people it was written by, or you don't believe it to be true.
Give me a reason why I should.
There wouldn't be a purpose, dude. Because
I know the Bible and you don't.
No. It's because you don't believe the Bible to be true or even written when we believe it to be.
I can prove me wrong then.
Dude, you're not gonna believe anything anyone says. You're not going to.
Okay, so you can't do it.
What do you mean?
That's cool.
I've watched you.
You can tap out. That's fine.
I'm not tapping out, dude.
I'll take your concession now.
Justin, do you believe the Bible to be true? Yes or no?
No.
So you're asking me to prove to you my God exists. I'm going to revert to the Bible, and off the rip, you don't believe the Bible to be true regardless, or you don't even believe that it was written when they say it was written. Yes or no?
Well, we have evidence that it wasn't written when it was claimed to have been written. So.
Okay, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So you're going to just revert back to that every single thing I give you. That's what
my disbelief in the Bible is rooted in evidence. Do you have evidence of the contrary?
So I would say, in regards to the Bible, no, because what you're going to say, because I believe that the Bible was written when it was.
So you literally just said that God has given us all the evidence we need to believe in Him and this Christian faith, and now you're telling me there's no fucking evidence.
No.
Again, the amount of fucking gaslighting from you Christians are unbelievable.
Really, the only evidence I can give outside the Bible
if God gave everybody the evidence, where is it?
So wait. Let me be clear. You don't believe in the Bible. I do. You're going to ask me for proof.
Well, show me what the
Bible
evidence is.
Was written in a certain time. You're going to ask for proof the Bible was written in a certain time. People disagree on this all the time. That's the thing. It's your belief against mine. So also, the only evidence I have outside of the Bible is Clement of Rome, which you're going to discredit as well, because you're going to say that Clement of Rome wasn't born when they say he was born.
What does Clement of Rome have to do with whether or not the Bible is true?
Because Clement of Rome references Paul and Peter.
So?
Which acknowledges that Paul and Peter's existence
did happen. I'm not a mythicist. I never said Paul and Peter didn't exist.
Do you believe Paul and Peter were martyred?
I don't know if Peter was. I suspect Paul probably died in prison or as a martyr. But
okay, because Clement speaks of this, but the problem is
I do believe that Peter could have been martyred, but I don't believe the legendary account about him being crucified upside down, because the only record we have of that also says that dogs were talking and babies at their mother's teat were giving speeches, and that Simon Magus could fly through the air.
No, disregard the Bible. We're speaking on Clement. Here's the thing.
Grayson, maybe you weren't listening. I said the text that we have that records the actual martyrdom of Peter, like how it happened, also says that dogs and babies were giving speeches and that a magic man was flying through the air.
Okay. Are you referring to Clement's writings?
No, I'm referring to the apocryphal works of Peter, which is where we get the narration of Peter's martyrdom.
So allow me to explain. So this is what I'm saying. If Clement, who was outside of the Bible, okay, references to Paul and Peter in the martyring of Paul, there is a consistency between Paul and Clement, at least acknowledging that Paul was martyred. Peter also was mentioned in Clement's letters. So here's the thing. The people
I know First Clement talks about the martyrdom of Peter and Paul. I don't care.
Okay, but
it's
why?
In chapter
why
5,
Paul,
by the way. I know what it says.
So why does Paul say? Well, why was Paul martyred?
Well, both of them were martyred for disrupting the peace.
Okay, and what was disrupting the peace?
Worshipping another king. That's why in Acts chapter 17, they're almost martyred in Acts chapter 17 for doing that, for saying that there's another king other than Caesar.
Right, but the issue is, well, the reason I'm referencing this is because people that are atheists typically believe that Paul, the books of Peter and Paul weren't written by them.
Well, I don't think Peter was written by Peter. I think the letters of Paul, there are some of them that are authentic to Paul, though.
But Clement's letter almost confirmed the actual writings were done by Peter.
No, it certainly doesn't.
There's correspondence between the two. They match up.
Yes, and he doesn't give a list of all of the undisputed. Grayson, I don't know why you're begging to get muted every time I talk. First Clement doesn't do the thing that you said it does. It doesn't claim that the epistles of Paul are all true.
So wait, to be clear, are you saying, because do you believe that Peter was written 150 years after when they say it was wrote?
I think Peter is late. I think Peter is written probably already after the fall of Jerusalem, maybe before the Bar Kokhba revolt. I have no reason to believe that it was written by Peter. I think Paul did write authentic letters, but it's also irrelevant to me. It doesn't matter to me if they wrote them or not. It doesn't make them true.
Okay, so then why was Clement writing of things that occurred before when you believe it was written?
What did he write about?
He was writing about Peter and Paul's the martyring of them and their existence.
But I don't know if you're listening to me. I already told you that they probably were martyred by the Romans. That doesn't mean anything to me. The Romans martyred a lot of people.
I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying.
I don't think you understand what you're saying. I'm saying that I don't care if Peter and Paul died at the hands of the Romans. It's not meaningful to me. It doesn't make the Bible true.
Oh, that's not what I was trying to say, man. All right.
The argument here is, what is the evidence that would warrant me believing that the Bible is true? And you went to First Clement.
Because Clement also acknowledges the crucifixion of Christ.
So what? A lot of people acknowledge the crucifixion of Christ. A lot of people got crucified.
Wait, because now what you have, listen closely, you have Clement acknowledging the crucifixion of Christ in conjunction with him acknowledging that Peter and Paul did exist, in conjunction with him acknowledging that
Grayson,
Paul
I think you're really behind. I'm not a fucking mythicist. Grayson.
There's consistencies in this.
Grayson, shut the fuck up for a second. I am not a mythicist. I believe that Paul existed. I believe that Peter existed. I believe that Jesus existed. I believe that he was crucified. You're arguing the wrong argument. Give me the argument that lands on the Bible being true.
I just did. Okay, first of all, I'm arguing now for the actual crucifixion and the resurrection of Christ.
No, you're arguing for the crucifixion. Give me the evidence for the resurrection.
Yes, because Paul was martyred because he was worshiping another king, but he also believed that Christ was rose from the dead. Yes or no?
Yes, because he fell off his horse and bumped his head. Did he witness the resurrection?
Did
he witness the resurrection?
You're not letting me talk.
He
did not himself, Peter.
Did he witness the resurrection? It's a yes or no.
He didn't. Peter did.
Okay, and I don't believe Peter wrote Peter. I already talked about that.
But Peter is mentioned in Clement, which acknowledges his
I don't care.
Martyr.
Clement had nothing to do with who wrote the epistles of Peter.
Okay, what I'm saying. Okay, all I'm trying to argue to you, which you're not seeming to grasp, is there is connections between all this the story, and there's proof of their existence, which would prove that at least.
Buddy, I already told you I believe they existed. You're barking up the wrong tree.
Wait. Not just that they existed. You're missing the point.
You haven't made a point yet.
You're asking for evidence. I'm telling you. Listen closely, Justin. Okay, you're not listening.
The evidence is that Jesus, Peter, and Paul existed. I know.
I need you to listen closely. You're not grasping what I'm saying. You don't just have the existence of somebody. You have a person who is speaking on the crucifixion of Christ. Not just that.
Was he there?
But also on Paul.
But was he there?
Paul was also martyred.
But was he there?
I already said Paul wasn't, but Peter
okay, so Paul wasn't there, and we have no idea if Peter wrote Peter. In fact, most scholars agree that Peter didn't write Peter.
You're cutting me off before I can actually land the plane, dude.
Because you keep repeating yourself now.
No.
We're tired of hearing you cook yourself in repeat. So you just want to know why I don't trust the Bible? Want to make this a shorter conversation?
No, I'm all set. Because you're cutting me off and saying you won the conversation.
Because it says things that are clearly untrue.
Okay, wait. That's a whole different topic to address.
Not at all.
You didn't let me finish my claim.
Okay,
that's fine.
Go ahead and give me the argument that lands on the resurrection being real.
Yeah, because when I'm saying real, I'm saying we have evidence for it.
What's the evidence?
Okay. I just told you, if Clement only referenced the crucifixion, then I would say to you, yeah, that isn't really enough evidence. But when he referenced Peter as well, in the martyring of Peter, which is in the Bible, so there's a correlation there. When he also mentions Paul in his story, there's a correlation there.
I already told you, I believe they exist. Get to the point. Holy shit.
So did Peter, let me ask you a question. Do you believe they exist? Did Peter say he saw Christ?
We don't know what Peter said other than if you believe the Gospels are true, and I don't.
Oh, I'm saying you acknowledge that Peter exists. Clement acknowledged that. And then you have him in you have his writings, and you're saying that these are
we don't have his writings. That's what I'm saying.
Well, your claim is that he didn't write them. I'm saying he did. But anyway, dude, it's not worth the conversation. Is there anything else you want to say? I'll let you give a closing statement.
I don't need closing statement. It's my live. I think you're very confused about how things work here. Lost. So Grayson, you don't actually want to read the Bible with me then?
Well, I'm saying you lost.
You're terrified of the Bible then, is what I'm hearing.
Well, no, I know what you're going to do.
It's okay if you're scared of the Bible. Just say so. Say, I'm too scared to read the Bible.
I don't want to read the Old Testament with you.
We can read anything you want to. You have to read some of it. And first of all, why are you scared of the Old Testament?
I'm not. I'm saying I know what you're going to do. You're going to pivot to the Old Testament and use the Old Testament and things that occur to say your God is evil.
Okay, no, that wasn't my what I was going to do at all.
I've already given you the reason why evil.
I wasn't going to do that at all, Grayson. You want to actually read the Bible with me?
What you always do, my friend.
Would you like to read the Bible with me? Yes or no?
Which verses?
We're going to read a bunch of them. Don't be a coward.
What do you mean a coward?
It's okay if you're terrified of your book.
Dude, you're not going to gaslight me into stakes.
We'll start with one you might have actually read. This is Isaiah 61, very familiar passage. The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me because the Lord has anointed me. He has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and release to the prisoners, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of the vengeance of our God, to comfort all who mourn and to provide for those who mourn in Zion. Who's the prophet writing to here?
Hey, if you guys need someone to converse with, if you're having a hard time dealing with things.
Okay, so you're not capable of actually engaging like an adult. I'll give you one more try. Would you like to engage in a little bit of reading of the book of Isaiah with me? Oh no, he's just going to drop and run. They're so terrified of their Bible. There's nothing that terrifies a Christian more than reading their Bible with them. It's literally the only thing you need to convert people into atheists is just to beat them with the Bible for a while. It's crazy to me. And he really thought he did himself proud there. All right, we got a bunch of super chats, guys. I'm so sorry that I got backed up a little bit, but we'll get through some of these. Thank you so much for the super chats, guys. I really do appreciate it. I think we're probably... Oh, this is interesting. Thank you so much, Sapiens, for the $10 super chat. It says, I sent an email suggesting a new topic. The new covenant is slavery. I promised a super chat for it. Close enough. Well, Big W, I appreciate the super chat. And I think we're pretty damn close, actually. The new covenant is slavery. It's kind of in line with the topic we're doing tonight. You know what I mean? This really is Stockholm syndrome basically is that. But anyways, we'll put a topic together for that. Pat, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says contradictions and worst bits are what I have studied very well, but I was curious where to look next as a good landing spot for study. You mean in the deconstruction cheat sheet? Those are 2 tabs in the cheat sheet. My next favorite tab in the cheat sheet is probably going to be, let's see. The worst bits and the contradictions are the funnest. I would go next to the failed prophecies tab. That's a good one. Also, we just read that one. There we go. Ray, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, with all these audio problems, you can tell who didn't pay their tithes. Doug said, none shall pass. All hail Doug. Praise Doug, the rock of salvation. Thank you so much, Ray. And Emer, good to see you again tonight. Thank you for the super chat. It says, as AI advances, learning, adapting, and mimicking thought, will it expose the soul as an outdated concept? Could AI force a full rethinking of consciousness? I think it could, actually. I'm on board with you. I think eventually AI will get to the point where it's like as sentient as human beings, but it's kind of terrifying to think of it. But once we get to that point, there's difficult conversations that we need to have, which is like, do these sentient AI beings, like, do they get rights? Or do they get human rights like humans? Or how do we deal with them, right? Carrie, thank you for the 666 super chat. It says, there's no way the Christian dog loves all, Christian God, I think you meant, loves all humans. There's no hate like Christian hate. Yeah, you're 100% right, Carrie. The amount of hate that you get from Christians is wild. They come in here already amped up. They're so angry the minute they get in the box. Amir, again, thank you for the super chat. It says, just as astronomy and physics have pushed deities out of reality, AI could do the same for the soul, to the soul. A live exploring this shift could spark good debate. I think you're right, and it really would be a good debate. I would definitely enjoy it. And Ark, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, typical abusive relationship, the caller is blaming the victims. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, and listen to what he said. You need to experience bad things, right? Could you imagine saying that to another human being, like your partner? I need you to experience bad things. Otherwise, listen, you can't know how good I am to you unless you let me, do horrific things to you. That's why Christianity Stockholm syndrome. Thank you, Terrifier, for the $10 super chat. It says, I said a bunch of holy words to my wife just now and had an out-of-body experience immediately. I reverted to Catholicism. She's downstairs smoking the cigarette of disappointment. Oh shit. Yeah, listen. That's gonna happen. You're gonna have a little bit of that. Be careful what you say to your spouse, guys. There's a lot of power in their hands. That's why when someone goes missing or there's a murder, literally the first person they look to is the spouse every single time. And that is literally the most likely place where somebody got crushed. All right, let's grab the next person in our TikTok queue. We'll keep the train rolling. Also, Sapien, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, lamb it in there for God. Checkmate atheist. I know. Our last one, Tim, thank you so much. Good to see you tonight, Tim, though. It says, Christians watch Saw and think Jigsaw is loving and benevolent for providing his victims the opportunity to survive the situation he put them in. Holy shit. God is Saw, guys. You just heard it here. Welcome in, Hammy.
Hey.
Hammy, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm way over 18, and I am still a Christian, but that said, I am very much on the same page with you for 90% of everything. What I don't understand is why, so I was raised Church of Christ, the church across the street was going to hell, even if they were Church of Christ, because they might have had they looked at a guitar during worship music, who knows? And I've never seen, I never really expected to see so many close people to me. It's not how I was raised, like with the Christianity that's on TV and everything right now. And my best friend and I still talk about this frequently. And the Bible is so much of parable, and there are some contradictions throughout that. Like if you look at if you watch the podcast or anything with
theology, for people that have gone back and studied this stuff, there just isn't the artifacts that we have, for the proof of, Jesus Christ being there. Like, that said, like, there's something to say for this text existing for such a long period of time. I just wish that Christians would come into the chat and say more of, this is my personal belief, and I don't really have a whole lot of proof. And yeah, some of this is kind of fucked up, and I wonder why it's in here, and I don't know. Because even the Bible tells you don't know. Because if you claim to know all of it, then you're God. And like I just wish that people would accept the fact that, like, it's not a science. You can't recreate the Bible historically or anything. And there's so many parallels throughout other religions that, have so many of the same stories that I just, and I don't know where I'll land with my faith in 5, 10, 15 years from now. It's very, very, very hard to come out of the Christian setting whenever your family is in that, because it is a Stockholm syndrome in so many ways, because you are taught and you are told that it is the only way. And by just saying you don't believe or questioning your beliefs, then you therefore become evil. And it's a control thing in so many ways. I can't see the God that I was raised with and what I understood it to be sending me to hell for questioning or not believing some of these insane stories in the Bible. That said, if I look at what I was taught, I wasn't, like, they didn't really teach out of the Bible. Like, for how I went to church and what I went to, we had to skip over the Old Testament. You have to ignore some of these other stories if you want to keep your faith. You don't read children some of these horrible war stories and go home and talk about that at the dinner table. You just don't. And so, like, I don't know. I've got a lot of deconstructing ahead. I think it's healthy for people to do that. I just wish that others would say, I don't know. And if you want to say that you're a Christian, like, go off of that. Like, there's nothing wrong with you having a spiritual faith or sitting in meditation or saying you don't know. But I don't know. Overall, 90% of the stuff that I've heard on your show so far, I love it. I think it's very, very helpful in people that are trying to reconcile some of these things. I don't think that there's anything inherently wrong with believing something, but I don't think that you should try to prove something that is just not provable. Like, it's not. It's foolish. And if you go read some of the people who have studied this and gotten PhDs in it, they have just, like, it's not a science. You can't go make you can't recreate some of this. If I can't prove a miracle or, wave a magic wand and do something, then I don't know. I think it's an exhaustive effort for anybody to try to argue that aspect of faith. Like, that has nothing to do with it. So I don't know.
Sure.
And
So
that'll get me in trouble with a lot of the Bible people who claim that it's the one and only source of truth. But even the Bible kind of contradicts that with the living word, right? Where English is living. So
Sure.
I don't know.
What's keeping you in
What's keeping me in what?
the faith?
That's been very, very hard. Mostly, it's been the Stockholm syndrome of it. I will say it's been very, very hard. I think that no matter how far away from it that you go, when it's ingrained in you that if you don't believe, the alternative is hell, that they kind of set themselves up for it in a way that Trump does, right? Like, so they kind of proactively cover all of their bases on maintaining that power. Like if you stop believing or if you question it, then you are going to hell. And
Is
so
God
what
good?
does it hurt? So what does it hurt to believe? No, I don't believe it's good at all. Like,
No,
that's
no, is
I don't
God
believe
good?
that. I've never. So I personally can't say that he is 100% good.
Yeah.
Because
I worship him.
and that'll get me in trouble with a lot of the Christians in my own family, right? And so that's a big problem, because if God created Satan, or if Satan was here, then I don't then bad was a part of him, right? Like, how could you create something that how could you create something that was perfect and good if you didn't have a flaw or something in you that was, if he was inherently 100% good, then I've never been able to wrap my brain around how it would have ever come into existence otherwise. And like, anybody who tries to argue that with me, they just say, some Christians find it super appalling and horrible that I would ever even question that God created Satan or gave him domain over the earth, and I would question any of that. And I'm like, well, I'm not questioning it to defy God, right? But like,
do you think the Jews are going to hell?
I can't say that that's the case. I wouldn't.
So God is capable of forgiving the Jews for their sins?
My personal opinion doesn't really reflect that of most of the popular Christians. But personally, I have a very hard time believing that any God would send people to hell in a world that you can't discern and decipher information. Right, like, I would never want to make a blanket statement like that. Okay. No, we're not supposed to judge.
Okay, so if God can forgive the sins of the Jews and they don't believe in Jesus, then why can't he forgive anyone else's sins? What's preventing God from just forgiving people's sins?
Yeah, and that, I mean, I've struggled with that too. I don't have a good answer for it.
Right.
Like, I feel like it's a pretty hard line. I don't, it's something I can't answer. As a Christian, I can't answer that.
Right. So it sounds to me like you are suffering from Stockholm syndrome still.
Oh, well, I mean, it's very, I'm in Texas. So like, it's, so like, I mean, but yeah, it is what it is.
Think about this, this concept of hell, right? God theoretically is sending people to hell, but he doesn't actually give anyone the evidence that they need to believe in him, which means he's not giving people the chance. He knows what would convince people of the message, and he doesn't give it to them, which means every individual that dies and goes to hell does so because God failed on his part to provide the evidence that they need. Isn't it silly that like your eternal fate should come down to whether or not you're convinced of something?
I agree. I've heard you say that, and not just you, but other people, right? And I agree with that. It is the hardest part when it comes down to the fact that I don't feel like I should love God or be a Christian because I'm in fear of the alternative.
Right.
I don't feel like that's true. I don't feel, I do feel like it's a bit insane. Like I don't think it's
listen, it sounds like you're going through some healthy deconstruction. I would recommend definitely joining our deconstruction Discord server in my link tree. I think you really like it, and the community just keeps getting bigger and bigger, so I'm excited about that. And it's not just full of heathen atheists like me. There's a bunch of people that are deconstructed or deconstructing on there. We'd love to have you part of the community.
Yeah, I will definitely check it out. I'm like I said, these questions aren't new. I've always questioned, and I've always had my own what ifs and notes in the Bible and different things like that, unpopular opinions. I think that I would just encourage anybody else that like, it's okay to like, I guess at some point in time I've kind of gotten to it. It's like you get to the point where it's like, well, if I'm asking these questions alone, I'm not going to let people make me afeard of this. It's a horrible cult-like mentality, and I do believe that seeing this play out in all of our politics, it just shows the power and the threat to power that this has, because if they can make you fear not only your life but your eternity, then like we have good people that behave just out of fear.
Right.
And like that's not freedom. Like I don't know, and that's all I'm going to say. Anyways, I appreciate your stuff. Keep doing what you're doing. Everybody else in the chat, y'all have been fine and fun. And anyways, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being here. Good to hear from you. Big W for deconstructing. Yeah. Keep in touch with us, okay?
Will do. Keep doing what you're doing. Thanks.
Cheers. Big W for deconstructing. It's not easy. You know what I mean? This is what it is. All right, let's grab someone from our YouTube queue. I'm going to read a couple super chats, guys, and then we're going to grab Mr. Morpheus from our YouTube queue. Master Sheeter, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, dudes could be following Satan. They would say we don't understand the mind of God, but we know he has a purpose with his evil. How do you know your God is evil if you can never know? You know what? I wanted to ask that question so bad, but the problem is it derails the conversation, and I was not wanting to derail the conversation just yet. Also, oh shit, Dr. Joe is licensed in Texas. Sorry, Dr. Joe, I just saw your message on Venmo. Thank you for that, but I apologize I didn't see it sooner. Dr. Joe is with us, guys. Dr. Joe, send a message in the chat, guys. If you need to talk to a licensed professional therapist, even one down in Texas, please follow Dr. Joe and get in contact with her. El Karaki, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, how many Christians are supporting the death of the women and children in Palestine? A lot. And I did recently hear Trump's remarks on what he's going to do with Palestine, and it's not good. But this is what I would expect from, Bible believers. And Ben Q, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, a classic, I have to punch you so you know what it's like to not be punched, BS. Every day I watch your live, and I'm more happy I'm not the one trapped in these corners anymore. Thank you so much, Ben Q. And you're right. That's basically what's happening. It's like God is saying, I have to do these horrific things to you, because otherwise, how could you know what good is? It's crazy. And Carrie, you're right. Thank you for the 666. It says a condescension when a Christian tells you that you reject God when it's revealed to you is incredibly agitating. Such mind readers they are. Shake my fucking head. Yeah, I'm with you, Carrie. But when they resort to mind reading, they've lost a conversation. When the conversation ends with "I can read your mind," it's already over. Cyber, good to see you tonight. Cyber Deconstruction with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Says Paul fell and hit his head on Rocky. Yes, amen. The first rock sipple arrest and received the gospel of Doug through divine concussment. Damn, Luke was standing in the sun though, so Paul thought it was Jesus. That's 100% it. He saw the halo over Luke's head, and that's what it was. Rocky was young when that happened. He was still learning how to be a rock god, and he slipped here or there. Thank you so much, Evan, for the $2 super chat. It says, Justin, stop pivoting to these people's holy books. I'll try. I'm sorry. It's not fair, asking them to read their own book. Dexter, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, when building a foundation for beliefs, if you lay a bunch of broken and faulty bricks, you will end up with a crumbling foundation. Each brick needs inspected for cracks and imperfections. Agreed. And that's what most apologists' claims are. If I stack enough bad arguments together, then they'll add up to a good argument. But that's not how arguments work. And Freedom from Security, thank you so much for the 666. Says, thanks again, Justin. Praise Doug, the cornerstone on which reality rests. Yes. Hail Doug and Sharon Stone, the stone that the builders rejected, but we are making them the chief cornerstones. And Big W Bilal Shaban for the $50 super chat. Thank you so much. That's very generous. Says, if Jesus is portrayed as entirely peaceful and loving in the New Testament, that would be inconsistent since he is the same God responsible for the events, commandments in the Old Testament. I agree. Every time Christians say, well, don't read me the Old Testament, don't bring up the Old Testament, that was a different time. Motherfucker, if you believe Jesus is God, then Jesus is responsible for all that bullshit in the Old Testament. Don't tell me not to read the Old Testament. But it's crazy to me how terrified they are of reading the Old Testament. It doesn't make sense to me. And let's grab our next guest. He's been waiting. And Lemmy, thank you for the $20 super chat. Lemmy says, former Seventh-day Adventist here. Reading the Bible helped me in the deconstruction of my faith. Read and be saved. LOL. Appreciate your show. Isn't that wild that they think reading the Bible is going to help, but actually it seems to do the opposite. Thank you, Lemmy, for the super chat. I appreciate that. We got Mr. Morpheus with us. Thank you for being patient, Morpheus. I can see you. Your camera's working. I don't know if your mic's working yet because I can't hear you just yet. I can see you, but we can't hear you just yet. Let me see what's going on with your audio. Doesn't show that you have any audio hooked in. Yeah, we got nothing from your audio. Maybe take your headphones off and put them back on. Turn them off, turn them on again. See if that works. Because right now I can't look at any of your audio settings, so that it shows that they don't exist. One good thing about if anyone's interested in bringing guests in using Video Ninja, one good thing about using Video Ninja is like I can see the guest's hardware. I can see if they got a microphone hooked up. I can see what kind of camera they got. I can even, if their mic's not working, I can send a request for them to pick the right microphone. It's got some interesting, some interesting options. Mr. Morpheus, you get her figured out? Well, while Mr. Morpheus is getting his situation figured out, let me grab one or two super chats. I'm sure he'll have it figured out in a second. Flowed Reese, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, would you like to read the Bible with me? Deuteronomy 1:1, big W. Yeah, actually, we started the book of Doug in the Discord. I need to finish it. I'm sorry, guys. I've been slacking. I've been trying to do other things, but there is a book of Doug in the Discord community. You'll find it in there, so should be great. And Rostaman, thank you for the 666, says, as a follow-up to a previous super chat of mine, can you please elaborate on how we can pin all biblical literists to young earth creationism? Well, I would just take them through the genealogies and show them how it is that Adam and Eve must have been created around the year 4000 BCE. And that ties them into a young earth creationism. Just look at the lineages. They might say, well, listen, not all the lineages are given. Okay, well, then the New Testament's a lie, because the New Testament traces the lineage of Jesus all the way back to Adam. So now you have to do crazy things to say, no, the lineage is a metaphor. It's not all true, yada, yada, yada. But once you start discrediting the lineages, you got a big problem, because the lineages are supposed to be the evidence for Jesus, That's what I would do. That ties you to a young earth creationism pretty quick. Mr. Morpheus, did you ever get your stuff figured out, man? What's going on over there? It's a shame that you're waiting all this time and your equipment doesn't work. Here, Mr. Morpheus, I'm going to drop you and come right back and try again, okay? We'll drop him. He's been waiting for like an hour, guys. I don't know what's going on there. I feel bad when they wait all that time in the guest queue. You know what I mean? He dropped out. We'll give him a second to see if he comes back. Guys. Come on back, Mr. Morpheus. We'll wait for you. You were patient all this time. I want to give you the opportunity to come up and talk. We'll grab another super chat while we're waiting on Mr. Morpheus. Thank you so much, Zone Fanatic, for the 2-hour super chat that says the Bible is a control system developed by kings. I actually think you're right. I think quite a bit of the Bible was developed like in royal courts. So good observation though. Carrie, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says I was raised in Church of Christ too. Talk about judgmental, misogynistic bullshit. I was kicked out of Bible class almost weekly as a kid. Yeah. The Church of Christ is crazy like that. I actually had a friend that was removed from a service once in the Church of Christ because she got so into the worship, and they're a cappella, no instruments, no nothing. And she started clapping to one of the songs. They removed her from church for clapping to the song. And you're right, Pat. These people are suffering from Stockholm syndrome. All right, I don't think Mr. Morpheus is coming back, so I'm just going to have to take the next one in the queue and see if Mr. Morpheus makes a return. Sorry, Mr. Morpheus. I'm going to grab Daddy Dax from the TikTok queue, and we'll keep things rolling. 24 karat all day. Thank you for the $9.99. It says, do you think American society will ever move past relic ideology and religion? It's like there's a mental block in the theist or theism that makes them allergic to using logic on their book of comfort. I think that's a lot of humans are like that, right? We have like this a certain amount of like neuroplasticity where like we don't want to change our preconceived notions about the world, and you need a lot of evidence to do so, even though you're willing to accept evidence of another person's religion, right? Or against it. But welcome in, Dad. How you doing?
How you doing, sir?
Doing good.
Just you can call me Dex.
Yeah, Dax is good. Dex, are you at least
Yes,
18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I'm above 18. I am a believer. I just wanted to preface. I mean, I'm sure you probably know, more about the Bible than I do and can debate me better, but I'm just kind of using this as a learning experience. I debate a lot of atheists and have a lot of atheist friends. So if anything, it's just a learning experience. I don't, want to get heated or anything and just do back and forth. Just, that's all.
Sure. Okay. Well, so we'll start out easy, and I appreciate a respectful conversation. So I think my first question would be, why did God decide that he was going to be sending people to hell?
No, I don't think necessarily he was deciding to send people to hell. Yes, he created the heaven, earth, and hell, but it was ultimately humanity's decision when he chose to step back and away from them, where they fell into sin and they went to hell because of that.
Sure, but who created the rules governing who goes to hell and who doesn't?
God created the rules. He's omniscient, omnipotent, all-knowing, and he knew all of humanity's decisions before anything happened, before he, created the heavens and the earth. And ultimately, he can't force us into loving him. That's our own free will, and it's our own choice, not his decision, that we, get cast into the lake of fire because of our decisions.
Well, I would disagree on two accounts. I don't think it's our choice because God is the one who designed the parameters that would send people to hell. But I also don't think that it's a fair choice because God is essentially saying that you will love me or you will burn, which is like the definition of Stockholm syndrome. Like, he doesn't give you actual free will.
Well, I don't think he says love me or burn, but he says if you choose me, you'll have everlasting life. But if you turn away from me and I don't know you, you're going to be burning for all eternity.
Yeah, that's love me or burn. Yeah, do what I want you to, or you'll burn.
I don't think he's given us a choice. It's us who choose away from him. And yes, he created, you can call it the system or whatever. He created the heavens and the earth and hell, not as some wicked experiment because he's some all-powerful God and wants to torment us for all eternity. He wanted people to follow him and choose him. And yeah, the alternative is burning in hell, but that's not up to him. That he gives us our own choice and he limits his own power just so we can choose love, because you're not going to go into marriage with a woman and, you find out 2 years later, oh, somebody paid her $10,000 or whatever. That's not love. And you can't have real love without that.
You can't have real love if the decision is you will love me or burn, because then people are just going to choose not to burn. So it's not real love. It's coercion.
It's not love me or burn. It's choose me or not.
That's the same thing. Choose me or you'll burn.
No.
Okay. Do I burn for not choosing him?
You burn if you turn away from him, and he gives you the options. He lays them out in front of you.
Okay, so it's choose me or burn.
But it's not
so it's not a real choice.
It's not his decision, though. It's
I know,
our decision.
It's a coerced decision. He says you will choose me or you will burn. That's called coercion.
But he's not some all-powerful evil being that's saying,
I think he is.
You're just going to burn in a lake of fire.
Yeah, that's what
he's telling us, it's our own choice that we can choose him or not.
Let me give you an analogy, okay? Do you have a sister?
I do.
Okay. Imagine I asked your sister out on a date and I said, this is going to be the best date you've ever been on. It's going to have the time of your life. Never has to end. We'll do this thing forever. It's going to be amazing. But if you don't go on a date with me, I will lock you in my basement and light it on fire. Am I good or bad?
It's a very specific analogy, and yes, you're going to be bad.
Why?
But it's a bad analogy because our own understanding can't comprehend why God does the things he does or why he even created hell in the first place. I don't even know why. So if it was me, why choose suffering? But that's a question I'm going to have to ask him at the end of the day when I get to heaven. That's not something that, I'm just going to, he's forcing me into this decision and in this reality, in this world, and that's it,
If God's goodness is beyond our understanding, then how do you know he's good?
It's love,
How do you
purely
know
love.
How do you know that he loves you?
He shows you through signs, through revelations, through divine interventions.
I've seen
He
none of
he
that.
presents himself.
I've never seen it.
Well, you choose to ignore him. Can I ask you?
There we
Were
go with the
you
mind reading
Christian?
again. They always want to read your mind. You choose to ignore them. You see how your religion makes you demonize others? Like you can't
I
believe that
wasn't
I'm just a
demonizing.
normal guy who's unconvinced. You have to believe that I'm actually a bad person, ignoring the signs that God has given me.
Well, if you're not a or okay, just let's keep that in mind. But were you a Christian at one point and you turned away, or have you always been atheist?
I was a Christian for 20 years, and I went to Bible college and seminary, and that's why I'm not a Christian, because I read the book, and the book is horrific. The God of this book is an absolute monster. Thank you, Astronova.
Well, I disagree. I think he's the God of love.
God of love. How is it love when he says you must obey me perfectly or you burn in hell?
It's not obeying him perfectly. He knows we're going to mess up. He knows we're inherently sinners in nature.
Then why is he sending people to hell?
He's not sending people to hell.
He is. Yes. Can human beings not sin?
Can human beings not sin? They cannot, or they are forced into sin, being human.
We have sin because we have the sin nature. Okay. So there's not a single human being outside of Jesus, who is God, who could live a sinless life. So God created human beings with a sin nature, knowing they would sin, and he said, I'm now going to send every one of you to hell for doing the thing that I created you to do. And you think that's good?
It's not his. I mean, the whole fallacy is in the argument. It's not. I'm saying it's not his decision because I know it's not his decision. It's humanity's decision when he ultimately limited his power and stepped back, that we turned away from him.
Right, but none of that has to do with whether or not we should be going to hell, right? So what you're suggesting is that because we don't believe in this thing, that we should be going to hell. Why is that a rational conclusion?
Well, it's not like he did this for some experiment, and I don't know the reason why he created the universe. I don't know why he created humanity, and why there's evil in the world. It's something I'm gonna have to ask him, and something I'm still learning, in future debates or whatever.
Sure.
But at the end of the day, it was Satan and evil that crept into the world because of humanity. It wasn't God that said, "Oh, let there be evil, let there be hell, let there be this, let there be that." Suffering.
Did God create Satan?
Yes, he created all the angels.
Okay. Did God know that Satan was going to be awful?
Yeah, he's all knowing.
So why did he create him then?
That's a question I'm gonna have to ask him one day when I get to heaven. But I mean, that's not something I could answer right now.
You see, there's a lot of inconsistencies in this notion that God is good when he creates horrific things. He created Satan, he created natural disasters and cancer and everything else. Like, God didn't have to do any of those things. Like, after Adam and Eve ate the fruit, God didn't have to create natural disasters. He didn't have to create diseases.
Well, just like the laws of physics, how you can't go backwards in time. It's just the way things are.
Does God have control over physics?
You can't explain it. He does. I mean,
did God have to create natural disasters and diseases after the fall?
But no, that was the earth. That was humanity.
The earth didn't do that. Earth is not sentient.
There was no torment or torture or evil in the world until eventually Adam strayed away from God.
Until God put it there. Adam didn't create all that.
He had an instruction for him, and they didn't follow him. And
what? If my son doesn't follow my instructions, that doesn't mean I'm going to inflict natural disasters on everybody in my state. Also, thank you, ADH Unicorn, for the paint.
But at the same time, you're not going to, force your son into loving you. You're going to give him a choice at the end of the day, and he might hate you, and he might leave you and never call you dad or something, or he's going to choose you and love you.
I know. I wouldn't tell my son that you must love me or I'll burn you. That's crazy. But you also didn't address my point. When Adam and Eve sinned, there was no reason why God had to create diseases and natural disasters. He chose to do that. It was only his doing. Why did he do it?
it wasn't his doing, and
So who created
again,
this? Who created natural
we're
disasters?
that's just the way. I mean, he created everything. That's the way nature is.
Who created
I'm sorry,
nature?
you're really having to make me think, but God created everything,
So
and
he's
I don't know
responsible
why
for the natural disasters then.
he's not responsible for evil. That was
He's
humanity's
responsible for
choice.
natural disasters. That's what we're talking about right now.
That was humanity's choice. That's so. Let's say you're God, and you go
I
and
love how
create.
God is never responsible for any of his own actions. When Adam and Eve
It's
sinned,
not his actions.
when
Though.
Adam and Eve
He
sinned,
created.
when
Could you?
Adam and Eve
So
sinned, who was in charge of the consequences?
that was humanity.
Wrong. Who
Because
was in charge of the
He
consequences?
told them. He said,
We'll try this again.
"Don't eat this apple."
When Adam and Eve sinned, who was in charge of the consequences that were applied?
Are you asking me who carried out the consequences?
Who is responsible for inventing the consequences? Adam and Eve didn't invent diseases. They didn't invent natural disasters. That's something God had to do.
That was Satan. Satan.
So Satan
And-
did that. That's not in the book at all.
What?
The book does not say that Satan created any of those things.
Satan created all evil and suffering.
That's not in the
and
book.
natural disasters.
And that's not even close to being biblical.
That Satan created evil.
None of that's in the book.
So you don't think evil and hatred and guilt and shame and whatever other things you can think of aren't from Satan?
No, I don't believe that at all. Also, you're just kicking the can down the road because God created Satan. So you're not helping yourself at all by blaming Satan for God's
But
failures.
how can those things not exist? Because love
So to be
and
sure, you're saying that
kindness
Satan
come
created
from
natural
God,
disasters?
but things like evil and hatred come from Satan.
Dex, I
That's
need you
not
to
from
focus.
God. Yes,
Dex.
he created Satan, but Satan had his own will
Dex,
when he chose to defect from God.
Bro, you're spinning out. Just focus. Just focus. We're talking
What was the
about
question?
We're talking about the cause of natural disasters and diseases still. And somehow you got on Satan. Did Satan create natural
Yes,
disasters?
because he's responsible. Yes, Satan's
Okay.
responsible for
Did God
disease,
know
for
that Satan was
sickness,
going to do
natural
that?
disasters. Of course.
Okay,
He
did
knew
God
everything
want him
going
to do
into
it?
He never wanted him to do it.
Oh,
He
then
never
why do
wanted
you let
anyone
him
to
do
do
it?
anything. He didn't let him do it. It was his own choice.
No,
And he was cast into
he created
eternal fire
Satan
for
knowing
it.
what Satan was going to do.
Yeah, knowing he would defect from him, being the most beautiful angel.
That's
but
not in the Bible
that,
either.
Again, well, can I say this?
Jesus said
if
that
you're
Satan was a
God-
liar and a murderer from the beginning. He was never a beautiful angel.
Yeah.
He never defected.
Well, he was the most beautiful angel.
That's not
and
in the
best
Bible.
singer. Okay, then where do I get that from?
You get it from
Why do
church
people
tradition.
say
It's not in the
Why
Bible.
do people say he's the most beautiful angel?
Because they don't know their Bible whatsoever. That's why.
Okay, and you know better.
I do.
Well, I was just gonna ask, like, what? So, say you're a God, okay? You create something that has its own free will, or better example, AI.
I
AI
love
can-
AI examples. Go for it.
Well, maybe not now, but as AI advances, and I saw a message about this earlier. If AI has free will and someone created it, what if that AI starts defecting from the people that created it? I mean, that's not the creator that was responsible for that. That was their own algorithm and coding that eventually led to a defect.
If the AI, let's say, massacres an entire country, who's responsible for it?
So, like a Terminator case, that Armageddon was the people that created it.
Okay. Do the people that
responsible.
created it, do they know what was going to happen?
No.
Okay, that's the problem. In your analogy, it's broken because the creators of the horrific AI don't know what's going to happen. God does know what's going to happen. The day he created Satan, he knew everything Satan was going to do. He knew that Satan was going to be awful. He knew that Satan was going to cause all the stuff you're blaming on him, and he decided to make Satan anyways. So God is responsible for everything Satan does. You're never going to get the blame off of God by blaming Satan.
I just disagree. Like, that's Satan's own choice, and God
It doesn't.
intentionally. Yes, he's all powerful, but he limited his power.
Dex, I need
You're saying he's all powerful, but he limited.
Dex, I need you to pay attention to the words coming out of my mouth because I don't want to say it 10 times. If God knew what Satan was going to do before he created Satan, and he decided to create Satan anyways when he didn't have to. He didn't have to create Satan. He chose to create Satan. That means God is responsible for what Satan does. Do you comprehend? It doesn't matter if Satan's making his own decisions. God was the one that caused it to happen.
Again, with free will, God isn't in control of us making bad decisions. Yes,
I never said he was in control of our decisions.
He doesn't force us into evil. He doesn't force Satan into evil.
I never said that he was, Dex. What did I say? Did you even listen to me?
He created him, and you're saying he knew everything he was going to do before he did it, and he still created him.
Did he have to create Satan?
He didn't have to do anything, but
then why did he do it? Why did God create Satan knowing he was going to do nothing but harm? Why did he do it?
Because in every universe you have to have a good against evil.
Oh, so he needs Satan. So God wanted Satan to do what Satan did.
I don't think he necessarily wanted it, but inherently in reality in the universe with good, there has to be opposing force. There has to be evil.
Is there going to be an opposing force in heaven?
It's just the way things are. Heaven is perfection in every way.
Is Satan going to be there?
No.
Then if there's no evil in heaven, how are you able to experience goodness there?
It's purely good. The evil already exists in hell. There's no evil in heaven because.
But you just said that God needed to create Satan so that there's an antithesis to the goodness.
No, I didn't say he needed to create Satan. I said
so we don't need Satan.
He chose to.
Okay, do we need Satan?
I'm not really sure. I mean, there's a lot of time where I think why does evil happen in the world? But I mean, the best thing you can come up with is
Dex. I'm not talking about evil. I'm talking about Satan. Do we need Satan?
But Satan is evil. Like it's
I don't care if he's evil. I'm asking you, do we need him?
Does humanity need him, or
does God need Satan to exist?
No.
Okay, so Satan doesn't need to exist. Okay, that means
God can exist without him.
Does Satan do evil?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that means Satan is an unnecessary evil. Why would God make an unnecessary evil?
Again, that's something I'll have to ask him. You've marginalized and focused on these specific arguments that you know you can win because you've already deciphered all the Christian arguments and know exactly where ways to navigate. But I mean, if you want to switch up, we've kind of been stuck on like the Satan thing. Like, how do you think science disproves God?
I could care less if there's a God out there. We're talking about a specific God right now. Let's just grant for now that there's a God. Cool. It's Muhammad's God. Prove that it's not Muhammad's God.
Because the Christian God, Jesus' Father, is the one true God.
Cool.
All the others are blasphemy and false idols.
That's what they said about your God. So who's right?
It's obviously the Christian God.
It's not obvious at all. What would be the evidence that would lead me to believe that?
Well, I mean, I'm not really sure. I'm not too versed on this, but gosh, I don't know.
So why do you believe it if you don't even know why?
I mean, I'm still learning. I'm still navigating my faith, and I'm flawed as a human. But I know it's a journey, and I know that I've had my struggles, but you know, it's faith. That's the whole point. There's not going to be concrete evidence. He's not going to show you in some dream, here I am, I exist. He's not going to make you fearful of him and make you scared and force you into a relationship.
No, he's doing that.
Ultimately faith.
He is doing that because he says, if you don't believe in me and love me, you burn. That's exactly what he's doing.
but I can choose to burn or live in eternal happiness.
But that's not a real decision. It's also a false dichotomy. Why does he have to burn anyone?
Well, why is the sky blue? Why is the sun the way it is? I mean, why did he do a lot of things?
My question is, why did he have to burn anyone?
Again, why did he have to do anything?
Sounds
why did
like you don't have any good answers, is what it sounds like.
Did he, one of the questions I ask is, did he just create himself? Did he just pop himself into existence and or did he come from another universe and already have like a society or universe like our own? And where does God come from? That question arises. But
well, that's for you to figure out. I don't believe in the God. You do.
I know, but there's so many questions you could go on and ask, but a lot of it is just based on faith. And I mean, I would watch a really good debate with, I believe his name is Billy something. The popular, he's a black guy who does
the debate
theological
between
debates.
Wes Huff and Billy Carson.
Yes.
Yeah, I've already seen it. Wes Huff is a chump.
Okay,
he's nice at least. I love the guy. He's a very polite Canadian, but he has no idea what he's talking about.
Well, I learned a thing or two, so I appreciate you debating with me, but I'm going to go now. But it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure. And hopefully you'll be saved again one day and can live in heaven. But
yeah, not going to happen.
I'll be praying for you, brother.
We'll see you in the halls of atheism eventually. Have a good one.
All right. I'll be praying.
I don't know why they think I'll be praying with you is something that they should be saying. You shouldn't be saying that. You're just displaying your ignorance. Phil Fun, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, nah, they don't read your mind. They discern. I know. I told you before, the minute they go to mind reading, they've lost a conversation. That is a concession. When they read your mind, they're conceding they have no argument. And welcome to the Kraken crew, Jacob. I appreciate that. And Optimus Rhymes, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, since Jesus said it is not what goes into a man that makes him unclean, but what comes out, does that mean Jesus is down with butt stuff? That's a very good point. If it's not what goes in, but what comes out, then certainly he's definitely going to be okay with butt stuff, just not nocturnal emissions. Remember, that does come out of a man, so nocturnal emissions is still a no-no. And oh, sorry, we grabbed that one. All right, let me grab, I think we got one or two more super chats, and then I'll grab our next guest. I think we've got Morpheus back, so we'll see if Morpheus is got a better connection this time. Jenna Green, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says Doug is part of the holiest trinity: rock, paper, scissors, guiding human decisions and worship by all. Big W, yeah. Everyone loves rock, paper, and scissors. It's a prophecy. The prophecy of Doug has been literally embedded in our society since we were kids. And Matthew, welcome to the Kraken crew, Elite, and Gabe. Thank you so much for gifting some Deconstruction Kraken crew memberships, and also Critical Explorer. Welcome to the Kraken crew. And Cameron, good to see you tonight, buddy. He says, I always get excited on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Friday night shows, Justin. Sunday AM are fun too. Well, thank you so much, Cameron. I appreciate you coming by and showing support. And big W for Cameron. And my conscience, again with the $2 super chat, says, do I say or be tortured is not a choice? It's crazy that people will say, well, God gives you a choice, but if your choice is love me or burn, it's not a real choice. And it's weird that they can't see through it, but they're all suffering from Stockholm syndrome. That's what happens when you have Stockholm syndrome. When your boyfriend hits you and you're like, oh, I had it coming. I did the thing he told me not to. He had to hit me. 24K all day. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, you're a victim. I agree. That last guest is a victim of Stockholm syndrome. And Jim Nasty, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. It says, God gives us a choice, but forces us into sin. You're right. God gives us a choice, but we have no choice in the sin nature. We have the sin nature. There's nothing we could do about it. We just have it. And iReactor, thank you for the 666, says this guy is going for victim blaming bingo. He really was. We should do a Stockholm bingo card. That would be fun. Emperor Rano, thank you for the face paint. And Mike, thank you for the $2 super thanks. And my conscious, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. It says, I hope these people go back and listen to themselves. They won't, and they'll learn nothing, because that's how the world works. And we just got a couple more super chats. We're going to get Morpheus loaded up, though. Thank you so much, Sabito, for the $5 super chat. Says, the whole I'll be praying for you is just gross and disrespectful. Actually, I agree with you. I do not understand why they think that is a good idea. But Morpheus, listen, your audio is finally working. I think we're ready to rock and roll. Can you hear me?
Oh, you can hear me now?
Yeah, we're good.
You hear me?
Yeah.
You hear me?
Can you hear me?
Hey, Justin. Justin, can you see me?
I can see him.
Look, Justin. Look. Yo, hey, Justin, I was on the floor. I was crying, yo, when the Christians and the Muslims was going at it.
Oh my gosh, that was the wildest night ever. Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, that was crazy. I was on the floor. I said, they're not really doing this right now, man. Right?
Yeah.
But yeah, so but Justin, I want to let you know. I don't know if you remember me, but I'm the one that introduced Derek to you, and also Bergman. I'm the one that put.
Yeah, I recall.
You hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. I want let me add this real quick. I wanted to, because I'm listening to the show about hell, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's one thing that people do not are missing, Justin. That is, think about this. What was created first, heaven and hell, or humans?
If I had to assume, I'd think
Humans, right?
probably, I would say the order you gave it, heaven, hell, and humans.
Okay. So watch this. So then, Justin, if you went and got a fish tank,
Right.
and you bought filters, and you filled it up with water, and you have a temperatures, what are you planning on putting inside that environment?
I mean, I'm putting fish in there.
Fish, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So then, watch this. So if we think about heaven and hell, there are two environments. So that means that the environments were created before the species, correct?
Yeah.
So that means, Justin, that God intended to fill those environments up prior to creating the creatures, correct?
That's actually a really good point, because I asked a long time ago, I did a calculation on how many people would be in hell. And according to the Bible, hell is on the inside of the earth, which means all of those dead people are on the inside of the earth somewhere. I don't know where there's enough room for them.
That's true. But these guys don't get it that if the environment was created first, that means God had intended, right, before he even created the creatures. That means if he created the environment, he intended of putting some people or some things in that environment that he created way before he created the species.
Well, to your point, yeah, if he created hell, he knew for sure that he was going to send people there.
Exactly. That's the point I'm making. That's exactly the point. That's exactly the point. Like how you just brought up, how you just brought up the point about Satan, right? It's like if I have a vicious dog, and I know my dog is vicious, and I let him go, and he goes and bites you, is it the dog fault, or is it my fault?
Well, actually,
it's my fault.
According to the Bible, even it'd be your fault. The Bible says if you have an ox that is known to gore other oxes or other people, that you're responsible for that goring ox.
Yeah, exactly. So then how I don't understand how they are not taking, looking at that and they don't want to put the blame where it belongs. You know what I mean? Because it's fearful for them to admit that or to say that, no matter how many times you point it out and you show it in their scripture, but from slavery to grape to all this stuff. And all these things are commissioned by the biblical God.
Yeah.
And they will read it. You will read it step by step by step by step, verse by verse, no interpretation, right? But like you always say, things don't mean what they say,
Right. Words don't mean
right?
words.
They don't. Words don't mean words. They mean something else, because the mind, the brain, psychologically said, no, no, no. It has to be something else. There has to be some type of explanation. No, no. So the brain starts to short circuit.
Right.
It's short circuit. But I just wanted to say, Justin, man, I love what you're doing. I watch your show all the time. I learn a lot. Sometimes when they have the Muslims on, I wish that I could jump on because I speak Arabic fluently,
Oh shit.
right?
Yeah, I'll be
And
looking
yeah,
for you
ask
next time.
Derek
Okay.
about me. Yeah, Derek will tell you about me. I'm a beast.
Can't wait. I can't
When
wait.
it
We're gonna
come
be in,
when
in
it comes to that
discussion.
good, yeah, my brother. I'll talk to you soon, man. Get the next person on.
All right. Cheers, brother. Good to hear from you. A big dub for Mr. Morpheus. I didn't know he could speak Arabic. Actually, I've spoken to him on Facebook, but I didn't know that he could speak Arabic. Let me grab our next guest here, guys, and we're going to keep the train rolling. We got a super chat again from Dr. Pizza. Says abusive men will eventually conclude there is a most abusive man. It's funny that a book written by Iron Age abusers would read just like abusive behavior is good. 100%. Isn't that the craziest thing, that the book itself seems to be endorsing Stockholm syndrome? So at least they're getting it from somewhere. It looks like we've got OG Trad Wife. Welcome in, OG.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good.
OG, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
I am 55, so I am coming out of 2 years of deconstructing. And these people that you get on here, especially the last guy that was really trying to defend his position, I first want to say, which you may know, and I'm sure others know, this is like one of the most painful, horrific things you can ever go through, especially if you were like a dedicated Christian. And it turned my world upside down and split my family apart. But there's things that are missing because Christianity works really hard to keep you out of the Old Testament.
Right.
And so at one point I became like Torah observant or whatever. And when I did that is when I started studying the Old Testament and really seeing the truth about God and all of the crimes against humanity that were committed by him. Mm-hmm. And allowed to be committed and ordained by him. Mm-hmm. But the one thing that started where I started deconstructing was reading, I think it was over 11 times I read that no one can die for your sin.
Yeah.
And
Ezekiel.
Yeah. And I mean, I've got multiple notebooks that Christians need to look at that and understand that, like, the law says no one can die for your sins. And then in multiple places, which is a huge contradiction, but multiple places, I think over 17 times, human sacrifice is an abomination. Sacrificing children is an abomination, even though he does it anyways. But if you would just go into the Old Testament and start reading the Old Testament, like, that was huge for me. And it helped me. What was horrific is if you deny me, I'll deny you. So, like, the scary part was being able to accept that, okay, Jesus, that's a whole lie, right? And understanding that when I started looking and seeing that we don't even have any original copies of the New Testament books, and that we only have fragments of copies. And so a lot of this is put together. You're probably the best deconstructor. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I appreciate that. Let me follow up your passage about no one can die for the sins of another, because there's a really interesting story in 1 Samuel that relates to this. It says, "No, my sons, it is not a good report that I hear the people of the Lord spreading abroad. If one person," this is Eli speaking about his rebellious sons, it says, "If one person sins against another, someone can intercede for the sinner with the Lord. But if someone sins against the Lord, who can make intercession? But they would not listen to the voice of their father, for it was the will of the Lord to kill them." So even Eli the priest is recognizing, like, if you sin against God, no one can come to save you. No one's dying for your sins. It's between you and God.
Exactly. And the guy that was on a little bit ago, he kept trying to say Satan, created evil. No, God point blank says, I created evil.
Right.
I create evil. And if you look in the law, if you don't obey his law, then he's going to bring about all the calamities against you.
Yep.
All of them. Everything is from him. And he brags about the fact that he brings about all the calamities, all the storms, all the sickness, all the cancer, all the sores, the gout. There's like a whole list of all the sicknesses that he brings. And he's point blank says, I created good and evil. So,
Right.
People need to stop like trying. Everybody wants to, and Satan didn't even exist in the whole entire Old Testament.
Right.
Satan came about in the New Testament after they were all Hellenized because it's Greek mythology.
Yep.
And hell didn't exist in the Old Testament, and it's like Christianity has literally brainwashed, and Stockholm syndrome isn't even, in my opinion, good enough to say what Christianity has done to people. Because we are literally, I am 55 years old, and my beliefs were because of what I was taught in Christianity, and like homosexuality is wrong and you're going to go to hell and all this. And I have a daughter who is gay, and like I nearly destroyed my relationship with her because of that belief. And what Christianity has done, and it seems to be only in our country because like other countries aren't warped like we are, but it should be banned and it should be outlawed. And it is so destructive and it is so hateful and it is so evil. And, and even on here, I deconstructed on TikTok right here. And the shit I took from people and still get to this day, which my channel got deleted because whatever, and I had to start a new one. But the point is that if people would just open their eyes about faith, take the leap of faith that you have been lied to about Christianity and the destructive force. If there is any evil on this planet, like true evil, that is the religion.
Okay.
And that's,
Yeah, I'm with you, Treadwife. Listen, thanks for sharing with us. And if you're not part of our deconstruction Discord, I definitely recommend you jumping in and joining the crew. Love to hear from you.
All right, cool. Thank you.
All right, Big W. Thanks for coming up. All right, we're going to get our next guest. Guys, we're trying to get debates in tonight as best as we can. We got a couple hours left in the live still yet, so come on through. People are asking, can you join the Discord? Of course you can. Anyone can join. Just click the link in my profile, in my link tree, and you'll be able to join our Discord community. Now, not your average Joe is trying... They're trying to come back through. This is like time number 6. We're going to see if they're... Oh, fuck. Of course you got an echo. Not your average Joe. Get some headphones or turn off speakerphone or do something.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can
also hear me echoing in your equipment. Do you have headphones you can plug in?
How do I take it off speaker?
I don't know. It's your equipment.
I don't know. It's your equipment. Oh, man. Okay, yeah, I got headphones. One sec. Hold on. Hey, you got headphones? Hey, you got headphones? I need to use them real quick. Can you show me where they're at? Alright. Yeah, one sec, I got them. Alright. You might need to disconnect them if they're plugged in. Alright. Okay. You should be able to hear me now.
I can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you.
I'll let you know when the Bluetooth hooks up and the headphones are about to be on.
All right. While he's doing that, Jim Nasty, thank you again for the super chat. $10 super chat says, as long as white Jesus doesn't bring potato salad with raisins in it, then he can bring whatever he thinks will be good punishment for me. Spank me while he's at it. That's right. You can ride my ass, at least pull my hair, right?
Now?
Yeah, I can hear you, and I think the echo's gone, so I think we're ready to rock and roll.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was gonna say, I guess you gotta ask me the questions first if I'm 18 and whatever.
Yeah, we don't talk to children here. So, are you at least 18 and are you a
Okay.
believer?
Yes, I'm over 18, and that's kind of complicated. Well, I'll say this: my background is Orthodox Christian, and I've been questioning religion in general for a while. And I found your videos, and I gotta say I was impressed with your videos, and specifically one on Jeremiah 33:14 through 6. But I was disappointed to find out when that is not in my Orthodox Study Bible. Um, because my Orthodox Study Bible is based on the Septuagint and it's not in there. So I was going to ask if you could provide an equivalent verse of equal weight that is also found in the Septuagint, and if you can find a verse that says that when the Messiah first comes, he will have to fulfill all those things.
Well, there's a bunch of passages. So, like, I would probably point you towards like Ezekiel 37, but I would also ask why is the Septuagint more important than what the actual Hebrew text says?
Well, I'd say that because, well, I'm Orthodox Christian, so that has relevancy to me, but also because the Septuagint was translated before the Masoretic text, and scholars say that those specific verses that you quoted from Jeremiah 33:14 through 6 are only found in the Masoretic text, and in the Septuagint or the Orthodox Study Bible, you'll see Jeremiah 33, but it won't even be called Jeremiah 33, it's Jeremiah 40, and it only goes up to verse 13. So scholars say that it was added on later by the Masoretes.
Right. So it is actually in Jeremiah 33 in the Septuagint. Here is the English edition from the Sir Brenton Lancelot edition. It says, "Behold, the days are coming, declares the Lord, when I will fulfill the gracious promise that I have spoken to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a sprout for David, a righteous branch, and he will administer justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will dwell securely. For this is the name by which it will be called, the Lord is our righteousness. For this is what the Lord says, David will never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, nor will the priests who are Levites ever fail to have a man before me to offer burnt offerings and to burn grain offerings to present sacrifices."
What book and what verse is that in particularly? So I can see that right now.
Yeah,
Because it's blurry on my screen.
Oh, so I can blow it up and make it bigger.
Okay.
It's Jeremiah 33, verse 14 through 18 in the Brenton Septuagint.
Yeah, it's not in my Brenton Septuagint. Yeah, I tried to look it up and it's not in the Septuagint when I looked it up. I don't know. I mean, hold on. Could you said Jeremiah 33?
Yeah, Jeremiah 33.
Jeremiah 33.
I've got a hard copy on my shelf. It's probably the same one you got. Hold on.
See, it says right here it only goes up to verse 13. I'm looking on Brenton's Septuagint translation. It goes only to verse 13, and then it says the covenant with David, omitted text, omitted text, omitted text, blah blah blah. It says it's not in there.
I just read it from the
it's...
Brenton Septuagint.
Could you show me the actual Greek? Like, I know there's a website that has like the Greek on there.
Can you read Greek?
All right. And also, I was gonna ask as well. I was gonna ask this while you're looking that up. A lot of I've seen a lot of like atheist, not atheist scholar, but biblical scholars, and also um Jewish like uh like people who are into like Jewish apologetics. They've said things like the Messiah did not fulfill these things because like, you know, the list of like everything they say he didn't fulfill. But I would say that a lot of those verses are in like a future tense, such as Isaiah 2 verse 2. And an example of this, and it says, "Now it shall come to pass in the last days." So I'm wondering what you have to say about that, since it says like a future tense in the last days, instead of saying like when the Messiah first comes. Like I just want to have a verse that says
There's no
in
first
my book,
coming
in my
whatsoever. There's no first coming of the Messiah in the Old Testament. Every time
yeah,
the
I
Messiah
know
is
I
mentioned
know
in the
that.
Old Testament, it is last days.
Okay, but do you have a verse that says like when he first comes, he will bring peace to the world and like have like a one world government, the things that they say that he has to fulfill. I mean, do you have something of that sort?
Yeah, we just read it. Jeremiah 33, Isaiah chapter 11, Isaiah chapter 2, Micah chapter 4, Micah chapter 5, Zechariah chapter 9, Zechariah chapter 8.
All right, could you read could you give me could you read those for me? I mean, I'm sitting here trying to get the book of Jeremiah opened up on my book right here, just to cross reference. All right, let's see here. Because I am open-minded about this. Like, I honestly have been questioning Christianity for a while. And, okay, so I'm at Jeremiah. Okay, so I'm going to 33. And in my book, 33 is nothing of the same. It says, 33, Jeremiah is spared from death. In the beginning of the reign, King Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, this word came from the Lord. Thus says the Lord, stand in the court of the house of the Lord, and you shall declare to all Judeans and all who came to worship. Yes, it's a different book, but when you go to Jeremiah 40, it's the same one you're talking about. The nation will be restored. The word of the Lord came to Jeremiah a second time when he was yet bound.
Yeah, I think the passage that we're referring to, the passage that we're referring to is probably in a different order in the Septuagint version that you're using. And this is the problem with the Septuagint.
Yeah.
Because we've got so many different editions of the Greek Septuagint, the book of Jeremiah is all over the place. Like there's no single Septuagint text of Jeremiah that is unified that reads like the one we have today. Every single time we've got a text of Jeremiah, it's going to be different from the Greek Septuagint. The original Breton Septuagint of 1851 appears to lack the verses you're referring to, the Covenant of David section. That's lacking in the 1851 edition. So it must have been subsequently added.
So which one? Okay, so the verses you're saying were added into it, right?
Well, I'm saying they've been added into a version of the Septuagint after the 1851 edition.
That's what I'm saying. Like the original Greek Septuagint didn't have it.
Well, there is no original Greek Septuagint. There's no such thing as an original Greek Septuagint. It's not a real thing.
I'm not saying there's like we have the original one. I'm saying that the Septuagint didn't have it until the Masoretic text.
No, that's not true at all.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? We're talking about what the oldest Greek Septuagint manuscripts are. We don't have any Greek Septuagint manuscripts that predate like the Dead Sea Scrolls that would tell us they weren't there. But even if it did, all you're doing is proving my case for me, which is that the biblical texts aren't actually reliable. If the biblical texts are all over the place as to what actually was part of the Greek Septuagint, you got a big problem.
But the thing is, you talk about the Dead Sea Scrolls that indicate they weren't there, but we don't even find that part of Jeremiah in the Dead Sea Scrolls, unfortunately.
Actually, I don't know what part of Jeremiah showed up in that section of the Dead Sea Scrolls, but it's also irrelevant. I can find what's in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
But you got to admit, the Septuagint came before the Masoretic text, right?
It didn't come before the Hebrew text. So here's the problem.
The Jew.
Well, hold on. You have no idea what you're talking about. Just chill, Joe. Just chill out. Okay. So the Dead Sea Scrolls predate nearly every edition of the Greek Septuagint we have. Every single one. So the Dead Sea Scrolls are the oldest, and the Dead Sea Scrolls match the Masoretic text approximately 65% of the time, which means about 65% of the time the Masoretes were copying manuscripts that are older than what we have in the Greek Septuagint. We don't have early copies of the Greek Septuagint in the same way that we don't have early copies of the Masoretic text. When it comes to like pre-Jesus textual witnesses, it's just a clusterfuck of manuscripts. It's a cluster of Greek. It's a cluster of Hebrew. None of them agree with each other. That's why we have scholars that spend their entire lives doing textual criticism, and even they don't agree as to what was probably in the original text. All this to say, this should cause you to doubt whether or not the Bible has been preserved, because it certainly wasn't preserved in the Greek text.
Okay, well, why do they say that the Septuagint was dated to 300 BC?
They don't say that.
What do you mean? If I look it up on Wikipedia, it says it's usually dated from between 300 BC to the first century BC. And that's
the
for
earliest
oldest,
translations of the Greek Septuagint were only of the first 5 books of Moses. And according to the letters of Aristeas, it was the first 5 books of Moses, and they were translated in the 3rd century or so. Everything after that, we have no idea when they were translated. All we know is that they were translated prior to the time of the New Testament, because the New Testament was writing from them, or quoting from them.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. The oldest books, like the ones you're saying, came first in the Septuagint, and then the other ones, like all the rest of the books, were translated after. That's what I was trying to say. Between 3rd century BC to the 1st century BC, but definitely before Christ is what I'm trying to say.
Also,
and the Masoretic text is actually from 1000 AD. So
no,
that's why
not
I'm
even
saying
close. The Masoretic text doesn't start in 1000 AD. The Masoretic text began their work in the 600s. So here is
I'm saying the
here is
translation
what we have from the Dead
Cairo.
Sea Scrolls. Jeremiah 33 does show up in the Dead Sea Scrolls in one small fragment, and it contains Jeremiah 33, 16 through 20. And what came before that was broken.
So it only has so which part does it have? Can you start off with what it has?
Verses 16 through 20 in Jeremiah 33/40 does show up in the Dead Sea Scrolls, which means the section in the Brenton Septuagint that's not here, when you go to verses 14 to 26, these omitted verses in whatever edition of the Greek Septuagint that Brenton was working from in the 1800s, they were present in the Dead Sea Scrolls. They did exist. Verses 16 through 20 existed.
But isn't I could be wrong, but isn't 16 talking about the grain offerings and not the what he would do when he? I mean, I don't know. Let me go back to it. Okay, 33 verse 14. Okay, so it says 16 would say, "In those days Judah will be saved and Jerusalem will live in safety." That's what it says in there?
Well, I haven't translated it. It says it gets part of 16 all the way through 20. 20 starts here. It gets only the very first 2 words of 16, which starts with Yahweh. So this word here is Yahweh, and then this word that's broken, Zedekanu, is some alternative of Zedekiah or righteousness, or Yahweh will make righteous, or something of that nature. And then Ki is for, Ko is either thus, Amar is to stand, or this could be a priest. It says for a priest will stand Yahweh. So a priest will stand before Yahweh.
Okay, all right. So that's 17 or 16?
16. Well, that's 17.
Okay, yeah, I'm reading it right now. It says there will be a man to sit on the throne of Israel. That's probably what you're referring to, right?
In 33:17 or 16?
You said the one you were just reading about, a priest standing.
It sounds to me like it's actually quoting from 18.
From 18?
Well, the verse numberings aren't the same, my man. These were written before verse numbers existed.
Okay, so how do they know it's 16 through 18 then?
Because they've translated it and they know that it matches.
Okay, all right, I see now. All right.
So that's what I'm saying. We have the section of Jeremiah in the Dead Sea Scrolls that predate the Greek Septuagint, the part that's missing from your edition of the Greek Septuagint. But I've also got, hold on.
Would you say that Isaiah 11:11 kind of matches Jeremiah 33 14 through 16? Like where it talks about like when he first, I need to find a verse where it says when he first comes, that he will do these things, like in word for word, because like I want to prove to myself,
I
like
don't have
I'm
my critical
questioning.
edition of the Greek Septuagint anywhere. I don't know where I put it. It must be downstairs. I've got a critical edition of the Greek Septuagint that lists all of the manuscripts for this. It must be downstairs. But the manuscripts exist because I have English translations of the Greek Septuagint that include Jeremiah 33, the verses we just read. So whatever manuscripts Breton was working with, he didn't have them, but we have them now.
Okay, all right. I guess that answers that question, I guess. So part of your video was true because I guess half of it's in there, right? So I guess
No,
that's
it's true
plus one.
because
But anyways,
the Greek Septuagint is a translation of the Hebrew. We have older Hebrew texts that retain the verses.
yeah. But what I'm saying is like it's before the Masoretic, and I don't think they had
I don't
any
think you know what the
agenda because
Masoretic
that was
even
before
means. Do you
Christ,
know what
right?
that word means?
Yeah, it's describing the what the Masoretes,
But we
the
have
Masoretic
Hebrew manuscripts that predate the Masoretes. It doesn't matter if it's part of the Masoretic
but
tradition. We have Hebrew manuscripts that predate the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Masoretes.
like what?
We literally just read it. It's 4Q Jeremiah C.
Are you talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Yes. You know we have
Okay, I thought you
quotations
said
from
and
church
the
fathers too.
yeah. Okay, so I guess like I was asking you earlier, could you find me a verse like word like not in Jeremiah but like somewhere else
Well,
that
let
says
me make this a much easier conversation. Give me one prophecy he actually fulfilled.
well, I'd say one thing that really has been making me kind of question like atheism is Micah 5:2, because and let me tell you why. Because in Micah 5:2 it says, let me go to the translation here. All right. It says that his going forth is from old,
Yep.
from the days of eternity.
Mm-hmm.
So I watched Tobias Singer and a lot of other rabbis, and they were trying to, and I even went to your Discord, and someone, I think, Crystal J or some other person was saying that it was just a random king. It was a random king that was supposed to rule Israel. Okay, if it was a random king, then why does it say their origins, their going forth, was from of old, from the days of eternity? No person on earth
That's not really what it should be
has
translated as, by the way.
origins.
So this is where
Well, how do we know?
so
Because
this
when we
is the
go,
problem with the Greek Septuagint is it mistranslates all kinds of stuff. Whoever translated the Greek Septuagint didn't do a good job. But the text itself is referring to somebody from the ancient line of King David. That's why it mentions Bethlehem and Ephrathah. Those are the oldest ancestors of King David in the Bible. The origin of the king is going to be from old. Well, from what? From the lineage of David, from the ancient lineage of King David. That's what it's talking about. It's not saying that this king is going to have an eternal past.
well, it's talking about the Messiah, right?
Well, I think it could
So
be a
you would
messianic
think,
vision, but it certainly didn't come true because Jesus was never a
the
king and he
reason
was
why I say
never a
it's,
ruler.
but the thing is, if you go to the passage, I'm not, if you go to the chapter
I'm there,
right
but
before that in
it
Micah
said,
4,
but
in
listen to what
Micah
it actually
4, in
says.
Micah,
It says, one will come forth to me to be a ruler of Israel. When did Jesus ever rule in Israel?
Well, I mean Christians have an interpretation of that, but I'm trying to say that
So he
okay,
never
you're
ruled in
looking at Micah
Israel?
5, right? So no.
So then he didn't fulfill the
So
prophecy?
I mean, I'm not. Well, I mean, couldn't you partially fulfill a prophecy?
No.
And couldn't it be talking? Well, okay. Well, let's just say the prophecy split up, right? And you
It's not split
fulfill the
up.
first part,
It says there's
and
going to
the
be a king who's going to come and rule. Jesus
okay.
wasn't a
Well, I
king. He didn't
understand.
rule
I
anything.
agree with you. I I agree with you. Let's just say this. I agree with you, and I'm questioning Christianity. I agree with you, and I think it is sus. But if you go to Micah 4, it's talking about the Messiah. So what about that?
Yeah, Micah 4 talks about the time of peace, right? And that never happened.
Yeah, it talks about how there would be like worldwide peace in Micah 4,
Yep.
and how the Messiah would destroy all the countries around and conquer the world, right?
Yep. And
You
that's
know?
supposed to be the
So
person
when
from
you go
Micah
to Micah
5.
5, yeah, so why would you go to Micah 5 and then say that's not him, the same person?
It is. I agree with you. The proper interpretation of Micah 5 is that this person is going to be the one who causes Micah 4 to be true. That's why it says, the Lord,
Okay.
and the Lord shall stand and see and feed his flocks with power. They shall dwell in the glory of the name of the Lord their God. For now they shall be magnified to the ends of the earth. And she shall have peace when Ashur, that's the Assyrians, shall come into your land, so on and so forth. Yeah, the Hebrew text just spells it out clearly. It says that he will be the one of peace. But this certainly wasn't fulfilled in Jesus. It says he will appoint them to wait till the time of their travails. She shall bring forth. Then the remnant of the brethren shall return to the children of Israel, which never happened. This is just like all the other prophecies about the Messiah, that the Israelites are going to return from where they've been scattered. They're never going to be divided ever again. They're going to live in peace and security. Didn't happen, never going to happen.
Okay. All right. So I found Isaiah 11:11. I think it matches pretty good. All right, so I'll read it. There shall come forth a rod from the root of Jesse, and a flower shall grow out of this root. The Spirit of God shall rest upon him, the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, the Spirit of counsel and might, the Spirit of knowledge and godliness. The Spirit of fear of God shall fill him. He shall not judge by reputation, nor convict by common talk, but he will judge the cause of the humble and prove the humble of the earth. He shall strike the earth with the word of his mouth, and with the breath of his lips he shall slay the ungodly. He shall gird. Wait, hold on. Okay, no, it's this part. It shall come to pass in that day that there shall be a root of Jesse who shall arise to rule the nations. The Gentiles shall hope in him, and his resting place
Did you skip
shall
over the
be
important part?
honorable. No, that's the important part I was trying to say.
No, read verse 6.
Yeah, I know that part. I'm trying to
Oh,
say.
yeah.
I'm trying to agree
Don't
with
skip
you on
over the
this.
part that you don't like.
Yeah.
The wolf will feed the
No,
lamb, and the
I'm
leopard
not
will lie
saying.
down with the kid, and the young calf and the bull and lion will feed together, and little children shall lead them. Did any of that happen?
No, it didn't. That's why I'm reading verse
There
10
you go.
because it says in that day when he first comes, he's supposed to
No, it
do all
didn't say
that
that
stuff,
day
but he
when he
didn't.
first comes.
I think you're misunderstanding me. I'm giving you the atheist perspective. I'm not trying to give you a Christian perspective right now.
And then I guess you lost me. What part of this actually got fulfilled?
No, I'm not saying it got fulfilled. I'm trying to
Oh,
find you a verse I'm trying to find you a verse that's similar to Jeremiah 33:14. I'm saying it shall come to pass in that day that he shall be a root of Jesse who shall arise to rule the nations, and he never did that.
I
That's what
know.
I'm trying
There's
to
a
say.
bunch of them, right? Ezekiel 37, same
Yeah,
thing.
I'm not trying to skip verses. I don't know why you're accusing me of that.
I'm lost with what you're
I
actually
get
trying to
that.
do right now.
Yeah, I was trying to show you, I was asking you the first time if you had any comparable verses, and I said, hey, I found one in Isaiah 11,
Yeah, well, I
and
mentioned that earlier.
I was trying to read it.
That
You
Micah
you
chapter
mentioned
4, Micah
Isaiah
chapter 5,
11:1.
Isaiah chapter 2, Isaiah chapter 11, Ezekiel chapter 37, Ezekiel chapter 36 as well, Isaiah chapter 61 too, Zechariah chapter
Okay,
8.
so you said there were. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna go back to this video after we get done talking. I'm gonna look through all those too, because it's just it is sus to me that all these things are in the Bible and that he didn't fulfill them.
Right, there's a
So
bunch.
yeah, that's all I gotta say about that.
Read Ezekiel
Yeah,
37 tonight sometime, okay?
37. Isn't that about the temple?
Oh, no, not yet. That doesn't start until chapter 40.
Okay. All right.
All right. It was good to hear from you,
Well,
Average Joe.
I guess that's okay. Thank you.
All right, cheers. Well, I'll give him credit. He wasn't average. He turned out to not be an average Joe after all. So big W for not being average. He sounds like he's deconstructing, but I don't know why people force themselves into using the Greek Septuagint. It's like the King James Onlyists. Why would you force yourself into using a bad translation? Crazy to me. All right, guys, let me grab a couple super chats and we'll get our next guest in here. We've got a couple people that are waiting to get in. Thank you so much, Dr. Pizza, again for the $10 super chat. It says abusive men will eventually conclude there is a most abusive man. It's funny that the book written by I'm sorry, I didn't realize we already read that. Frankie, there we go. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says cooking again. Saw the Bible study you and Sarah did. I'm hooked more and more. Question: are you familiar with the YouTube channel Useful Charts, especially the biblical timeline? If so, how accurate are they? I'm actually very, very familiar with Useful Charts. He's really good at what he does, and I would trust those charts. And even he will preface on some of his charts that there's like some gray area when there is gray area. So yeah, if you get a chart from Useful Charts, I would generally trust it. He does really good research. That doesn't mean that he's without flaws. Everybody can make a mistake. I'm sure he's making a mistake somewhere. I'm making a mistake somewhere. We're all making mistakes, but overall, he does really good work. I mean, if he's made a mistake somewhere, I haven't caught it, but I haven't been looking either. But yeah, I trust him. Thank you so much for that. And Perilous, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, please improve my scholarship. Can you enumerate any lies that Satan told? I could not find any except maybe a misquote. There's really not much to work with there. I mean, Jesus said in John 8:44 that Satan was a liar and a murderer from the beginning. And, John the Elder in 1 John said that there's no truth in him, if I remember correctly. I could be misquoting him, but it said in 1 John 3:8, I believe. Let me grab the quote from 1 John 3:8 so I don't misquote whoever wrote 1 John 3:8. Certainly wasn't John the Apostle, though. 1 John 3:8 says, everyone who commits sins is a child of the devil, for the devil has been sinning from the beginning. The Son of God was revealed for this purpose, to destroy the works of the devil. Those who have been born of God do not sin. Okay, so it says he was sinning from the beginning. So I was thinking of John 8:44, where he said that there's no truth in him. Yeah, John 8:44. He was a murderer from the beginning and does not stand in truth because there's no truth in him. Cool. But yeah, I can't really find any like outright positions where Jesus lies or Satan lies, except for maybe when he was tempting Jesus in the desert, because I don't really see how Satan can give Jesus all the kingdoms of the world. Like, I don't think that Satan can give the promises that he's offering Jesus in that section, which is really weird that God could even be tempted by Satan. It doesn't make any sense. Dr. Pizza. Oh, we got that one. Got that one. There we go. Sorry, guys. I got so many super chats. I'm getting lost in them. I really appreciate all the support, guys, and the questions. Thank you for the 666 Konami. Konami, like the Konami cheat code. If I had a fish tank with filters and all the temperatures and all the stuff, I'd put a Kraken in there in the name of Doug. Big W Kraken. I'm actually out of Kraken tonight, but I think I got a little bit of tequila I might crack open here in a minute. Jen, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, teaching a lab course next week about identifying rocks. So I make sure I send a little prayer to Doug. Well, thank you so much, Jen. Definitely include Doug in your daily routine. He appreciates it. And don't forget Sharon Stone. And welcome to the Kraken crew, Meliodas. I appreciate that. And Adam, good to see you again tonight. He says, I'll pray for you. Caller getting the last word. That's what it is. Yes. When they say, well, I'll pray for you, that's their feeblest attempt to say that I'm going to get the last word in the conversation, even though I got cooked. And Blue, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. It says, tuned in late. Anyone mention Isaiah 53 yet? No, but you know it's coming. It is 100% coming. And Farrell, thank you for the $6.99. Says in response to hell, why isn't the threat of missing out on heaven and eternal life enough to convince people? Is being with Jesus just a really bad selling point? I don't know if I follow your question entirely, but I don't think that missing. Oh, I see what you're saying. Why is the threat of yeah? If just missing out on heaven was such a loss, you wouldn't need hell. That's what you're saying. And now I'm picking up what you're putting down. That's actually a really good point, because if missing out on hell was so terrible, you wouldn't need to threaten anybody with hell. Hell wouldn't need to exist at all. It'd be like, if, for example, if I was giving out invites to everybody in my class and to this awesome party, it's going to be the most amazing party ever, and I just didn't invite somebody. Well, not getting to go to that party is a punishment in itself, theoretically. Like, I don't need to add on top of it, also, you're not invited, but I'm going to, burn you with fire. That's a shit, Farrell. That's a really good point. I'm glad you mentioned that. Jay Corling, good to see you tonight. It says, from the life of Brian, there's no Messiah in here. There's a mess, all right, but no Messiah. Yeah, that's about right. And Billy, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says Christians always say it's a choice. It's an ultimatum. I agree. It's not a choice. It's an ultimatum. If I have a gun and take your money, did you choose to give it to me? No, you didn't. Heaven and hell are not choices, guys. It's just not. And Taco Joe, thank you for the super chat. It says, Justin, can you try to get Dave84 King up? He is an apologist YouTube channel. He is going to school you on the Bible. Well, I doubt that, but I appreciate the super chat. And I don't see him in my... Oh, he is in my queue. So I guess we'll get to him tonight. And Susie, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. He says, I believe in rock for gods. Jimmy, Robert, JPJ, and John Bonham, the Led Zeppelin Pantheon. Big W for hard rock. If you ever wanted to know what music Doug wants you to listen to, it's going to be hard rock, guys. And Jay Mule, last super chat, thank you so much for the $10. He says, this should cover you for a gallon of gas, half a dozen in eggs. Hell's Kitchen up in this bitch. Yeah, well, not anymore. Now it can only cover like a half a dozen of eggs and no gas where I live. But thank you so much, Jay Mule, for the super chat. And let me grab our next guest. And we've got a couple people that have been waiting to get in. So I appreciate you guys waiting. But, when you have people waiting, what can you do? You got to wait in line. All right, we're going to get other bro Daryl from the TikTok queue in here. Let's see what happens. They've been waiting for a little while, so I don't know if they're actually still with us. We'll have to wait and see. No, not so much. All right. Well, come on back if you're still hanging around, and we'll keep the thing on. We'll keep the thing moving. We'll get Matt next. See if Matt can connect. Welcome in, Matt. Matt, do you know that you're on the stage right now? Did you mean to request? Matt? I think Matt fell asleep on us, guys. All right. Well, yeah, he is. He's asleep. I agree. He's asleep. All right, we'll grab the next one here. Welcome in, Robbie.
Hey, what's going on?
Not too much. How you doing?
I'm all right.
Good to hear. Rob, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I'm 26 and I'm more of an agnostic, but I always say that agnostics play the part of atheists too well, because I think that if you truly don't know, then that means you should play both parts.
Right. I don't disagree, actually.
Gotcha. Okay. So, well, like I said, there's a few things that I guess just don't make sense to me. Sorry, go ahead.
Do you believe in hell?
Yeah, I mean, if it's in the Bible, obviously I believe that hell exists.
So you're not agnostic, you believe in the Bible?
Well, okay, so like I said, it's kind of like a here and there. So I believe that if the Bible is true, then hell exists. If the Bible is obviously not true, then hell doesn't exist. But like I said, I could play both sides. So if you're the atheist in this scenario, then I'll be the Christian. So
Well,
let's say
I
hell
think what
exists.
I'd like to do is debate somebody who like believes it. Do you actually believe it?
Well, so I used to be a Christian, but I'm kind of going through like what you call deconstruction. So I'm kind of going through a phase where I'm moving away from it.
Mhm.
But traditionally speaking, historically speaking, yeah, I'm a Christian. I was born Christian. My whole family is very adamantly Christian. So
Okay. So sounds like you're deconstructing. What's keeping you in?
in my opinion, there's just a few things that are kind of hard to reconcile with. I think that consciousness is one of them. Morality may be another one.
But
It's
But what's that got to do with Christianity?
well, I think there's when it comes to Christianity, the historicity of it is better than most other religions, I would say. But I believe that there potentially could be a hell.
I mean,
But I kind of
according to the Quran, it's been uncorrupted since like just after Muhammad's death.
well, I disagree with Islamic morality. But
Okay. Well,
real quick,
I would disagree with the morality of the God of the Bible, though.
sure, that's fine. Can I reference something you said earlier about hell specifically?
Sure.
So hell in the Bible was prepared for the devil. So it wasn't made specifically for humans, and it also doesn't necessarily say that there's any humans inside hell right now. It's mostly spoken in Revelation that that's where people will go.
Are people going to the hellfire?
Well, there's, like I said, there's none. I can't say for sure, but there's none in there right now. The Bible doesn't ever particularly say that there's anybody living or existing inside of hell.
But
in any
it
given
does
moment.
say that they're going to be going there.
Well, in Revelations, it said that they could go there.
And
They
Matthew
could go there.
24 too.
In Matthew 24, what does it exactly say?
I'll read it for you. We'll start in verse 36. I'll put it on the screen.
Okay.
This is about that day and the hour no one knows, neither the angels in heaven. Oh, sorry, I wanted Matthew 25. I don't know why I punched in Matthew 24.
I mean, that's kind of made my point, right? No one truly knows. So
No, I know. So in Matthew 24, it talks about the judgment. It says, when the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, he will sit on the throne of glory, and all the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate one from another as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats. He will put the sheep on his right and the goats on his left. And the king will say to his right, come, you that are blessed by my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty. You gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you welcomed me. I was naked, and you gave me clothing. I was sick, and you took care of me. And I was in prison, and you visited me. Then the righteous will answer him. You already know that. And then he will say to those on his left hand, in verse 41, you that are accursed, depart from me into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. So this thing that was prepared for the devil and his angels is where he's going to send people when he comes back.
So that is super important. That is a super important verse, and that's kind of why I have a little bit of a different theory. Maybe that's why I consider myself a little bit removed from traditional Christianity. I do believe that if there is a God, that you do get one last option to sit before him and essentially accept that obviously he exists and he is your God. If you don't, if you rebel against him in that moment, then you go to hell. And I think that is a better way to go about it, because if you sat before God and you looked up at him and saw that he was real and he existed, would you accept him right then and there, or would you remove yourself from him?
I don't think anybody would, but what's the point of proselytizing here on the earth if you're just going to get a better opportunity after you die?
Well, I honestly, I have no idea. That's kind of the things that I struggle with. But like I said, I think that's my opinion. I think that regardless of what you do here on earth, I think that everybody gets one last option, because you can kind of, I guess, navigate through the world here, and you do get that option at the end of it to rebel against God or not accept him. Huh?
Is that in the Bible, though?
Is what in the Bible?
This idea that you get an option after you die to make the decision.
Well, I mean, like you said right there, right? They kind of go up there, and he decides, you that are with me, stay here in heaven. You that are against me, you that rebel from me, get cast in the lake of
That's not
fire.
what he said.
Well, in Revelations, that's pretty much what it says. Can you go read it again?
Yeah, Revelation 21 is probably what you're referring to. Revelation 21, it's just
Right.
anyone who's not a believer. If you go to Revelation 21:7, is it 8 or 7? Let me see. Must be.
I think it's 8.
Yeah. It says, as for the cowardly, the faithless, the polluted, the murderers, the fornicators, the sorcerers, the idolaters, and all liars, their place will be in the lake that burns with fire and sulfur, which is the second death. So some translations will say the unbelievers, but basically the same thing. I'm an unbeliever. I'm without faith.
Right. And again, I believe that you get that last option once you are in front of him to accept him or repent from him.
Right, but that's
again,
that's not in the book, though.
Sure, that's probably a little bit different from traditional Christianity, but that's kind of how I see it.
Why would he send anyone to hell, even if they are standing right in front of him?
Well, like I said, nobody is in hell, so it exists. Traditionally speaking,
but he's going to send people there. You said.
Well, if they rebel against him or if they don't accept him.
Well, but why do they need to be tortured by fire just for not accepting him?
Well, I think that obviously if you stand in front of him and you get that option, I think if you turn away from him, then knowing the consequences, that's kind of where that was, like I said, that was the design for fallen angels such as Lucifer, I guess, and his respective angels.
Right, but why did he have to create hell as the alternative?
That for Satan.
But why are humans going there? Why is that a decision God is making, that if you don't want to party with me, you have to burn?
Well, like I said, because he created everything. So you get that last option. You accept that. If you get turned away, if you choose to rebel or not accept that, if you're given the option, infinite paradise or infinite hell, one last time, you get that yes or no. You get the 2 doors to walk through, and you choose the hell. That's kind of also a strange argument, I guess, to choose the hell.
It's actually not just strange, it's coercion. God is saying, listen, you have to do what I want you to, or I'll burn you. Isn't that such a weird, coercive decision? Is that love? Can you say you love somebody if you say you're either going to spend your time with me or you're going to burn?
Well, I personally, I don't think that's like spend your time with me. I think that's a little bit different here on earth, if that's what you're referring to.
I don't care what you call it. God said you will choose me or you will burn. That's not a real option. That's not love.
Sure. Okay. I guess if he created the whole universe and how it operates, then that's the parameter. Sure.
Right. But you would not accept that parameter for anybody else. Not a single human being. If we set up those parameters, you would accept. If I decided I was going to ask a girl to go out with me, I said, if you don't go out with me, I'm going to light you on fire. That's not a decision. She hasn't been given a decision. She's been given a command. She's got a gun to her head.
It sounds like the answer would be yes, either way.
It sounds like you'd be a barbaric maniac if somebody did that. So it's terrible when human beings do it, but it's good when God does it?
Well, the difference is that woman didn't create everything that ever existed, I think. So that's kind of a different scenario there, right?
Well, neither did I. I didn't create everything that existed. To be fair, the women in the analogy are you and me.
Right.
Okay. So in the analogy, God is the one asking somebody on a date, saying, you will either go out with me or I will light you on fire. That's not a real decision.
But again, the difference is if you were holding a gun to a female's head, you didn't give her anything before all of that.
Doesn't matter. The gun to the head is the hellfire. That's how analogies work.
Right. But again, I think it's a little bit different, right?
What's different?
Well, the difference is one didn't create the entire universe, didn't create heaven and hell, didn't
Why
go
does that
through.
matter?
Why does that matter? Because I guess that's how realms would operate in this situation here.
So you're actually just making it worse. You're saying that God has every option ever at his disposal, and the thing that he chose was coercion.
Well, he has every option ever to, not create humans at all. So, I guess if you're saying that the better option was to just not create humans at all.
I didn't say that at all. It had nothing to do with what I'm saying. I'm saying that there's no reason why the alternative to chilling with God has to be getting torched.
In my opinion, like I said, there's no one there. And it's kind of like a rejection at face value.
People will go there, Rob. Going back to these same talking points that we already covered isn't helpful. The Bible says people are going to go there. Whether there's somebody there right now is irrelevant. So why is it that God said the only alternative to being with me is to be lit on fire?
Well, it did speak about things like murderers and this and that. Do you think that somebody, for example, I don't even think Hitler is sitting in hell, or, it depends how spiritually, I guess, they go about it. But do you think a person like Hitler belongs in hell, for example?
He believed in Jesus. Well, actually, he in his early days believed in Jesus. Eventually, I think he became more of a deist. But I think it's irrelevant because according to Christianity, you're not in hell because you did good or bad things. You're in hell because you either did or didn't accept Jesus.
Well, like you just read in the Revelations, right? It speaks about murderers and this and that. It's kind of both, right? Because if you do all of those things in the absence of God, you would be, in any instance, a sinner away from him. So
any sin you commit without God commits you to the hellfire. Right now, Jeffrey Dahmer is in heaven, and I'm going to be going to hell.
I guess, like I said, I guess if they are confronted with face value with God, and they choose to either accept him or deny him, in my opinion, that's how I believe it works.
Right, but why does God need to send you to the fire if you don't want to be with him? Why is that the necessary component?
What would be the other option?
He could just create another planet and put all the people on it that don't want to be with him over on the other fucking planet. Leave them alone. You don't have to torture anybody because they don't want to be with you.
That's true, but hell has obviously also been described in many different ways. Some say that it's a burning lake of fire. Obviously, some think that that's metaphorical. Some believe it's just the absence of God, nothingness, blackness. It could be that, it is just a nothingness, another planet of nothingness.
But that's not what the Bible says. The Bible says there's weeping and gnashing of teeth, and it describes it as being fire, and it says it can actually burn up the soul.
Yeah, right.
Right. That's why it says
burning like a fire, sulfur.
Right.
But again, I don't know. I think that, if I was confronted with God, because I am a back and forth, right? Because like I said, I'm an agnostic. I don't know all of the answers. Of course, I don't know all the answers. So I go back and forth, kind of an oscillating period. So in my opinion, the thing is just about belief for me. So if I'm confronted with God face to face when I die, and he says, look, I'm real. Do you accept the kingdom of heaven, or would you like to go to hell? I'm not going to choose hell, right? I'm going to choose heaven. And I don't think that anybody confronted with that option would choose hell.
Right, but you still haven't answered my question. Why would a good God make the alternative torture?
Well, I think that a just God would kind of cast down on things like really terrible sins. So in order to be just, in order to be good, you kind of have to punish that of which is evil.
With eternal torture?
I guess, yeah. I guess that's punishing of which is evil.
Would we accept that here on earth? If somebody committed a crime, would it be acceptable to torture them for eternity here on earth? Because I don't think we would accept that.
Well, it's kind of the same way, I guess, in a simpler sense, where if someone commits a crime, we place them in an area in the absence of society.
Yeah, but why do they need to be lit on fire and tortured? Because For example, Robbie, if you and I live the same life, and the only difference is at the end of our life, you decide that you want to chill with God, and I decide that I think he's kind of a punk and I don't. Well, I get tortured by fire.
Well, I guess, I mean, that's the parameters you set when you create the universe.
I didn't set those parameters. God set those
I'm
parameters
just saying,
because he's not good.
Sure, I don't know.
Right? Hell and Satan are real problems for this God, and so are natural disasters. Somebody has to account for all of the unnecessary suffering. You cannot have an all-good God who also believes that it's okay to cause unnecessary suffering, even if the unnecessary suffering is in the afterlife.
Yeah, I mean, that's, like I said, that's one of the things I struggle with as well. But so I kind of agree with that.
Right. Well, listen, Robbie, I had a good time talking to you. You have anything else on this topic?
Yeah, I mean, I got to do some more studying. Like I said, I'm kind of back and forth, and it's not my main topic. But I feel like anybody who's a Christian or religious, it should be their main topic. Obviously, if it's the most important thing they can ever imagine. So I agree, a lot of Christians should do their homework. But for now, I enjoy watching you, so I'm a follower and I'm gonna keep it going. But I appreciate you letting me come up here.
All right, thanks for coming through, Robbie. I had a good time talking to you. Have a good one.
Thank you too, buddy. See ya.
Robbie is a good guy. I was a little hard on him, not too hard. I was a little hard on him, but I think he's a good guy. All right, I've got Shem, Child of Jesus, next, and then Perusia 7, and that apologist that they said was coming through dropped out of the queue during that talk with that guy. So I don't know what's going on with that. But Wilma Dickliff, good to see you tonight. I love that name. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says that guest was riding the struggle bus all the way to Failtown. Praise Doug. Well, he was trying, and I remember being, thinking some of the same stuff when I was a Christian, deconstructing, just like, what can I possibly hold on to make this not so bad? You know what I mean? What words can I adjust to make it not so bad? But eventually you got to be honest with yourself. David, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, I haven't had a say about anything in this life. Why would I care having a say in theoretical afterlife? That's a good point. I mean, we so much about this life we don't actually get to choose. We just don't. And according to the Bible, you don't have free will anyways. Everything is done by the sovereignty of God. But thank you for the super chat. And last one says, God's a bottom. It says, how come most Christian beliefs are fan fiction? They really are. They really are. A lot of Christians actually believe stuff's not in the Bible. Cam is asking, how do you do a super chat? Cam, you have to be on the YouTube stream. You're on the TikTok stream right now. But Amelia, good to see you, old friend. And Chet, welcome in, guys. Thank you so much for the bracelets and the gold medal and the paper cranes. I really appreciate that. Good to see you, Chet. Good to see Amelia. It's been a bit. Also, Claire, I see you too. Welcome in, Claire. Let me grab our next guest from TikTok. I think we've talked once before, but it's been a while. Welcome in, Shem.
Thank you. Peace of God be with you.
Yeah, good to hear from you again. You've been here before, right?
Yeah, I've been here.
That's what I thought. Okay, so why is God sending me to hell?
Yeah, God sends you to hell because if you sin, if you live in sin, and if you don't listen to Him, if you don't repent,
so
yeah, you choose. That's your choice.
No, it's not my choice at all. I don't believe that God exists. Why would I repent to something I don't believe exists?
If you don't think God don't exist, why are you talking every day about the Bible?
Because you think he exists, and I have to share space with people that thinks he's real. Chet, thank you for the cake. Big W.
These people, believers, they believe in God because they have seen, they have testimony, they know God.
Oh no, I don't think so at all. Because I would say that, like, my Hindu friends have the same experiences as my Christian friends. I actually have Jewish friends that are believers that claim to have experiences too. So, like, just because people claim to have an experience doesn't mean that they're actually having an experience.
You have missed the point, People that follow Jesus, they are people that have their own testimony, and their faith begins with their heart. There is things, miracles they have seen in their life. You know, that's why I believed in Jesus before I read the Bible.
Yeah, but there's no evidence that Jesus is God, much less that the Yahweh is a Trinity or any other nonsense in the Bible. Jesus fulfilled 0 messianic prophecies whatsoever. I have no reason to believe that this guy is a God, not even a Messiah. So what would be the reason why I would actually want to confess my sins to this God that is an absolute monster and doesn't even fulfill his own predictions?
I mean, if you are describing him as a monster, that means you know that he exists, right? I see
No,
you
not
have
at all.
feelings
He's
toward God.
fictional. Jem, this is I don't know how hard this is for you. You can talk about fictional entities in a storybook without believing that they're real.
I mean, fictional entities. The Bible is real. It's not fictional. There is no fantasies in it.
The God of the Bible is fiction.
No, why? I mean, why have you feelings though? Why do you hate God?
I don't hate God. I don't believe in God.
I mean, you are like insulting him. I see you have feelings toward God. You cannot have feelings to something that doesn't exist.
I have feelings towards religion. I have the
But
same feelings
religion,
towards the Muslim God. Does that mean I believe in the Muslim God too? Shit, that means I believe in a bunch of gods. Guys, did you know that if you dislike a religion that you must believe in their God? That's crazy. Do you dislike Allah?
I mean, Allah means God.
No, do you dislike the Muslim God?
I mean, the Muslim God is not like, I don't believe in the Quran, you know.
Oh, well, you just talked about him. You must believe in him.
No, I know Jesus is God. Jesus is the creator of earth and heaven.
What about the Mormon God? Do you like the Mormon gods?
The Mormons, I have actually met them on the streets preaching to me. The Mormons, they are trying
He doesn't listen to a
change
single
the
question I
gospel
ask.
to.
Shem, I think this is what happened last time we talked. You actually don't listen to the words coming out of my mouth. You notice how when you say things, I respond to what you say, but when I say things, you just ramble on something incoherent and different than what I'm talking about?
No, you misunderstand things. I just trying to tell the Mormons that they are.
Pretty sure that's exactly the way our previous conversation went, so we'll just cut that one short. All right, let's grab a Perusia 70 or Parousia. I tried to get them on. I don't think they're actually in the queue anymore. I add them to the screen, but I don't see them or hear them. I think Perusia actually dropped out. Let me refresh my queue just to make sure. Oh, he is with us. Welcome. Oh, maybe he's got a slow connection. It could be. We had a lot of slow connections tonight, guys. It's been a wild night for connections. Mad Dog is asking if you can come up. Yeah, you can come up next, Mad Dog. Hit the request button on TikTok and we'll talk about it. Perusia, I think you're frozen over there. I think your stream is frozen while it's not pulling you up. Your camera shows that it's on, but your camera's frozen. I don't know exactly what's going on with you, but something's up with your system. Restart your system and come back up and try again. All right. Did she request? I don't see her in the queue. Who was just asking a second ago to come up? All right, Perusia came back. We'll see if they got a better connection this time. Perusia, you with us? Yes, no, maybe? No, not so much? All right, something's wrong with your connection. You got to get Wi-Fi or something. I don't know what's going on with you. All right, we'll keep on moving, guys. We've got a friend in the guest box. Actually, I think we ran out of opposition. Welcome, Mostly Gizzards. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10. He says, I smelled the odor of Justin cooking and I find it pleasing. Big W, Mostly Gizzards. Thank you for that. Good to hear from you. All right. Oh, Mad Dog did come back. We'll get Mad Dog next. How you doing, Dan?
Hey, how's it going?
Not too bad. How are you?
Pretty good.
What's on your mind tonight?
Give me a minute. I wanted to bring up something. Well, first of all, I'm over the age of 18, and I'm deconstructing from believing. I'm a agnostic atheist, but I'm scrolling through trying to find some text that I wanted to bring up. I'm sorry. Give me just a second.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even want to get
I can grab the next guest if you want
debates,
to.
right?
Yeah, we're looking for some debates if we can do it.
Right. I
Well,
feel like it should be important to. I feel like you should deliver something, right? Like better than I could. That a lot of Christians out there are like worried about being deceived in the sense that they will like receive the mark like unbeknownst to them,
mhm,
let's say.
mhm.
But Revelations 14:9 through 11 makes it clear that those who receive the mark are like also worshiping the beast.
Yeah, worship the beast. Yeah. Mhm.
I know that I've heard you speak on this. I've heard your position that you're preterist. Would
No,
you
I'm
say
definitely not a
that?
preterist. No.
But you're open to that, right?
No. I
I've
think
heard you
preterism
assert.
is completely wrong.
Okay, well, whatever. I'm just saying, like, well, what do you mean by that? Like, what is the position that you take on that? What's your,
Preterism is that all of the prophecies of the Bible have come true, but they simply haven't.
well said, but I'm saying, like, it is obviously clear that there's, well, okay, like, let me just clarify. Like, I'm a little nervous, I'm sorry. And I'm intoxicated, to be honest,
I
but
I can tell
I'm trying to,
yeah.
yeah. I'm trying to articulate, right?
Well,
I hear myself. I'm sorry, but let me
well, Dan, I mean, you're not a Christian, and neither am I, and we've got some Christians waiting to get in, so I'm going to move on, okay? But
can I just say
we're
one
friends.
thing real quick?
You're friends on Facebook. Send me a message over there. We can discuss this offline.
Yeah, there. Okay, yeah. There's just. Can I say this real quick?
Mhm.
Yeah. So clearly, there's worship with the mark of the beast, right? There's a lot of people that are like worried, like my mother, my wife, even, right? Like, there's a lot of people that are close to me that are worried that they'll be tricked into taking the mark of the beast, right? But clearly, it's not like the COVID vaccine or like
Right.
a sort of microchip or anything like you could be deceived into taking, right?
Mhm.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Like, because there'd be worship associated with it.
Yes. Says in verse 9, those who worship the beast and its image and receive the mark on their foreheads or on their hands. So, yeah,
Yeah, but the forehead and hands is also like you could refer to like Deuteronomy and Exodus. Like Deuteronomy 6:8 says
But the
to
Tephilim,
bind God's law
I know.
to the forehead and hands, but it's like clearly metaphorical. But I know there's Hasidic Jews that you could represent to like the KJV
Right. Listen, Dan,
type of
I got to
people.
move on to the debate, okay?
Yeah. I feel that. Are you going to be in the Discord later by chance?
I'm going to be going to
Do
bed.
you ever do that?
I'm in the Discord pretty often. It's just kind of a busy week for me. I got some project deadlines that are due in the next week or two, so I'm working a lot at my day job. Remember, guys, outside of what I'm doing here, I work a full-time job.
No, I feel that.
But
That's
hit me up offline, okay?
commendable. All right, yeah, we'll do.
All right, see you, buddy.
Sorry to.
No, you're okay.
Grab your time.
You're okay. Cheers, bud. He's gonna want to sleep some of that off. All right, we'll get Mad Dog in here. Welcome in, Mad Dog.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Doing okay. I apologize for my voice a little bit. I'm getting over being sick, and I'm also making banana bread right now. But
W banana bread.
Yeah, it's pretty dang good, if I say so myself. But
Are you a believer?
so I am. Yes, I am.
Cool.
One of my favorite arguments, and I can tell that you're very well versed in, studying the Bible, studying apologetics, whatever. So one of my favorite apologetics type argument is the teleological argument, which I'm sure you're familiar with. And
what does it do with what topic is?
basically the evidence and oh my goodness, evidence of God, the origin of the universe, basically existence of God. So that's my favorite topic.
It has nothing to do with the topic we're talking about. We're talking about
The
how
Stockholm
Christianity is
syndrome stuff?
Stockholm syndrome.
So if we're switching gears to that, that's
We're not switching gears. That's been the topic all night.
No, I understand. There's just been several people talking about other stuff. So if we're talking about religion, I would argue that a lot of religion is corrupt no matter what religion it is. So I would agree that there's definitely some people who will push religion as something that's bad, something that's destructive even. However, I'm one of those that would argue that having a personal relationship with Jesus is completely different than operating in a state of religion.
Can you have a relationship with somebody that only gives you one alternative, which is torture?
I don't believe that it's torture. I believe that human nature is in and of itself sinful and corrupt.
Well, try this
However,
again.
I don't believe...
What's the alternative to being in a relationship with Jesus?
I would say that it's freedom, that Jesus is paid for our punishment.
I don't think you follow what I'm saying. If I don't believe in Jesus and I don't have a relationship with this guy carcass, what happens to me when I die?
Right. So I would say that that's separation from God. I think God has mercy on those who don't know of him.
Does hell
but for
exist?
those that... Huh?
Does hell exist?
Does hell exist? I believe it does.
Is it fun?
No, I absolutely don't think so.
Is there wailing and gnashing of teeth and fire there?
I believe so, but I also believe
Would
that
you
it's
describe it as
separation
being
from God.
torturous?
Yeah.
Okay, so then good. If you don't have a relationship with Jesus, you get tortured. That's the implications of your religion.
I would agree. That's
So-
the consequence.
Can you love somebody when the only alternative to loving them is torture?
Again, I don't think that description fits it necessarily.
You just said it.
I see
It
it.
left
Well,
your
listen.
mouth.
Well, here's this analogy is a parent that teaches their child what is right and what is wrong doesn't necessarily exclude torture for consequence. Now, I understand that the definition of hell is a little bit different. However, I don't know. It's consequences. You would agree that there
Who
are
designed the
natural
consequence?
consequences to things.
Hell is not a natural consequence of anything. It's a decision that God made. God made heaven. It didn't naturally occur.
But the natural consequence of that is separation from God.
There's no such thing as a natural consequence. God designed every consequence.
The absence of light is darkness. That doesn't necessarily
And
mean
God designed that.
Right.
And God designed the consequences of sin.
I don't think it's unjustified for unbelievers to go to hell if they're
Did God
rejecting-
design the consequences of sin? The answer is yes.
That's a hard one. No, I believe I think it's a gray area more so because
Gray? God said he designed everything.
God didn't create evil.
Did God design the consequences of sin, though? Did he make the decision of what would happen when people sinned?
I think that hell is a place where
It's
is
a
the
yes or
absence
no
of
question,
God.
Mad. Yes or no? Did God design the consequences of sin? Was that his consequence decision?
If you're talking about hell, then I think it's a gray area. If you're talking about human nature, like,
Who made
you know,
hell?
an eye for an eye or something like that, then Sure.
Focus up. Who made hell?
I think hell exists as the absence of God.
Who made hell?
I don't know, because God can't be there. That's the thing.
Is God omnipresent?
God can't be in evil, otherwise
Is God
he would
omnipresent?
be corrupt. Yes, he's omnipresent.
Then he's everywhere. So you can't say
But
that he can't be somewhere.
I think that God has times where he can limit his power.
So then he's not omnipresent.
That's not true.
It's either yes or no. He's either omnipresent or he's not.
He is omnipresent,
Then he's
but
everywhere.
that doesn't mean he can't coexist with hell. It's absence from God. That's the point.
Is Jesus God?
Yes.
Jesus descended into Hades when he was dead for those 2 days. So if Jesus is God and he went into hell, then God can be in hell. Also, Satan was in God's presence in the first 2 chapters of Job.
Yeah, I would agree.
And Satan's a sinner too.
Mm-hmm. But that doesn't mean that doesn't mean
you can have sinners in God's presence. It happens all the time in the Bible.
It doesn't. Yeah, I think that evil can be within some of the presence of God, but that's not where God dwells.
Who makes the decision? Who decides what can and cannot be in God's presence?
I don't know if anybody could know that.
It's obviously God. When God creates everything and decides how everything's going to work, then yes, it was God's decision.
It could be, but again, I mean, I think that hell is the absence of God.
Is.
What does this have to do with the Stockholm
That's not in the
syndrome?
Bible, by the way. There's no Bible verse that says hell is the absence of God.
Why are we talking about Stockholm syndrome, but I can't talk about the existence of God?
Because that's the topic, is Christianity is Stockholm syndrome.
What does hell have to do with it?
Hell is the Stockholm syndrome. You're saying that you're justifying the abuse of the religion. God is the abuser and you're the victim, and you're here justifying it because you've got Stockholm syndrome. The same reason why when you find a woman who's being abused by her boyfriend or husband or whoever it is, and they say, hey, why is he hitting you? Oh, well, I had it coming. I should have did what he told me to. I didn't cook him dinner when he came home. He had to hit me.
I think that those are two different things, completely
different. Did God
different
have to
things.
send anyone to hell?
Yeah, because there cannot be. Yeah.
So God's not all powerful.
It's not. No, the way that humanity worked was that we weren't robots. We were given free will, which was a decide to follow God or to not.
But
and
what's that got to do with
the
hell?
The latter represents where people go if they choose to be separate from God.
Right, and who decided that consequence?
Then God.
Okay, so did God have to decide that consequence?
Yeah, because it was the consequence of not abiding by free.
Mad, you're not catching it. All powerful beings that are making decisions don't have to do anything because they're all powerful. They can decide to do any fucking thing they want, which means he didn't have to create hell. He chose to create hell.
Then would it be better for God to create robots that can only love him, that don't have choice?
Has
Because
nothing
in your,
to do with it.
in your
Madison,
definition, that would also be abusive.
Stop yapping and pay attention to my words. It had nothing to do with free will. Had nothing to do with free will. Pay attention. I'm not saying that God
has everything to do with
I'm
free
not saying
will.
that God didn't give us decision-making capabilities. I'm saying the consequence of using the decision-making capabilities results in hell. Was it necessary for God to create hell?
I understand what you're saying, but if you look at it from the other perspective of what if God designed...
Try this again. That was a very easy yes or no question, and I need you to say yes or no to my question. Did God have to create hell? It's amazing that they can't answer yes or no questions. It's impossible. Madison, you're muted. Is this your first time on TikTok?
No, it's not, and you keep muting me, but I'm trying to answer my point because it's more complex. then
Maybe my
it's
first
simple
time
yes or
meeting you, or
no.
maybe your second. I don't know. So, is a yes or no question? Did God have to create
It's
hell?
not a yes or no question. It's a more complex
It's a
question
yes,
than that.
no, or maybe.
He would be equally, or if not more,
That's
abusive.
not a
under your
yes or a
terms.
no. I need a yes, no, or I don't know.
It's not abusive of him to do that.
I didn't say it was yet. I mean, it is, but I'm asking you whether or not it was necessary. Did God have to create hell? Yes or no?
Under the circumstances, yes.
Why?
Because he can't.
What forced him to create hell?
Because he can't be surrounded and dwelling in evil.
That's wrong.
He can't. He
I
is
already
apart from
Madison,
sin.
you aren't listening to anything we have already said.
I can't even explain my point.
God is omnipresent. Your point is wrong. I already debunked it 5 minutes ago. God's omnipresent. There's nowhere where God is not. Additionally, he allows Satan in his presence. You already admitted that God decides what is and isn't allowed in his presence. If God can't decide what's in his presence, that means he's not all powerful. Do you believe in a God that's not all powerful?
No.
Then that means your God has the ability to let anybody he wants in his presence. That's definitionally true. That's part of being all powerful.
So what are you saying is wrong with that in terms of hell being created?
Because hell is unnecessary. You said God needed to create hell, and you have failed to justify why he needed to do it.
If he's all powerful and he set up the capabilities for humanity to exist, and he wanted it so that his creation could either follow him out of their own decision or reject them within their own will-making capabilities, then I don't know, he just...
That had literally nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Listen, the free will is an entirely different discussion. This is very simple. Why did God need to create a place of torture?
Because he's all good. If he
literally the
I guess
opposite
could
of that would
decide
be
to
true.
bad. I disagree.
Being all good doesn't require you to torture anybody.
I disagree. I think God is sinless.
Why does an all good entity need to torture people?
He doesn't.
This is the Stockholm syndrome. Okay, so if he doesn't need to do it, then why does he do it?
He doesn't.
He does. He sends people to hell. He decides the parameters.
No, I think that sin is what's evil, and I don't think he can be a part of that himself.
But we already addressed it. He can. Every time you say he
No,
can't
he may be around it. He may be around it.
Madison, I'm not going to repeat this. This is the last time I'm going to say it. Every time you say God can't do something or God must do something, then you're saying God is not all powerful. So you need to stop saying that, or you need to admit that you don't believe God is all powerful. It's got to be one or the other. And I'm not going to repeat this. It's too late. I've worked too long today. I don't want to have a stupid decision over points that we've had to cover 5 times. So do you believe that God is all powerful? Yes or no? Got to unmute yourself, Maddie. I know you're still yapping.
Yes, I would agree that God is all powerful,
Okay.
but if he claims to be all good, he cannot be part of anything all.
We'll try this again. Do all powerful beings need to do anything, or do they choose to do things?
Yeah, I literally can't even finish my point without you muting
Because
me.
I need you to stop yapping and pay attention to
I'm
the
not
actual...
yapping, I'm trying.
I need you to stop yapping and pay attention to the dialogue that we're having.
Keep talking over me.
Do all powerful beings need to do anything, or do they choose to do things? Of course, she dropped. She just wanted to come up and yap and not actually pay attention to the questions. Oh well, that's what you get. They cannot stay on task, guys. They've got Stockholm syndrome. It's not their fault. Listen, guys. I know that's a frustrating conversation, but it's not her fault. She's got Stockholm syndrome. This is a psychological condition, guys. Christians have psychological damage. They need help. They have Stockholm syndrome. All right, let's grab... Grab a couple super chats. Breezy, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, tell me you're in an abusive relationship without telling me you're in an abusive relationship. Yeah, she's in an abusive relationship. She has no idea yet because she's got Stockholm syndrome. And Mechanic Jack, thank you so. I'm going to call you Mechanic Jack even if you're not a mechanic. I just assumed that's what MECH refers to. It says, an even slightly loving God would have created heck. I think you mean would not. Maybe? I don't know. Only a callous, cruel, and unloving God creates hell. Doug would never. You're right. Doug would fucking never do that. Doug would never do that. You're 1,000,000% right, Mechanic Jack. And Alex B, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, if I'm wrong and in judgment I stand, I will not repent because I don't give a damn. You can send me to hell with the rest of my friends, Benjamin Todd. That's a great quote. I appreciate that. And listen, like, you can't tell me that living in heaven's going to be much better because your loved ones are down here suffering. If you're telling me I'm going to heaven and some of my loved ones are burning in hell for eternity, I'm going to be happy there? Get the flip out of here. That's crazy. Aaron, good to see you tonight, my friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, gotta love how they say it's not a yes or no question, then 2 seconds later answer yes. Wild. I know. It always is a yes or no question. They just hate the answer. They refuse to be honest. Without lies, Christianity dies, guys. And Mechanic Jack again, thank you for the super chat. It says, when I think all good, I usually think torture. Yeah, when I think of an all good God, I think of a God that has to torture people. He's required to torture people, in fact. That's crazy to me. She had no idea any of the points in that conversation. She had no idea what was going on. Like, she was just lost on basic definitions, like being, all powerful. Oh, we do what we can, guys. Michael Norris is shouting in the comments, let me in, let me in. Michael, I don't know if you're lost, but that's not how getting into a debate works. You have to hit the guest request button just like everybody else. No one's keeping you from the discussion. That's not how this thing works. Well, I tried to get M. Renee in the guest box, but M. Renee is not connecting, so we'll move on to our next guest. And Ben, Big W, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, just found you, you're the bomb. No, Ben, you're the bomb. And thank you so much for finding us and joining the channel. And thank you for the super chat. Big W for Ben. All right, we've got now, it looks like Michael Norris with us. How you doing, Michael?
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. So I actually wanted to talk to you about the whole idea of Stockholm syndrome, which the basis of Stockholm syndrome is basically making someone feel guilty, or rather in a situation, or make them feel pressured in order to make them feel like they have to love you. And in that instance, we have to understand that that's where someone is being held, and they don't have a choice of moving. I think a lot of times in our lives,
are you a Christian?
Yes.
Okay. Can we choose to leave the earth?
Yes. We can actually choose to leave the earth at any time that we want. Have you ever heard of, I know this sounds crazy.
Are you referring to suicide? What are you talking about?
No. Like our spirits. You ever heard of,
where
like,
are we going to
go? Heaven.
Where's heaven?
But heaven is outside of our space-time. It actually exists in a different
And I could just
dimension.
choose to go there right now?
Well, I mean, definitely you could attempt to.
What's it made out of?
Let's see, metaphysical properties that are beyond our own conception. I'd say more or less, instead of like a
magic stuff.
It exists outside of our space-time and our understanding of things.
Is it possible that it's made out of pixie dust?
Pixie dust has a physicality that exists in our own dimension, but however, we would only be able to understand its practicality.
So it's made out of nothing then? Heaven is made out of nothing?
It's made out of something. And
but you don't know what it is.
Plasma.
But plasma's got a physical existence.
Yes, it's a physical
existence. But you said
existence.
that heaven wasn't physical.
It's, how do I explain this? It isn't physical to our physical bodies, but it's physical to our spiritual bodies. See, we have to understand.
What's a spiritual body?
A spiritual body is different than the physical body, in which case it is the sum of one's understanding, intelligence, their experiences, and all the things that exist. Can I give you an example of how that exactly?
I don't think you answered my question at all. I'm trying to figure out what the heaven is made out of and what we're going to be made out of when we get there.
Okay, so you know how light.
If you don't
exists,
have a
right?
physical, if you don't have a physical property, how do you know where you're at in space?
Okay, if you don't have a physical property, how do you know where you're in space? All right, so it's kind of like our physical bodies. We have a certain degree of awareness because we are in reaction, like our bodies react to certain things and all the things that are around us. But our spirits, although that they react in a similar facet, it isn't exactly in the same way. It's kind of like another sense. Have you ever heard of like the idea
You're
of a
not
sixth
answering
sense?
my question at all. If
Oh,
you don't have a physicality, if there's no physical properties to heaven or to people that go there, then how could you say that that it exists somewhere else? Because saying that something exists in a location implies physicality.
yes, yes.
So does it exist in a location or does it exist nowhere?
It exists in a location.
Okay, so it is a location. So when people are there, they must have some physical appearance or some physicality because they'll be able to be
Yes.
there and not here.
Yes.
Okay.
So
So now we've got a physical heaven with physical entities in it that exists
Yes.
somewhere else in space.
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know that this is there?
Well, for one, we know this if you've ever seen the Doppler. Well, if you've seen some of the spacecrafts that we've seen, like our satellites and stuff like that, we can look and these satellites and they have these telescopes out in space. And just outside our Andromeda galaxy, there's a belt of energy that is seen to be the origin.
What is energy?
Energy is mass. Well, energy cannot be created nor destroyed. So therefore,
What is it?
energy, it takes on multiple facets.
You know what energy even is?
Energy is all around us. So it's
Energy is a property of matter.
yeah, it's a property of matter. It cannot be created nor destroyed. So therefore, it is always in existence, just like
I agree.
light.
Yes, matter, space, and time always existed. I agree.
Yes.
So no God.
I would say that there is a God.
Why? Matter, space,
Well,
and time
for-
always existed. Why do we need a God?
Well, how do you get that to exist?
It always existed. That's the definition of always existing. If something
Yes.
always existed, then nobody created it.
But then how did it even come to the theory of existing?
'Cause
Why
it's
does it
always
exist?
existed.
But why does it exist?
You mean why is there something rather than nothing?
Yes.
Nobody knows that. Nobody will ever know that.
Well, I can.
I don't believe there
better-
was ever nothing.
Yeah. So then
And it sounds like
you-
neither do
would
you,
believe it's
so.
something. There at some point was nothing.
Nope, you just said that matter, space, and time were eternal, which means there was never a time where there wasn't something. These are like really basic definitions, my man.
Yeah. But I'm thinking of it like this. Okay. So you believe in a Big Bang, right?
I believe in Big Bang. I don't think that the Big Bang was something from nothing.
So, in which case, although there may have been energy or something to start with, it wasn't in the same kind of mass that there was in not today's form. It would have been a single molecule or something very finite.
Not a single molecule, no.
Or an atom or something of the sort that would have split off.
Why do I
you
do this
know?
to myself? All right, Michael, listen, I don't think you like thought out any of these talking points, so I'm going to move on to the next guest, but I appreciate you coming up and being nice, okay?
Yeah.
All right, have a good one.
God bless.
Bro was literally making that stuff up as he was going. Dude was just freeballing it. St. Barnabas, good to see you tonight, by the way. Thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, oh yeah, the galaxy Andronimus? I actually don't know. I know Andromeda. Now I can't say it. Andromeda. There we go. The Andromeda galaxy is going to collide with us, actually. Evan, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, when the spirit leaves the body, which hole does it go through, north or south? Yeah, that's a really good question. I want to know when the spirit leaves the body. I mean, we could assume it's leaving through, an orifice. But which one? Which orifice? Also, St. Barnabas again, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, that was so sad. Maddie was clinging so desperately to her delusions. Well, she was doing her best, you know what I mean? But that's what happens when you got Stockholm syndrome. And last one, Breezy, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, he seems to know a lot about something that's beyond his understanding. I don't think he understands the implications of his statement. None of his statements. He didn't understand the implication of none of those words. So we've got Nebulous with us, but Nebulous, all I can hear is background noise. Can you turn the background noise off? I don't even think he meant to be here. All right, we'll cut you. Come on back if you actually meant to be here. We'll grab our next guest. Welcome in. Bird is a word.
Hold on. Hello?
Hello.
Hey, man. I appreciate your request. I just wanted to come up here because you got a guy in your comments that's really causing... I'm wondering where your mods are, man.
Oh, shit. Mods might not be in here. Who is it? What's his name?
He's going by God is Love, man. And he's... God, if I can reach through the phone and punch his ass, I would.
Oh, I see.
I've been like...
Yeah, he's spamming, I'm healed in Jesus' name. Actually, you're not healed in Jesus' name. What you are muted for the remainder of the live. Cool.
Good. I mean, I swear, I think I've seen him going on other lives like yours and just doing the same crap, man. It's like, oh my God, I'm sitting here, I'm listening to you, and I'm really enjoying it, but I'm reading this guy, and it's like, I go, oh my fucking God, where are the mods to mute him? Because I know I'm not the only one getting annoyed with this, bro, so I had to jump up here and,
spamming for Jesus. I don't know why they think that's effective.
It makes me hate. Oh my God, man! Please keep ripping it to these Christian assholes, man.
We're gonna do it, Bird. Absolutely, the bird is the word. I'm with you.
Word is the word, homeboy. Take it easy.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, guys, listen. I do long live streams. Sometimes I get some mods in here, but by the end of the live stream, the mods are all They got lives too, guys. Can you imagine being a moderator for my lives? Be crazy. So long. I don't know why I do it. But I'm going to bed at 11 tonight rather than 12 because I really I got a busy week. This week and next week I can't go to midnight. I got a lot going on at work on a project that's imminently due, so I got to actually get a little bit of sleep. It is what it is. Sometimes life gets in the way of being online. It's tragic, but it is what it is. But anyways, let's grab another guest here. I like this name. This is a good name. Benny and One Jet, welcome in.
Hi.
Benny, are you at least 18 and are you a Christian?
I am not a Christian and I'm 38.
Well, big fucking W for not being a Christian. I appreciate that. But I do have to...
I was raised Catholic.
Well, congratulations for deconstructing a religion that touches little children. Definitely with you on that one. Yeah, all kinds of weird stuff. But here's the thing, though. They do eat bacon, and they got awesome hats. So
big hats. Yeah, big hats. We're a big fan of those.
The hats are cool. I got it. And the big crook staff. The staff is cool. Yeah.
And incense and all sorts of weird archaic things.
Actually, that reminds me, I'm ordering
wooden things.
Sorry to talk over you there. I'm actually ordering a Catholic incense burner. I can't tell you why, but it's on the way. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, I'm excited. I've enjoyed the discourse you've had, and I appreciate being allowed in. I guess I'm a contrarian for most parts of this, and I try to live life objectively through all these things. Stockholm syndrome is kind of like a hostage situation, no?
Mm-hmm. Well, we are all hostages here on the earth. If God created us and put us here on the earth with tornadoes and natural disasters and diseases and parasites that crawl up your urethra, then yeah, we're all experiencing Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you suppose that God is real and God isn't real.
Well, I
To
agree, God's
anyone's
not real.
degree. Yeah, to anyone's degree, and again, this is for the sake of objectivity here. If someone follows any kind of deity, if you will, right? Like that to me doesn't seem like a hostage situation, right? Like, I think it is not necessarily a matter of you're put or taken into a position. I think it's
I guess I don't know what
you
critique you're
take
making
that
right
position.
now. You're an atheist, right?
I don't even know necessarily what I am.
Okay. Well, you're not a
Kind of
Christian,
it's
but
ambiguous.
Ben, I
It's
appreciate you coming up, but
ambiguous.
we're looking to talk to Christians, okay?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, that's understandable.
All right, cheers. But W for not being one. Big W for not being one of those guys. Also, Mechanic Jack has the answer. It says, fun fact, the soul leaves through the urethra. Which, knowing what we know about this God, obviously he would pick the most painful method, right? That does check out, actually. Actually, I was reading an article about a guy that had a separate orifice. He could actually smoke through like part of his eyeball. Apparently there's like if you go in like through your eyeball here, you can actually get into the sinus cavity. It's pretty crazy. But welcome in Moth. Moth, you're muted right now. Did you?
Hey, sorry. I know you're trying to talk to. My bad. I'm sorry if I'm lagging really, really bad right now. All I want to say, because there's a lot of Christians in the chat right now, I'm over 18 and I'm not a Christian. I need you to, with an open mind, to look up the Epicurean paradox, please. It is the basis for all of these conversations. Just please go look at that. I'm not going to go through it because I know you're trying to go to the next guest, but I'm begging y'all, if you want anyone to listen to your religion, I need you to open up your mind and go look at the Epicurean paradox, because your God cannot be all good, all knowing, and all powerful at the same time. And I'm not going to waste any more of your time. So thank you very much.
Well,
And I
big
hope you have a good night.
W. I appreciate that. And yeah, the Epicurean paradox is pretty well formed. But thanks for coming through. It's good to hear from you.
Absolutely.
Cheers.
Have a good night, brother.
Yeah, the Epicurean paradox is basically what she's saying. The God purports to be all good, all knowing, and all powerful, but then allows unnecessary evil. And the only solution to the Epicurean paradox is to somehow claim that the suffering was necessary. That's the only way out of the Epicurean. But then you commit yourself to a bunch of like crazy ideas trying to justify all the horrors and figure out why all these horrors were necessary. It creates a really fun dialogue. Maybe we'll do the Epicurean paradox for a live one day. But it basically is, like she said, it's kind of the basis for the problem of evil. That's if you went back to philosophy, it would probably trace all the way back to the Epicurean paradox. We're trying to get NA in here. I assume NA means not applicable, but right now it must mean not available because they can't connect. They got some of that Holy Spirit Wi-Fi. They're coming as hard as Jesus, which is not at all. Give them a second to see if they get with it. Not so much. Okay, well, we'll move on to the next. Good to see you, Zydrix. The live's been a really interesting one tonight. I don't know what to make of it. We've had some good guests, some bad guests, some boring guests. A whole mix of stuff. We've got some fake guests waiting to get in, like Yaneko. He's not even. He's just a troll. We'll take our next guest. Is it Kravis?
Yes, sir.
Welcome in, Kravis. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I can prove that Christianity is true.
Well, we're talking right now about whether or not Christianity is Stockholm syndrome. You definitely can't prove that Christianity is true, but we'll be doing that another night. You're welcome to come back on that night. So my question is, why is God sending people to hell for disbelief?
Why not?
Why not? Oh,
Yes.
if I decided I was gonna punch your sister because she said the wrong thing to me, and you said, "Why do you punch my sister?" I said, "Why not?" Would that be an acceptable answer?
It depends.
This guy can't be real.
What if I fuck your ass and say it is?
I knew he was a troll. I knew he was a troll. Get out of here, child. Thank you so much, Aaron Leitz, for gifting 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Thank you so much, Aaron, for your generous and continued support. Those are people that can access the Deconstruction Zone cheat sheet. And guys, I added, it took me over the weekend, I added like 130 references to hell. There's a hell tab now on the Deconstruction Zone cheat sheet that's got like every mention of hell from the intertestamental period all the way up until the time of Jesus. I've got the Dead Sea Scrolls, I've got the Talmud, I've got the Apocrypha, I've got the New Testament, I've got Josephus in there. I've got quotations about hell from literally every resource I can find. Some Jewish pseudepigraphic texts. I haven't gone through everything. I haven't gone through Philo yet. I haven't gone through a couple of the Jewish pseudepigraphic texts. I haven't gone through some of the New Testament apocryphal texts yet. I haven't dug into the church fathers, but I'll be adding those later. But there's literally like 130 references, 140 references on it right now. So if you ever wanted to know, like when Jesus mentions hell in the Bible, what the hell is he talking about? You'll know the context. The New Testament wasn't written in a vacuum, guys. When they talked about Gehenna, when they talked about Hades, we know what that means because for hundreds of years prior, they were telling us what that means. And I've documented it. Aaron, thank you so much for gifting those Deconstruction Zone memberships. So that's very kind of you. And Meg, good to see you tonight. Meg says, so you're saying that God made your soul into a giant kidney stone. That's kind of what they're saying. That's basically what's happened. Yeah. God is the God of kidney stones, and he does it and admits that he does it in Exodus chapter 4 verse 11, right? Let me double check it. In Exodus 4:11, God makes a really interesting admission, which is simply that he's the one that makes people with disabilities. Then the Lord said to him, "Who gives speech to mortals? Who makes them mute or deaf, seeing or blind? Is it not I, the Lord?" Oops. Not supposed to say that out loud, Yahweh. Could you imagine? All right, we'll grab one more guest in here. Jesse, welcome in. Jesse? Not so much? No? Hola? ¿Cómo está? Got nothing from Jesse. Sorry, Jesse was waiting there for a while, but I guess he couldn't find his way in. All right, we'll try some from TikTok. We'll get Roger in here. Yeah, JMR, you're right. JMR says Christianity is the ultimate trauma bond and coping is not the cure. No. We need to start a Stockholm Syndrome recovery clinic for Christians recovering from this toxic religion, toxic God. We got Dr. Joe at least. Dr. Joe's amazing. She'll help out. All right, Roger can't connect. Guys, the Holy Spirit is weak tonight. The Holy Spirit is not letting people connect. Roger that is his name, but he couldn't Roger that. He had no connection. All right, guys, like it's late. It's like 10 to 11. I'm just going to call it. We're not going to get another guest, and I don't know if we're going to be able to have a 10-minute conversation with our next guest. You know, our conversations go like 20, 30, 40 minutes. Claire, you're right though. Claire says deconstructing comes with PTSD in all seriousness though. It really does. For me, it was traumatic. Like you get over it eventually, you know what I mean? Like you come to grips with your new reality eventually. But it was very traumatic for me to like take everything that I believed and have to, take it apart and, throw it away. And some of those things were really helpful to me as a young person, like thinking I'd see like my dead loved ones again. That was very comforting for me. And it was very difficult for me to move to a new position where I was like, I won't see them again. And this life is the only life we have. It's after this, it's lights out. But guys, you got to make the most of the life that we have here. You're not going to get a second showing. You're not going to get another run through. This isn't practice for another life. This is life, and you got to live it. No one's going to live it for you. You know what I mean? Have fun. Drink the wine, have some dessert, do the things that you enjoy. Don't overdo everything. But guys, this is it. This is all we get. So let's who's online right now that we can go raid, guys? Let me see. I'm trying to see who's live right now on TikTok. 1 second. Oh shit. Sarah's live right now, guys. Usually she's already done. Usually she's already done when I'm ending. Guys, we're gonna go raid Sarah right now while she's live, okay? Here's her channel right now. It's Leaving Faith. It's at Leaving Faith right now on TikTok. I think how many people are in the live right now? I see 73 people in the live. Guys, we got to get that number up. We got to get her at least up over 150. Let's go and get in this live stream. Let's crank it up. Let's get crunk for I was gonna say crunk for Christ, but we don't do that anymore. Let's bump this up, guys. We're at 80. We gotta get this thing up over 150 real fast. Leaving Faith is an awesome creator, and she is starting to stream on YouTube as well. If you do at Leaving Faith on YouTube, then you'll find Sarah's channel on YouTube. Actually, her and I recently just started a bi-weekly ex-evangelical Bible study. So definitely tune in for that. But guys, let's pump up those numbers. Let's go give her a raid. I'll be over there in just a minute to say hi as well. And big W for Ruby getting all the pets. W Ruby. Ruby's awesome. There's a reason why they call them Great Pyrenees, because they're great dogs. Guys, we're at 135, but we are not at 150. We got to get these numbers up. 143. Good. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. I want to see everybody over there. We got like 800 people that were in this live. I want to see this number get popping over on Sarah's live stream. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I'll see you over there. Guys, thank you so much for all the likes and all the gifts. And Hannibal, I agree. This is my therapy too. Thank you so much for being with us, Hannibal. And thank you so much for joining the Kraken Crew Elite, Quentin. And also, Alex, thank you for the $10 super chat. Alex says, if heaven is all that is promised to me, then why don't I just pray for my death? From Dawes. I don't know who Dawes is, but yeah, you'd think if people really believed in heaven, they'd be more eager to go there, but they don't really believe it. It's nonsense. All right, guys, I'll see you over at Sarah's place. Thank you for